Introduction. The Magnificence of Severus Snape. The Harry Potter series may be named after the boy who lived, but if you want to know the story, keep your eyes fixed on Snape. This hook-nosed, greasy-haired, grumpy character is one of J.K. Rowling's enduring gifts to English literature. He's the archetypal, ill-tempered teacher, acerbic, yet horribly, deliciously funny. When he's in a scene, you can't take your eyes off him. In Snape, Rowling created a character of almost perfect ambiguity, a double agent who rises to become the right-hand man of both generals on opposing sides of a war. He's at once self-controlled and seething with bitterness. Every utterance, every action has at least two possible and contradictory interpretations. Given that the question of Snape's true loyalties is at the heart of the book's mysteries, is it even possible to know what lies underneath his facade? It is. Through a closer look at each of the books, everything about Snape becomes knowable. Is he a classroom bully? Without a doubt. He can be unfair, petty, mocking, prone to blatant favoritism, many of the traits schoolchildren loathe most. But underneath his scathing surface is someone who cares desperately, enough to devote his adult life to protecting everyone in his world, even those he dislikes. And he does this all undercover, pretending to be evil, accepting that he will live and die without the chance to defend himself and clear his name. With all of his ugly qualities, what makes this character a favorite with so many readers? He's smart. He's competent. His dry sarcasm is humorous, and his bitterness can be bracing. He always knows what to do. He's always there when you need him. There are things only Snape can do. A wizard who has done evil and then felt remorse knows how to undo dark magic in a way those who have always been good cannot know. He's hideous, bless him, and sensitive to indignities. He loathes being mocked, especially by children. Everyone sees him seething. But in all things, he does as much as he can with what he has and no more. As an adult, he becomes not attractive, but something. Potent, magnetic. He commands attention. When he is brave, he is almost beautiful. He is kind to mothers, if not their children, and risks his life to help them. He knows how it feels to be powerless or unwanted. As vicious as he can be, when lives are at stake, there is nothing he won't do to protect others. Do his accomplishments cancel out the cruel things he's done? Not at all. And that is part of the power of this character. He's often unlovable, immature, unattractive, not even kind. But he made something of himself. His story tells us that hope and greatness are for everyone, not only for those who have always been good. When we learn all the harm he did in his youth, we learn how to understand without excusing, how to give ourselves and others a second chance. For a close reader, the character of Snape is endlessly rewarding. Some mysteries are easily explained. Some fizzle out or have answers just beneath the surface. This is not true of Snape. The more you read about him, the more you learn of him, the more thrilling he becomes. Working for Dumbledore, he learns how to atone. He chooses what is right, never what is easy. He assumes a thankless life that guarantees he will be universally hated, universally mistaken for evil. Moreover, he resists the human urge to protest his innocence. He withstands these tests even when people cry out to him at their moment of death, because his commitment is something greater. He forgoes recognition, forgoes adult love, turns his formidable gifts to pulling off the unspeakable under conditions that are unthinkable, accepting that his achievements will never be known. He will never claim the role of hero. Against all instincts, he wills himself to do what must be done, and we, the readers, are his witnesses. Of his many sacrifices, we see that the most costly was the renunciation of his human right to show his true self. He keeps his truths tightly hidden until his dying breath, when he is finally free to command the book's hero, "Look at me." J.K. Rowling took an enormous risk, gambling the climax of her epic series on her ability to build Snape's ambiguity to the breaking point and then show us his true self at the end. So what do we see when all is revealed? A vision of love so white-hot, it dazzles. This revelation brings completion to the series and is why the story returns to Snape again and again. Chapter 1: Severus Snape and the Sorcerer's Stone. A seething brew of bitterness, spite, and lilting genius, from his first searing look into Harry Potter's eyes to his last, Severus Snape commands attention. This character is one of J.K. Rowling's master creations, a deadly man of contradictory extremes who may be profoundly good, profoundly evil, neither, and both. His impenetrable eyes are cold and empty and made you think of dark tunnels. In this series about dark tunnels that lead always to revelation, the struggle to discover what, if anything, lies beneath Snape's facade of perfect ambiguity yields endless rewards for the reader. Of all the people important to Harry's first year, Snape is the one he encounters last, nearly halfway into the novel. By then, he's met or heard of Hagrid, Dumbledore, Voldemort, Quirrell, Malfoy, the Weasleys, Hermione, and McGonagall. He's been lulled by the excellent welcoming feast, found his place, seen one marvel after another, until this chilling moment. Professor Quirrell, in his absurd turban, was talking to a teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. It happened very suddenly. The hooked-nosed teacher looked past Quirrell's turban straight into Harry's eyes, and a sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead. Harry has never felt this pain before. The pain had gone as quickly as it had come. Harder to shake off was the feeling Harry had gotten from the teacher's look, a feeling that he didn't like Harry at all. "Who's that teacher talking to Professor Quirrell?" he asked Percy. "Oh, you know Quirrell already, do you? No wonder he's looking so nervous. That's Professor Snape. He teaches potions, but he doesn't want to. Everyone knows he's after Quirrell's job. Knows an awful lot about the dark arts, Snape." Harry and the reader learn 6 things about Snape from this indelible first impression. He is ugly in a way that frightens children. He has some connection with Harry's childhood trauma. He is close to evil. He's perennially discontented. Everyone knows he covets the Defense Against the Dark Arts job, and he doesn't like Harry Potter. Overview: Snape, year by year. Snape's dislike of Harry is one of 4 elements that remain noteworthy about him through the 7 years that Harry knows him. The others are Snape's opposition toward other teachers who hold the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, Snape's reputation, and the mystery of Snape's true motives. Taken together, a consideration of these 4 elements yields a good overview of Snape's life at any point in the story. Snape's personal dislike of Harry. After that first moment of eye contact, Harry finds Snape's hostility even harder to shake off than his damage from Voldemort. Any child would be sensitive to inexplicable dislike from an adult in a position of power, but for an abused, orphaned survivor of violent crime, it is a nightmare come to life, fodder for Harry's terrifying dream that night about Quirrell's turban, Malfoy, and Snape. The first day of potions class cements Harry's understanding. Snape didn't dislike Harry. He hated him. In all the ensuing mysteries about Snape's true motives, Snape's loathing of Harry is one of the few givens, constant and absolute. For 7 books, readers may never be certain why Snape does anything. But one thing is for sure. It's not for love of Harry. Snape targets Harry for bullying from the first time he calls roll in potions class. "Ah, yes," he said softly. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle snickered behind their hands. Snape, as the head of Slytherin House, seems to have mocked Harry's heroic reputation to his first years already, and they follow his lead and gang up on Harry. By this time in the story, we have seen that the rest of the school hates Slytherin. Hagrid even tells Harry, "There's not a single witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin." An assertion that goes unrefuted for almost 3 volumes. Slytherin, under Snape's leadership, has won the House Championship for the past 6 years. There's a narrative to be read here about the Slytherin teacher who zealously safeguards the morale of his first-year students who walk into a school that sees them as villains. But it is obliterated by the appalling spectacle of an adult singling out one child and teaching the other students to mock him. This passage introduces another constant, Snape's baseless conviction that Harry enjoys the notoriety that comes from his traumas. Nowhere in Sorcerer's Stone do we see where Snape gets this idea. The reader, like Harry, experiences it as arbitrary and outrageous. But then, Snape casts a magic spell. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape had the gift of keeping a class silent without effort. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." With that rapturous ode to magic, this character reveals what is sacred to him: subtle science and exact art. He wants the children to know that mindset and discipline matter in magic. Foolish wand-waving is the first indication in the series that Snape's magical signature is self-sufficiency, magic not dependent on wands or incantations or anything outside the power of the solitary mind. There are barbs embedded throughout his teaching, petulance and resentment in every sentence. Foolish, I don't expect you will really understand. As big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. He is insulting children who haven't even done anything, punishing them for the shortcomings of others. We can't tell yet if he truly covets the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, but it seems true enough that he's discontent with teaching potions. He sounds as if he considers the subject too good for most of them. But even the barbs hint at one of Rowling's more buried themes, the loneliness of the gifted. Foolish wand-waving sounds like the retort of a child whose own passions have been denigrated. I don't expect you will really understand conveys the melancholy of long disappointment. Dunderheads, a cry of frustration from the prodigy mismatched with students whose minds work very differently. Rather touchingly, despite his rage, he seems unable to give up hope that he can convey a bit of the wonder of magic to these unpromising initiates. The beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes. This is a magical image for what we muggles would call a flow state, the quietly sustained ecstasy of full absorption in creative activity. It is a state of enjoyment in one's own powers, a self-sufficient form of vital happiness. Bitterness, loneliness, and hostility fall away. For the rest of the series, when we see Snape endure unspeakable pressures, We can remember that he revealed his secret in this first speech. As long as he can sustain a soft simmer, whether in a cauldron or in his own mind, he has a limitless source of joy. The delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins. Every ghoulishly funny hint of this character's spookiness comes through in this phrase. He's talking about blood. Is he being sinister? Why creep? Could he not say flow? Is stealth part of the beauty for him? Is he talking about good or about poison? Does he enjoy unnerving people, or does he even realize he's doing it? But while she distracts us with this unsettling humor, Rowling quietly tucks into this phrase the first hint to foreshadow the eventual grand message of her series. In subsequent volumes, Harry will learn that when his mother died to save him, her sacrifice invoked an ancient blood magic that protected Harry, and eventually even Voldemort, against dark magic. Snape, too, will learn more about how this magic works. Love, the magical term for what we Muggles also call the feelings of empathy, grief, bonding, and protectiveness that flow in our blood, and he will come to use that knowledge to stop her death. But both Harry and Snape are years away from such mastery here. Snape's first-year potion speech is about the excitement of promise. It is one of Rowling's first demonstrations of magic in this book, casting a spell on the reader. Deliberately chosen words that create an intentional change, transforming this classroom bully into a figure of fascination. Harry and Ron receive Snape's speech in silence, but it has an incendiary effect on Hermione, establishing the curiously fraught dynamic between Snape and Hermione that could fill a separate book in itself. She is dying to talk to Snape with an urgency that ramps up in 4 uncontrollable surges that eventually lift her straight out of her seat. She receives every one of his communications here and always will. And repeatedly, through his attempts to ignore her, Snape telegraphs, "I am not speaking to you. You are not the story." Hermione Granger was on the edge of her seat and looked desperate to start proving that she wasn't a dunderhead. "Potter," said Snape suddenly, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Powdered root of what to an infusion of what? Harry glanced at Ron, who looked as stumped as he was. Hermione's hand had shot into the air. "I don't know, sir," said Harry. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "Tut, tut. Fame clearly isn't everything." Fame isn't everything? Putting aside for a moment the fact that fame means nothing at all to Harry, then what is it? He ignored Hermione's hand. "Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Hermione stretched her hand as high into the air as it would go without her leaving her seat, but Harry didn't have the faintest idea what a bezoar was. Does Snape's choice of questions mean anything in particular? He tried not to look at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were shaking with laughter. "I don't know, sir." "Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, eh, Potter?" Harry forced himself to keep looking straight into those cold eyes. He had looked through his books at the Dursleys, but did Snape expect him to remember everything in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? Did Snape in fact expect this? No, he couldn't have. Surely Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had not memorized their textbooks. Surely opening a book is not the same as memorizing the contents before school even begins. Is Snape inventing reasons to harass this child? Is he, as adults sometimes do, re-engaging in an old fight of which Harry and the reader know nothing? "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" At this, Hermione stood up, her hand stretching toward the dungeon ceiling. "I don't know," said Harry quietly. "I think Hermione does, though. Why don't you try her?" The one student who has memorized their textbooks is the Muggle-born who did not take her place at Hogwarts for granted. the one driven to teach herself all the magic she could as soon as she could, because to her, magical education is a privilege and a dream come true. Perhaps she reminds Snape of himself at that age, and he is not in the mood for cozy reminiscences or self-awareness. Perhaps he is not ready to be done with long-ago resentment of students who coasted, assuming that they belonged, that the world owed them this privilege, and they need not show appreciation. Perhaps these details about potions were things he had taught himself before entering school. Snape snaps out the answers to his sudden questions, adding, "And a point will be taken from Gryffindor House for your cheek, Potter." And the standoff is over. Snape asserts his dominance over his class, and Harry loses a point. But it's only a point. His time with the Dursleys has trained him well. He doesn't back down. Snape has no reply to his succinct comment about Hermione, and he deflects Snape's focus back to the class at large, where it belongs. Harry is a formidable opponent. Snape commences teaching more or less normally, no more unpleasant than the average miserable wretch of a teacher. He was just telling everyone to look at the perfect way Malfoy had stewed his horned slugs when clouds of acid-green smoke and a loud hissing filled the dungeon. Neville had somehow managed to melt Seamus's cauldron into a twisted blob, and their potion was seeping across the stone floor, burning holes in people's shoes. "Idiot boy!" snarled Snape, clearing the spilled potion away with one wave of his wand. Some elements of this scene are notable, even sound. His praise of Malfoy is delightfully technical. That's one thing that counts more than fame for him, apparently. At this point, appropriate priorities from this teacher come as a surprise and a relief. He seems to like Malfoy, not just favor him. Maybe he's human. But his name-calling of Neville is the beginning of a long and shameful history of mistreatment. Many readers have speculated Snape has complicated reasons for disliking Neville, who might have been the boy who lived instead of Harry. However, the text neither confirms nor denies any possibility other than Snape's general intolerance for error, which alone would be sufficient considering his temperament as an impatient prodigy who should probably not be teaching an entry-level class. Neville whimpered as boils started to pop up all over his nose. "Take him up to the hospital wing." Snape spat at Seamus. Then he rounded on Harry and Ron, who had been working next to Neville. "You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's another point you've lost for Gryffindor." This twisted display assures Snape a place in the literary pantheon of bad teachers, improvising unspoken rules, scolding select children for not following them, ascribing absurd motives to children, silencing objections with capriciously applied penalties. In every way, Snape violates the standards of fairness that are especially crucial to children. This was so unfair that Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Ron kicked him behind their cauldron. "Don't push it," he muttered. "I've heard Snape can turn very nasty." Ron and Harry have learned the rules of engagement with Snape, and it's just the first day. There must be an alternate universe somewhere in which Severus Snape is put on probation for his classroom behavior. In this universe, he would apologize to his Slytherins for teaching them to bully, and find ways to raise Slytherin morale that don't involve cruelty. He would apologize to Harry, he would apologize to Hermione, and learn to call on her fairly. Dumbledore would speak to him about his name-calling of Neville. He may be essential to the larger plan, but that is not how to treat children. But this is Hogwarts as Rowling created it, and it is also, sometimes, the real world. Some teachers really do run their classrooms by the rule of petty tyranny. Headmasters do not always know or care what goes on in the classroom, and many readers recognize this bullying dynamic from their own experience. We don't yet know what has made this teacher so despicable. We don't even know in the story that he is only 31 years old. We can only look into his cold and empty eyes and wonder, what happened to you?" Harry told Hagrid about Snape's lesson. Hagrid, like Ron, told Harry not to worry about it, that Snape liked hardly any of the students. "But he seemed to really hate me."
"Rubbish," said Hagrid. "Why should he?"
Yet Harry couldn't help thinking that Hagrid didn't quite meet his eyes when he said that. Some of the most trusted adults in Harry's life seemed to recognize Snape's tyranny, but permit it to go unchecked. They appear even to respect Snape. In typical adult fashion, they seem to know more about Snape than they are willing to divulge to a child, even as he directly affects Harry's life. Understanding Snape, then, will have something to do with understanding adulthood, for both Harry and the reader. Not maturity. Goodness knows that Snape has demonstrated less maturity than some of the children he teaches, but perhaps there is something about his story that adults feel would be more than most children could understand, even children who have lost as much innocence as Harry. Professor McGonagall seems not only to respect Snape, but to actively enjoy working with him. The two exhibit a seamless partnership when they, and Quirrell, track the trolls to the girls' bathroom. As though by wordless agreement, Snape handles the troll, McGonagall the students. Snape says nothing, although Snape gave Harry a swift, piercing look. The first, unnamed instance of legilimency in the series, one of many adult skills the children have never dreamed of. Why is Snape present at the scene of an emergency with McGonagall and Quirrell? It is not because he's a head of house, like McGonagall, or Flitwick and Sprout would be there too. McGonagall is there as deputy headmistress. Quirrell is there as Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, but he is useless. He whimpers and clutches his heart. This is an early instance of Snape stepping in and performing the duties of the defense teacher without the title. On a different level, it also functions as a signal to the reader. Snape is always where the story is. Harry's next confrontation with Snape occurs a few days later when a mysteriously limping Snape confiscates a library book from him, citing a rule he may or may not have made up on the spot. Reasoning, why should he be afraid of Snape? An irritated Harry heads to the staff room to ask for his book back on the chance that Snape wouldn't refuse if there were other teachers listening. He pushed the door ajar and peered inside, and a horrible scene met his eyes. Snape and Filch were inside, alone. Snape was holding his robes above his knees. One of his legs was bloody and mangled. Filch was handing Snape bandages. A horrible scene. Everything about this tableau captures the revulsion that students feel when they learn too much about their teachers. The queasy intimacy, the shabbiness, the indignity of Snape's undress. This is what happens when we look underneath Snape's defenses. His shame is too grotesque to look upon. "Blasted thing," Snape was saying. "How are you supposed to keep your eyes on all three heads at once?" Harry tried to shut the door quietly, but... Potter! Snape's face was twisted with fury as he dropped his robes quickly to hide his leg. Harry escapes with his life and tells Ron and Hermione he thinks Snape is trying to steal what the three-headed dog is guarding. Hermione's eyes were wide. "No, he wouldn't," she said. "I know he's not very nice, but he wouldn't try and steal something Dumbledore was keeping safe." With two notable exceptions, this will remain Hermione's assessment of Snape throughout the series. Not nice, but trustworthy. She joins Hagrid and McGonagall in judging Snape to be essentially good and always on Dumbledore's side. The first exception occurs during the following day's Quidditch match, when Hermione believes Snape is the one trying to kill Harry by jinxing his broom. She tries to interrupt the jinx by setting Snape's clothes on fire. The afternoon's events certainly seem to have changed her mind about Snape. "I know a jinx when I see one, Hagrid. I've read all about them. You've got to keep eye contact, and Snape wasn't blinking at all. I saw him." "I'm telling you, you're wrong," said Hagrid hotly.
"I don't know why Harry's broom acted like that, but Snape wouldn't try and kill a student."
Hermione never again jumps to this kind of half-informed conclusion about Snape. The second exception does not occur until the end of the 6th book, and Snape does everything in his power to lead her to it. In this first instance, however, despite effectively conceding Hagrid's point, Hermione's conscience doesn't seem to bother her much about the fact she set fire to the robes of an innocent teacher, albeit one who treats her as though she were invisible. The fire didn't hurt him, after all. We never do learn whether or not he figures out who set it. Either he truly didn't see her, or he didn't acknowledge her. But either way, she's learned a use for her seeming invisibility. For their next Quidditch game, the Gryffindor team gets a nasty surprise. Snape insists on being the referee, although he has never refereed before. In the absence of evidence to the contrary, Harry draws the reasonable conclusion that Snape intends to kill him, or at least prevent other teams from overtaking Slytherin in the rankings. Certainly, he has been noticing an unwelcome increase in the incidence of Snape in his life. Harry didn't know whether he was imagining it or not, but he seemed to keep running into Snape wherever he went. At times, he even wondered whether Snape was following him, trying to catch him on his own. Potions lessons were turning into a sort of weekly torture. Snape was so horrible to Harry. Could Snape possibly know they'd found out about the Sorcerer's Stone? Harry didn't see how he could, yet he sometimes had the horrible feeling that Snape could read minds. Rowling seeds her writing about Snape with ambiguous motives and contradictory possible interpretations. Snape has stepped up surveillance on Harry. Why? For his own reasons or on orders? Is he trying to catch Harry on his own, or trying to make sure others do not, or both? Is he under stress and taking it out on Harry during potions, or would he have been horrible to him regardless of the circumstance? Is Snape performing what we later come to know as legilimency, or does Harry just have a guilty conscience? To Harry's relief, Dumbledore attends the Quidditch match as well. There was simply no way that Snape would dare to try to hurt him if Dumbledore was watching. Perhaps that was why Snape was looking so angry as the teams marched onto the field, something that Ron noticed too. This moment marks Harry's first glimpse of conversations and tensions between Snape and Dumbledore behind the scenes. Snape's mood worsens during the game. Gryffindor George Weasley hits a bludger at him, unprovoked. Snape awards Hufflepuff a penalty for that, and then, a few minutes later, another penalty for no reason at all. Bias? Petulance? Or something else? Harry misses Snape by inches when he dives for the snitch, leaving Snape white-faced and tight-lipped. Harry catches the snitch, and everyone lands amid cheers. Almost everyone, that is. Snape spat bitterly on the ground. A teacher did what? In front of Dumbledore? In front of his students? It hurt no one that he spat, but the degree of bitterness is remarkable. Even readers familiar with Snape's entire story can look back on this scene way back in Harry's first year and be startled to revisit this bad behavior. Snape's opposition to the Defense Against the Dark Arts defense teacher. But Harry has little time to ponder Snape's shocking display. Minutes later, he recognizes Snape, hidden under hooded robes, slipping away to a secret meeting with Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. It turns out that Harry's not the only one running into Snape everywhere. Harry overhears Snape threatening Quirrell about the Sorcerer's Stone. "You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell. You don't want me as your enemy." Occasionally, a sentence about Snape stands out in high relief against all the ambiguity because it is universally true, no matter what a character or reader believes about him. From every angle, this unreadable man is formidable, a terror as an enemy. Convinced that Snape is going to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry, Ron, and Hermione plot to stop him. Unfortunately for them, they run straight into the good cop, bad cop team of McGonagall and Snape.
"What are you three doing inside?"
It was Professor McGonagall carrying a large pile of books. She drops the books in shock when Harry tells her they think someone will steal the stone.
"I don't know how you found out about the stone, but rest assured, no one can possibly steal it. It's too well protected."
"But, Professor—"
"Potter, I know what I'm talking about," she said shortly.
She bent down and gathered up the fallen books.
"I suggest you all go back outside and enjoy the sunshine."
The kids are plotting to disobey her when... Hermione gasped. Harry and Ron wheeled round. Snape was standing there.
"Good afternoon," he said smoothly.
He never disappoints.
"You shouldn't be inside on a day like this," he said with an odd, twisted smile.
"We were—" Harry began, without any idea what he was going to say.
"You want to be more careful," said Snape. "Hanging around like this, people will think you're up to something, and Gryffindor really can't afford to lose any more points, can it?"
Snape's odd, twisted smile tells the reader he's up to something as well. "You want to be more careful" is a classic teacher's line to let students know they're being transparent. In this case, though, it's also a genuine teaching moment from an experienced adult who knows what these children are fighting. With a couple of subtle clues, Rowling shows Snape has spoken to McGonagall and come to reinforce her warning with his own. His mention of being inside echoes McGonagall's words, and the taunt about Gryffindor's points, in addition to the great benefit of annoying the students, recalls McGonagall and Snape's friendly rivalry. After Snape leaves, Harry assigns Hermione to keep an eye on Snape, making tactical use of Snape's tendency to treat Hermione as invisible. This time, though, Hermione reports that it didn't work. "Snape came out and asked me what I was doing, so I said I was waiting for Flitwick, and Snape went to get him, and I've only just got away. I don't know where Snape went." Apparently, Snape is perfectly capable of seeing this child and calling her bluff when it suits him. When Harry and his friends pass through several enchantments guarding the Sorcerer's Stone, Snape's is the last protection before Harry gets to the Mirror of Erised, in which Dumbledore has hidden the Sorcerer's Stone. It takes very little guidance for young readers to recognize that the protections set by Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Quirrell, and Snape were designed specifically for Harry and his friends to solve. Only Dumbledore's protection, the Mirror of Erised, was foolproof against theft, which explains why McGonagall was so certain the stone was impossible to steal. She was surely aware that she and her colleagues deliberately set all the other challenges at an appropriate level of difficulty for a group of first-year students. Following the timeline of events, we can see that it must have been some time after Christmas that Dumbledore asked the other teachers to set up their protections, a sort of practical final exam for Harry and friends. By then, McGonagall had the opportunity to observe Ron's skill at chess. Flitwick had already commented on Harry's flying, and Quirrell knew the three students could knock out a troll. Sprout's protection, as writer Claire Mosley has pointed out, indicates that when the teachers planned the protections, they were not sure which friends would end up accompanying Harry. The Devil's Snare may have been intended for Neville, who was good at herbology. In contrast to the bluntness of Quirrell's protection and the simplicity of Dumbledore's, Snape's is intricately designed to challenge the puzzle solver on several skills, with the charming addition of potentially lethal consequences for incorrect guesses. Perhaps they were Snape's idea of a personal touch. He has brewed potions and poisons. He has presented them in 7 bottles, that magic number, to make the allegorical point that the treasure under guard is about human dreams and choices. He has provided limited quantities to indicate there is a correct strategy to taking them. If the potions are wasted, there will be no more. He has tucked the clues into verse form, 8 rhyming couplets to heighten the sense of occasion. This is what it looks like when Snape finally calls on Miss Granger. This final clue is written in text and logic, the language of her power. Hermione let out a great sigh, and Harry, amazed, saw that she was smiling. The very last thing he felt like doing.
"Brilliant," said Hermione. "This isn't magic, it's logic, a puzzle. A lot of the greatest wizards haven't got an ounce of logic. They'd be stuck in here forever."
"But so will we, won't we?"
"Of course not," said Hermione. "Everything we need is here, on this paper."
They're in mortal danger, but she's relieved. She's even smiling. She can't help it. This is the child who understands the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron, needing nothing more than what's in her own mind. This clue was designed for her alone. Snape foresaw she would be here, and this proves that he's aware of her after all. Hermione works out which potion was meant for Harry. It brings him to the chamber containing the mirror of Erised. Harry passes through the flames, and the reader turns the page to discover that the would-be thief of the Sorcerer's Stone has been Quirrell all along. With this glorious plot twist, the reader learns that in this fictional world, there are crimes that go deeper than bullying. Quirrell has been the man with 2 faces, as the chapter title calls him, hiding his evil agenda behind an assumed persona of a nervous teacher intimidated by the conveniently ill-tempered Snape.
"But I thought Snape—"
"Severus?" Quirrell laughed, and it wasn't his usual quivering treble either, but cold and sharp. "Yes, Severus does seem the type, doesn't he? So useful to have him swooping around like an overgrown bat. Next to him, who would suspect
poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell?"
Quirrell confirms to Harry that Snape has been protecting rather than plotting against him.
"But Snape tried to kill me."
No. I tried to kill you. Your friend Miss Granger accidentally knocked me over as she rushed to set fire to Snape at that Quidditch match. She broke my eye contact with you. Another few seconds, and I'd have got you off that broom. I'd have managed it before if Snape hadn't been muttering a counter-curse trying to save you." Hagrid had been right and Hermione wrong. When trying to understand what Snape is doing and why, it is not enough to read all about jinxes or jump to conclusions. Quirrell is the first in a series of Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers who serve as foils to Snape's character. We won't learn what kind of person Snape is until after he dies, but by contrasting him with the teachers whose job he purportedly covets, defining him in opposition to them, we see some of what he is not. Snape is clearly an unfair and spiteful teacher, and his protective aspect is not apparent. But he does not wish Harry dead, nor does he hide behind an innocuous facade as Quirrell does. Rowling writes Snape and Quirrell into several of the same scenes, 2 different faces of threat to Harry. At the start of Term Banquet, when Harry's scar hurts because of proximity to Voldemort, Quirrell is next to Snape, who is looking straight into Harry's eyes. Snape's hostility toward Harry and his stereotypical villainous appearance mask the true source of the threat to Harry. This happens again during the first Quidditch match. Snape looks so sinister casting spells at Harry and has built up such a record of baiting Harry in class that Hermione runs into the true enemy without even noticing. When Harry overhears Snape and Quirrell in the forest and sees Quirrell looking petrified, he assumes Quirrell is being bullied and feels an automatic kinship with him. Whenever Harry passed Quirrell these days, he gave him an encouraging sort of smile, and Ron had started telling people off for laughing at Quirrell's stutter. By the time Harry overhears someone threatening Quirrell, he'd have gambled 12 Sorcerer's Stones that it was Snape. leading to his disbelief when he finds that his enemy is not Snape, but Quirrell.
Snape was trying to save me. Of course, said Quirrell coolly. Why do you think he wanted to referee your next match? He was trying to make sure I didn't do it again. Funny, really. He needn't have bothered. I couldn't do anything with Dumbledore watching. All the other teachers thought Snape was trying to stop Gryffindor from winning. He did make himself unpopular.
Snape's reputation. What Quirrell says, though, is not enough to allow the reader to untangle all the complications that went into Snape's motives when he insisted upon playing Quidditch referee. We don't have the full picture yet. Did Snape really want to referee, or did someone order him to insist upon it? Did he truly want to stop Quirrell from killing Harry, or did he have to pretend as much because Dumbledore was watching? Did all the other teachers really think he was trying to stop Gryffindor from winning? It was certainly the most believable explanation about this teacher who has done everything in his power to help his students secure the house championship for the past 6 years. Likely, at least some, perhaps all, of the other teachers did think he was trying to cheat. It would not have been feasible for Dumbledore to have taken every teacher but Quirrell into his confidence. Snape was in a position, either voluntarily or under orders, to present a cover story that would attract active dislike from his colleagues. He was unable to defend himself by explaining his true motive, which involves doing work he sometimes dreads in order to protect a boy he can't stand. For the man who is all about modes of defense, to be unable to defend himself, to not be seen for his true self, must have been almost unbearable. The mystery of Snape's true motives. Does he truly want to prevent Harry's death? We have the clue that he looked angry before the match and spat upon the ground after. He was not trying to hide from Dumbledore that he loathed the experience, so we can guess that at least he was not actively hoping for Harry's death and hiding it from his boss, or he would have presented a smoother face. He was white-faced and tight-lipped by the end of the game. Perhaps he didn't want to be in the midst of Quidditch play and he looked angry because Dumbledore required him to join the game. Perhaps he just despised the clumsiness of the cover story. If Snape has no prior history of involvement in Quidditch, nobody would believe that he would want to referee unless he were driven by some ulterior motive. Contributing inexorably to the worsening of one's own reputation cannot be fun for anyone. The themes in the terms of Snape's employment begin to take shape for the reader. But Snape always seemed to hate me so much.
Oh, he does, said Quirrell casually. Heavens, yes. He was at Hogwarts with your father, didn't you know? They loathed each other, but he never wanted you dead.
Snape knew Harry's father? How could the adults in Harry's life have kept this information from him? They loathed each other? This brings to mind one of the few details anyone has given Harry about James. McGonagall telling Harry that James, an excellent Quidditch player himself, would have been proud of Harry's skills. The reader doesn't know yet that James, like Harry, had played Quidditch for Gryffindor. We can't guess yet that it's probably a nightmare come true for Snape to have a Potter flying at him on an expensive broom. He did not appear to want to referee, got no credit for doing so anyway, angered his colleagues, dodged a bludger attack from George Weasley, and could not defend himself by explaining. The only outlets for his feelings were the second penalty he awarded Hufflepuff for no reason at all, and his freedom to spit on the ground when it was all over. The one perverse mercy was that it was a phenomenally short game, thanks to Harry's skill, not a consideration to move Snape to gratitude. Hagrid was right. Snape never wanted Harry dead. We are meant to take Quirrell's word on this one. The wizard with Voldemort in his very head could surely sense Snape's feelings about this, and he has no reason to lie, since he thinks Harry won't survive much longer. Another series theme takes shape, the distinction between hating someone and believing they deserve to die. Dumbledore tells Harry that James, though he disliked Snape, didn't believe Snape deserved to die. Dumbledore sets up the Harry-Draco dynamic as a mirror to help Harry and the reader understand the enmity between Snape and James.
Well, they did rather detest each other, not unlike yourself and Mr. Malfoy, and then your father did something Snape could never forgive.
What?
He saved his life.
This startling information from Dumbledore introduces the concepts of unforgivables and life debts, which will figure importantly in later books.
Professor Snape couldn't bear being in your father's debt. I do believe he worked so hard to protect you this year because he felt that would make him and your father even. Then he could go back to hating your father's memory in peace.
Harry tried to understand this, but it made his head pound, so he stopped. Again, we don't have enough clues to understand what Dumbledore means. Any full reading of the Harry Potter series must include awareness that Rowling published this first installment without any guarantee that she would be able to publish another, let alone her grandiose dream of an entire 7-volume arc. The revelations at the end of Sorcerer's Stone are designed to be sufficient to close out the story, yet provocative enough to support subsequent investigation. Harry learns Snape is someone who is bound by his own ideas of honor and will force himself to do things he finds galling in order to provide protection, even for someone he dislikes. Dumbledore knows this about Snape, and Dumbledore is written to be his most omniscient, his most reassuring in Book 1 of the series. Judging by his response to having the Sorcerer's Stone so close, Snape does not seem to covet magical treasures. On the surface, this character is thoroughly unpleasant. Below the surface, he may be motivated by his desire to repay a debt, by honor or by protectiveness, but not greed. On another level, the reader's experience of seeing fragmented explanations for Snape's erratic, unpleasant behavior, the mystery of how trustworthy adults can work with him, despite his violations of common decency, is a potent reminder that this is how it feels to be a child in a world run by incomprehensible adults. Why do adults do anything? The literary experience of deciphering Severus Snape is the experience of maturing from a young person's understanding of the world. In this first novel of 7, we view Snape through the eyes of a child who has suffered from Snape's behavior. Why do some extraordinarily ill-tempered people even bother to become teachers? There must be some story behind it, because fondness for young students doesn't seem to be the primary motive. By the end of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, the triumph of 4 first years over Voldemort, Quirrell, and peer pressure has quite reasonably won the House Cup for Gryffindor.
Which means,
Dumbledore called over the storm of applause, for even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were celebrating the downfall of Slytherin,
we need a little change of decoration.
He clapped his hands. In an instant, the green hangings became scarlet and the silver became gold. The huge Slytherin serpent vanished, and a towering Gryffindor lion took its place. This decision of Rowling's has long been a point of discussion among some readers, who object to the cruelty of announcing the last-minute reversal by staging a victory for the Slytherin children and then taking it away publicly in front of competitors who wish them ill. It is true that we have seen Slytherins engage openly in unfair tactics for the House Cup competition, including Snape's biased point system and Draco's efforts to get Harry and Ron caught breaking curfew. Dumbledore's correction of the points total is an overdue declaration in favor of fairness. However, this correction could have been administered without the dramatic switch, which introduces elements of institutional taunting and humiliation. While even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were celebrating the downfall of Slytherin, Draco Malfoy looks stunned and horrified. And Shirley cannot be the only one to feel betrayed that the headmaster is leading 3/4 of the school to cheer against the remaining quarter. Disturbingly, the author presents the scene without any hint of sympathy for the Slytherins. Readers must either join in the cheers, which may not be a stretch for those who have endured bullying from classist, cowardly, cheating bullies like Draco, or if this disturbs them, they must step back from the story and set themselves in opposition to the author, who has condemned this kind of intergroup hostility so clearly when it comes from Slytherin characters. In this light, Slytherin's 6-year streak of winning the House Championship comes into focus as a campaign of pride and rebellion. The House Cup simply meant more to Slytherin than it did to other students. Snape had reason to grub for house points. We don't know yet that he was only 24 years old when the winning streak started, but it has been a remarkable achievement for a very young teacher. With everyone from the fellow students to the headmaster set against his Slytherin charges, we see that his snickering and bullying, still absolutely wrong, still shameful from a teacher, might seem to him and his students to be petty retaliation in the overpowering context of a school that is biased against them. Slytherin would have taken the loss of the House Championship hard under any circumstances, but with the emotional momentum of the last-minute switch and the cheering that ensued, Dumbledore has just guaranteed that Snape will be leading a lengthy, rageful group counseling session in the Slytherin common room. Retaliations will be forthcoming, and Snape will not be able to keep tabs on them all. It would be superhuman of the Slytherins not to take out their resentment of the Gryffindor headmaster on Gryffindor students, especially those who won the extra points. Harry may have defeated his mortal enemy at the end of his first year, but Snape's enmity is, by far, the greater part of his story. Dumbledore's House Cup theatrics have only reinforced Snape's ill will, and Harry will feel the repercussions as soon as the next year begins. Chapter 2: Severus Snape and the Chamber of Secrets. As the second book in the series, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets begins by reintroducing the main characters via their most typical traits. Snape, we are reminded, is cruel, sarcastic, and disliked by everyone except the students from his own house. He makes a memorable entrance, catching Harry and Ron as they speak ill of him. Harry spun around. There, his black robes rippling in a cold breeze, stood Severus Snape. He was a thin man with sallow skin, a hooked nose, and greasy, shoulder-length black hair. And at this moment, he was smiling in a way that told Harry he and Ron were in very deep trouble. This reintroduction shows Snape at his most iconic, with his unpleasant appearance and his preternatural ability to detect Harry's misdeeds. Snape's personal dislike of Harry. Harry and Ron start out the school year with a serious infraction, violating decrees against secrecy and underage magic by arriving at Hogwarts via flying car. Snape looks happier than ever to see them in trouble and crestfallen when he learns they will not be expelled. He will have to put up with Harry's presence after all, but he will soon have greater irritants, namely, the newest teacher at Hogwarts, an utter buffoon. Snape's opposition to the new defense teacher. We find Snape has been denied the Defense Against the Dark Arts position once again, this time in favor of a monstrously incompetent narcissist named Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart is the opposite of Snape in just about every way, starting with his looks. Matinee idol handsome, with wavy blonde hair and pastel robes. He is all surface, no substance. When his spells fail in public, he is unabashed. He produces nothing of value and steals credit for the work of others. He appears harmless, but reveals himself, in the end, to be evil and remorseless. In Sorcerer's Stone, it is unclear at what point Dumbledore knows Voldemort has moved into Quirrell's head. The deliberate lack of evidence permits a range of disturbing readings. Did Dumbledore know all along and permit a mass murderer in his classrooms? Did Dumbledore suspect nothing until after Voldemort's presence killed a teacher and nearly killed a student? With Chamber of Secrets, Rowling provides a bit more evidence that Dumbledore brings dangerous people into the school knowingly, and his staff must treat these criminals as colleagues. Hagrid explains that Dumbledore considered no other candidates for the position.
Getting very difficult to find anyone for the dark arts job. People aren't too keen to take it on, see? They're starting to think it's jinxed. No one's lasted long for a while now.
Perhaps Rowling felt she had been too subtle about Dumbledore's intentions, or that readers did not read her clues correctly because they found it too difficult to believe Dumbledore would hire a dangerous criminal to teach his students. In 2013, 15 years after the publication of Chamber of Secrets, Rowling confirmed Dumbledore knew what he was doing when he hired Lockhart. Many staff were baffled as to the reason that Albus Dumbledore chose to invite Gilderoy Lockhart back to Hogwarts as defense against the dark arts teacher. While it was true that it had become almost impossible to persuade anyone else to take the job, the rumor that it was cursed was gathering strength both inside and outside Hogwarts. Many teachers remembered Lockhart as thoroughly obnoxious, whatever his later achievements. Albus Dumbledore's plans, however, ran deep. He happened to have known two of the wizards for whose life's work Gilderoy Lockhart had taken credit, and was one of the only people in the world who thought he knew what Lockhart was up to. Dumbledore was convinced that Lockhart needed only to be put back into an ordinary school setting to be revealed as a charlatan and a fraud. Professor McGonagall, who had never liked Lockhart, asked Dumbledore what he thought students would learn from such a vain, celebrity-hungry man. Dumbledore replied that there is plenty to be learned even from a bad teacher. What not to do, how not to be. In Sorcerer's Stone, Snape's job regarding Defense Against the Dark Arts was to keep tabs on Quirrell until the Defense Against the Dark Arts position's curse helped rid the school of him. For Chamber of Secrets, the game is a bit more complex. Dumbledore again uses the terms of the curse to set an outside limit on how long Lockhart will plague the school. But Lockhart does not have an agenda to kill Harry, so Snape is not posted on guard duty over him. Instead, Lockhart serves as filler. As long as this unqualified man holds the defense post and absorbs the one-year curse on it, that post is essentially empty. Unknowingly, he provides a cover for Snape to be the true defense teacher that year. Rowling has Snape reveal this covert agenda during one moment only, when he must block Lockhart's false claims from interfering with true defense against the dark arts. Several beings have been petrified and can only be saved with a potion.
"I'll make it," Lockhart butted in. "I must have done it 100 times. I could whip up a mandrake restorative draught in my sleep." "Excuse me," said Snape icily, "but I believe I am the potions master at this school."
There was a very awkward pause. Someone or something within Hogwarts has declared a mysterious Chamber of Secrets to be open, threatening enemies of the heir of Slytherin who wanted to exclude Muggleborns from Hogwarts. Draco has taken the opportunity to further his own prejudices. At the first incident, when Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, is petrified, Draco shouts, "Enemies of the heir, beware! You'll be next, mudbloods!" Mudblood is an offensive term for Muggle-born witches and wizards, such as Hermione, who come from entirely non-magical backgrounds. Draco's cry declares a campaign of terror and potential hate crimes. Hermione is determined to find out what Draco knows about the attacks by impersonating Slytherins whom he trusts.
"All we'd need would be some polyjuice potion."
"What's that?" said Ron and Harry together.
"Snape mentioned it in class a few weeks ago."
"Do you think we've got nothing better to do in potions than listen to Snape?" muttered Ron. As usual, Hermione is memorizing everything Snape says. She may have an easier time paying attention to him because of the certainty that he will never look at her or acknowledge her, whereas most students, including Harry and Ron, find it preferable to avoid Snape's eye whenever possible. She wills Harry and Ron into brewing Polyjuice Potion with her. Unfortunately, the potion was only half finished. They still needed the bicorn horn and the boomslang skin, and the only place they were going to get them was from Snape's private stores. Harry privately felt he'd rather face Slytherin's legendary monster than let Snape catch him robbing his office. Once again, Rowling makes the point that to an abused child, great but distant evil may not be as frightening as petty tyranny in daily life. Hermione proposes that the boys create a diversion in potions class so she can steal what they need from Snape's private stores. Accordingly, Harry throws a firecracker into Goyle's cauldron. Goyle's potion exploded, showering the whole class. People shrieked as splashes of the swelling solution hit them. Malfoy got a faceful and his nose began to swell like a balloon. Goyle blundered around, his hands over his eyes, which had expanded to the size of a dinner plate. Snape was trying to restore calm and find out what had happened. Through the confusion, Harry saw Hermione slip quietly into Snape's office. True to form, Hermione gets away with stealing right under Snape's nose, while Snape is preoccupied with his ill will toward Harry. "If I ever find out who threw this," Snape whispered, "I shall make sure that person is expelled." Harry arranged his face into what he hoped was a puzzled expression. Snape was looking right at him, and the bell that rang 10 minutes later could not have been more welcome. Then follows one of Rowling's cleverest, most subtle storytelling moments. At 2 points in Chamber of Secrets, she employs strategies of wordlessness or omission to plant clues about what Snape is really thinking. "Snape can't prove it was you," said Ron reassuringly to Harry. "What can he do?" "Knowing Snape, something foul," said Harry as the potion frothed and bubbled. A week later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were walking across the entrance hall when they saw a small knot of people gathered around the notice board, reading a piece of parchment that had just been pinned up. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas beckoned them over, looking excited. "They're starting a dueling club," said Seamus. "First meeting tonight. I wouldn't mind dueling lessons. They might come in handy one of these days." The two conversations are separated by a double-spaced line break, a week in time, and a change of scene, but they occur consecutively. Dueling Club is the answer to Ron's rhetorical question. What can Snape do? Tensions between opposing groups of students are so volatile that someone has created an actual explosion in his class, causing physical harm. He can't know Harry was only trying to create a diversion. He probably thinks Harry wanted to hurt Goyle. It would be a reasonable conclusion for any teacher to reach. Dumbledore is no closer to finding the culprit, but Snape must defend against the dark arts. He must teach the children to resist the suspicion and hostility that increase in atmospheres of heightened fear. Or if they cannot resist, he must program defenses into them before the fighting escalates further. What would a person do if they wanted to teach de-escalation without revealing that they personally oppose certain aggressive movements? If they work with Gilderoy Lockhart, they might mention the idea of a workshop, suggest that they have personal expertise in the subject, then sit back and let Lockhart's nature take its course. "Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape," said Lockhart, flashing a wide smile. "He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin." Sometimes readers, especially young readers who are accustomed to trusting adults, are uncertain who suggested the dueling club. Lockhart says it was his idea, and nobody contradicts him. Could he have been telling the truth this one time? It is a fun exercise to point readers to clues that Rowling has scattered around this book. Lockhart is remarkably consistent, and even the most resilient teachers can't hide their annoyance. Lockhart ruffles Professor Sprout.
Just been showing Professor Sprout the right way to doctor a whomping willow, but I don't want you running away with the idea that I'm better at herbology than she is. I just happen to have met several of these exotic plants on my travels.
"Greenhouse 3 today, chaps," said Professor Sprout, who was looking distinctly disgruntled, not at all her usual cheerful self. Disgusts Hagrid.
"Giving me advice on getting kelpies out of a whale,"
growled Hagrid, moving a half-plucked rooster off his scrubbed table and setting down the teapot.
"Like I don't know. I'm banging on about some banshee he banished. If one word of it was true, I'll eat my kettle."
Doesn't seem to care that he is completely ignorant about healing spells.
"Doesn't know what he's saying,"
said Lockhart loudly to the anxious crowd of Gryffindors pressing around them.
"Not to worry, Harry. I'm about to fix your arm."
"No," said Harry. "I'll keep it like this, thanks." And seems to be saying he is an international-level athlete.
"Tomorrow's the first Quidditch match of the season, I believe. Gryffindor against Slytherin, is it not? I hear you're a useful player. I was a seeker, too. I was asked to try for the national squad, but preferred to dedicate my life to the eradication of the dark forces. Still, if ever you feel the need for a little private training, don't hesitate to ask. Always happy to pass on my expertise to less able players."
Readers can see from these examples and others that Rowling has crafted a portrait of a man with a compulsion to claim others' ideas and abilities for his own, impervious to resistance. It is a near certainty that Lockhart will appropriate any good idea, unwittingly providing cover if anyone wants to advance a surreptitious agenda of their own. Lockhart and his less gifted assistant take their positions to duel. Ron whispers to Harry, "Wouldn't it be good if they finished each other off?" At this point, Snape is just as worthless as Lockhart to them. Lockhart doesn't seem to have a plan about which spells to teach. Both of them swung their wands above their heads and pointed them at their opponent. Snape cried, "Expelliarmus!" There was a dazzling flash of scarlet light, and Lockhart was blasted off his feet. He flew backward off the stage, smashed into the wall, and slid down it to sprawl on the floor. Snape's defensive magic is powerful enough to knock down an opponent. Disarmament can overpower attack without introducing further aggression. An unsettled Lockhart decides the students will pair up for the next exercise. Harry moved automatically toward Hermione.
"I don't think so,"
said Snape, smiling coldly.
"Mr. Malfoy, come over here. Let's see what you make of the famous Potter. And you, Miss Granger. You can partner Miss Bulstrode."
Malfoy strutted over, smirking. Behind him walked a Slytherin girl who reminded Harry of a picture he'd seen in Holidays with Hags. Why is Snape pairing up students who would like nothing better than to hurt one another? Is he hoping his Slytherins will teach some Gryffindors a lesson?
"Wands at the ready," shouted Lockhart. "When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponents. Only to disarm them. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2, 3.
Harry swung his wand high, but Malfoy had already started on 2. His spell hit Harry so hard he felt as though he'd been hit over the head with a saucepan. Overcome by animosity, Harry and Draco forget about disarming and simply attack one another. "Stop! Stop!" screamed Lockhart, but Snape took charge.
"Finite incantatem,"
he shouted. Harry's feet stopped dancing. Malfoy stopped laughing, and they were able to look up. A haze of greenish smoke was hovering over the scene. Both Neville and Justin were lying on the floor, panting. Ron was holding up an ashen-faced Seamus, apologizing for whatever his broken wand had done. But Hermione and Millicent Bulstrode were still moving. Millicent had Hermione in a headlock, and Hermione was whimpering in pain. Both their wands lay forgotten on the floor. Lockhart and Snape are teaching two different lessons. The friendly pairs are gaining introductory experience with supportive peers. Their energies are moderately elevated, and they are in a receptive state for learning. The enemies paired up by Snape are undergoing a different experience entirely. They are flooded by such enmity that they forget they are in a lesson and ought to follow instructions. It seems likely that Hermione disarmed Millicent as instructed, but once Millicent attacked, even Hermione forgot about her wand. The state of true combat bypasses reason and engages a different set of responses. Lockhart is teaching a gentlemanly sport, a parlor game. Snape is reproducing the life-threatening tensions currently disrupting the school and tailoring the lesson to take that combative mindset into account. In sport, one hexes according to rules of etiquette. In fighting, such thinking puts you at a disadvantage. The skills learned under casual conditions may not transfer to true danger, but the reflexes and drilling learned from combat training can, if they are well managed, transfer successfully to any situation. Untrained fighters do not know how they will react under strain. They may panic, default to unsuitable techniques, overreact, or freeze. Snape is teaching the students some default options if they find themselves in true conflict. So far, he has taught them Expelliarmus, to disarm an enemy, and Finite Incantatem, to end a hex. He has demonstrated de-escalation only. Even Lockhart is beginning to catch on.
I think I'd better teach you how to block unfriendly spells, said Lockhart, standing flustered in the midst of the hall. He glanced at Snape, whose black eyes glinted, and looked quickly away. Let's have a volunteer pair. Longbottom and Fitch-Fletchley. How about you? A bad idea, Professor Lockhart, said Snape, gliding over like a large and malevolent bat. Longbottom causes devastation with the simplest spells. We'll be sending what's left of Finch-Fletchley up to the hospital wing in a matchbox.
Neville's round pink face went pinker.
How about Malfoy and Potter?
Said Snape with a twisted smile. The twisted smile here is the same as the twisted smile from Sorcerer's Stone, when Snape is indirectly warning the kids to draw less attention to themselves. Snape has an agenda he will not divulge. He, and the author, will distract from this, especially from the possibility that it is a good agenda, by adding a touch of nastiness. Readers can be so disturbed by his disgraceful undermining of Neville that they might assume his motives for teaming up Draco and Harry are equally unpleasant. Snape whispers a suggestion to Draco, and both Slytherins smirk. Maybe he does enjoy the thought of Slytherin showing up Gryffindors. He looks like he thinks he has this under control. Malfoy raised his wand quickly and bellowed, "Serpensortia!" The end of his wand exploded. Harry watched, aghast, as a long black snake shot out of it, fell heavily onto the floor between them, and raised itself, ready to strike. There were screams as the crowd backed swiftly away, clearing the floor.
"Don't move, Potter,"
said Snape lazily, clearly enjoying the sight of Harry standing motionless, eye to eye with the angry snake.
"I'll get rid of it."
Snape does vanish the snake, but not before Harry shocks everybody by revealing himself to be a parcel mouth. Snape, too, was looking at Harry in an unexpected way. It was a shrewd and calculating look, and Harry didn't like it. Shrewd and calculating tell us this information means something to Snape, something unfrightening but tricky. new, and well beyond the scope of Lockhart's understanding. We don't learn anything more specific about his thoughts, but clearly he had not expected Harry to demonstrate more facility with snakes than students from Slytherin's own house. Whatever other motives he had for his many actions during dueling club, it seems likely he suggested Serpensortia to Draco as a display of Slytherin pride, not an opportunity for Harry to upstage everyone. Slytherins have not forgotten the previous year's ignominious loss of the House Championship to Gryffindor, especially the taunting way the Gryffindor headmaster announced a victory for Slytherin and then staged an ostentatious reversal to cheers. We know from Lucius Malfoy's reprimand in Borgin and Burke's that Draco was brooding on favoritism all summer. As the Gryffindor Quidditch team discovers, Lucius has been paying attention to his child's grievances, and he's been in touch with Snape about them. The Gryffindors are about to start a practice session when the Slytherin team kicks them off the pitch. They were armed with a note from Snape, a new seeker, and 7 gleaming Nimbus 2001 brooms, courtesy of that new seeker's father. 7 expensive brooms better than Harry's Nimbus 2000? Isn't that a bit excessive of Lucius Malfoy? Is that even fair? This extravagance may seem a disproportionate response to a school grudge, but if we reconsider events from Sorcerer's Stone, we can start to see that from a Slytherin perspective, the story can look quite different. It's worthwhile to refresh our memories with a few questions. Are first years allowed to bring their own broomsticks? Why did Harry have one as a first year? Are first years allowed on the Quidditch teams? Why was Harry? Who usually pays for student brooms? Who paid for Harry's? Did Harry need help paying for a broom? How did the rest of the school react when Slytherin lost the House Cup at the leaving feast? It may be that from a Slytherin perspective, Hogwarts under Dumbledore has demonstrated such entrenched institutional bias that it would be impossible for Slytherins to win anything fairly. Perhaps the best they can hope for is to offset the bias themselves from a position of relative weakness. If Dumbledore's favorite gets a school-funded broom, a private donor can do the same for the Slytherin team, at least, even if fairness is out of reach. Draco knows his father has gone to this expense, which is more than would be expected of any school parent. He doesn't know that when his father was drumming his fingers in Borgin and Burke's, appearing to dismiss Draco's complaints about favoritism, Lucius was actually anxious to begin a revenge campaign to destabilize Dumbledore's administration by unleashing Slytherin's monster to kill Muggleborns. As Harry and Ron learn when they impersonate Crabbe and Goyle, Draco doesn't know who's unleashing the monster. Lucius has shielded his child from his doings, preserving Draco's innocence and deniability. Father says to keep my head down and let the heir of Slytherin get on with it. He says the school needs ridding of all the mud-blood filth, but not to get mixed up in it. His campaign of destabilization creates an atmosphere of suspicion that only leads the rest of the students to marginalize Slytherins further. That's 2 Gryffindors down, not counting a Gryffindor ghost, 1 Ravenclaw, and 1 Hufflepuff, said the Weasley twins' friend, Lee Jordan, counting on his fingers. Haven't any of the teachers noticed that the Slytherins are all safe? Isn't it obvious all the stuff's coming from Slytherin? The heir of Slytherin, the monster of Slytherin. Why don't they chuck all the Slytherins out? He roared to nods and scattered applause. Lee Jordan's reaction is the same kind of fear that led to Slytherin's rift with the other founders in the first place. According to Professor Binns, Salazar Slytherin thought Hogwarts would be safer if they could just purge the school of all Muggleborns. This entire volume is about the danger of dormant resentments that can be awakened in an atmosphere of suspicion. Slytherin's reaction to Dumbledore's public humiliation of them at the Sorcerer's Stone leaving feast may have contributed directly to Lucius Malfoy's retaliatory attacks on Muggleborns. Snape's reputation. What does Snape think about all this? We know he works to advocate for the interests of Slytherin students within the school above all. That is a constant. He loathes Harry personally, although he doesn't wish Harry dead. That is also a constant. He may be feigning opposition to the attacks in order to fool Dumbledore and his colleagues. He may be feigning surreptitious support for the attacks underneath a cover of neutrality in order to escape suspicion from Voldemort's sympathizers. At this point, the readers know nothing about Snape's family background and how he might feel about purebloods and muggleborns. Is he egging on Draco's gloating threats? Is he in sympathy with Lucius's anti-Muggleborn agenda of genocide? Is he pleased Lucius has gotten the Board of Governors to suspend Dumbledore? Through a masterfully infinitesimal fissure in her narrative, using silence rather than words, Rowling makes it just possible to discern a hint of Snape's feelings about the attacks on Muggleborns. Blink, and you'll miss it. It's too early in the game for Rowling to surrender more than a glimpse of Snape's true self. Hermione is absent from potions class because she's in the hospital wing, petrified. Snape swept past Harry, making no comment about Hermione's empty seat and cauldron. By now, we know that when Snape is conscious of Hermione, he makes no acknowledgement. "I'm quite surprised the mudbloods haven't all packed their bags by now," Malfoy went on. "Bet you 5 galleons the next one dies. Pity it wasn't Granger." The bell rang at that moment, which was lucky. At Malfoy's last words, Ron had leapt off his stool, and in the scramble to collect bags and books, his attempts to reach Malfoy went unnoticed. "Let me at him," Ron growled as Harry and Dean hung onto his arms. "I don't care. I don't need my wand. I'm going to kill him with my bare hands." "Hurry up. I've got to take you all to herbology," barked Snape over the class's heads, and off they marched, with Harry, Ron, and Dean bringing up the rear, Ron still trying to get loose. Hyper-vigilant Snape has an uncanny ability to sense and punish Gryffindor aggression against any Slytherin, especially Draco. But here, Ron spends several minutes under Snape's supervision lunging at Draco, growling death threats, forcibly restrained by 2 other Gryffindors. Snape might miss the occasional moment, but not a struggle that lasts for the entire walk to the castle doors. Through careful use of the passive voice, his attempts to reach Malfoy went unnoticed. Rowling hints that Snape saw Ron's anger, but let it pass unremarked. We don't know yet if Snape has a history around Slytherin boys wishing death on Muggleborn girls. We only know that something about Draco's comment overrides Snape's usual eagerness to take Draco's side against Gryffindor's, the only instance of such a thing happening in the series. The mystery of Snape's true motives. Like all the other proper teachers at Hogwarts, when it comes to matters of life and death, Snape's protectiveness extends even to the students he dislikes. When Snape initiates a thoroughly enjoyable ouster of Lockhart from the staff room, it's the first time Rowling presents Snape's powers in an unambiguously positive light, a source of glee uniting all characters and readers who side with Hogwarts and against Lockhart. He may be a git, but he's our git, and we savor the sight of him giving Lockhart what he deserves. Snape stepped forward. "Just the man," he said. "The very man. A girl has been snatched by the monster, Lockhart, taken into the Chamber of Secrets itself. Your moment has come at last." Lockhart blanched. "I certainly remember you saying you were sorry you hadn't had a crack at the monster before Hagrid was arrested," said Snape. "Didn't you say that the whole affair had been bungled and that you should have been given a free rein from the first?" McGonagall finishes what Snape started, demonstrating once again that the two work beautifully together. "We'll leave it to you then, Gilderoy," said Professor McGonagall. "Tonight will be an excellent time to do it. We'll make sure everyone's out of your way. You'll be able to tackle the monster all by yourself. A free rein at last." Lockhart gazed desperately around him, but nobody came to the rescue. He didn't look remotely handsome anymore. His lip was trembling, and in the absence of his usually toothy grin, he looked weak-chinned and feeble.
Very well," he said. I'll be in my office, getting ready."
Notably, this man, who is the opposite of Snape in every way, didn't look remotely handsome when exposed, at last, for his true self. Rowling is training her young readers to understand that when they learn long-hidden truths about ugly characters, no matter how hook-nosed and greasy-haired, they may see these characters in a new light. Snape's ugliness is reflected from a different angle by another character, Argus Filch, whose rage is as constant as Snape's, but is played for laughs rather than bitterness. Alas, for Filch, even Snape finds him a figure of fun. When Filch is distraught over the petrified Mrs. Norris, Snape wears a most peculiar expression, as though he was trying hard not to smile. It is rather unfair that Filch gets so little respect, considering that Filch has doctored Snape's dog bites, reported to him about wayward students, and backs him up on many issues, including Snape's conviction that Harry ought to be punished for withholding information about the attacks.
"Innocent until proven guilty, Severus," Dumbledore said firmly.
Snape looked furious. So did Filch.
"My cat has been petrified,"
he shrieked, his eyes popping.
"I want to see some punishment."
When Ron learns Filch is a squib, a non-magical person born into a wizarding family, he says, it would explain a lot, like why he hates students so much. Filch deals with his worry over Mrs. Norris by lunging out at unsuspecting students and trying to put them in detention for things like breathing loudly and looking happy. It's as though Filch is the burlesque version of Snape without the gravitas. In other words, Filch shows us what Snape would have been without magic. Snape is off stage for much of Chamber of Secrets. He brews the mandrake restorative draught that brings Hermione out of her fairy tale-like stillness, but we don't see that. The effects of his teaching this year on Harry's story are nearly invisible, but profound. Harry learns that some types of spells require specific emotions or thoughts from the caster. As he has learned from Snape and will never forget, the emotions of dueling an enemy create different magical conditions than dueling a friend. Spikes of loyalty and courage conjure Fawkes and the Sword of Gryffindor for Harry, and to open the Chamber of Secrets, you don't have to be the heir of Slytherin. You just have to know how the heir of Slytherin would feel, as Ginny does when she's possessed, and as Ron will, years later, after the Locket Horcrux briefly possesses him. This is one of Rowling's most important themes, that empathy is the basis of powerful magic. When he first learns he is a Parselmouth, Harry has to learn for himself how to work with this rare gift. He has no one to teach him. Harry tried to say something in Parseltongue. The words wouldn't come. It seemed he had to be face to face with the snake to do it. But when the stakes are high, when Ginny's life is on the line, his elevated sense of urgency spurs him to work out a way to speak it at will. The only times he'd ever managed to speak Parseltongue were when he'd been faced with a real snake. He stared hard at the tiny engraving, trying to imagine it was real. "Open up," he said. He looked at Ron, who shook his head. "English," he said. Harry looked back at the snake, willing himself to believe it was alive. If he moved his head, the candlelight made it look as though it were moving. "Open up," he said. Except that the words weren't what he heard. A strange hissing had escaped him, and at once the tap glowed with a brilliant white light and began to spin. Harry learns that his magic works the same whether he is actually facing a snake or just reproducing the feeling of facing one. It may be all in his mind, but that doesn't mean it isn't real. He saw a solid wall ahead on which 2 entwined serpents were carved, their eyes set with great glinting emeralds. Harry approached, his throat very dry. There was no need to pretend these stone snakes were real. Their eyes looked strangely alive. He could guess what he had to do. He cleared his throat, and the emerald eyes seemed to flicker. "Open," said Harry in a low, faint hiss. With this third attempt at Parseltongue, Harry has attained mastery of the conditions he needs to cast this magic. He's applied what he learned when Snape paired him with Draco rather than Ron to learn Expelliarmus, to learn to cast magic when truly threatened. It is not enough to practice the spell while calm. It works better to practice while experiencing or imagining the feeling of threat. Expelliarmus, the disarming charm, is just a magical form of disarmament, the Muggle de-escalation of conflict or prevention of harm by the removal of weapons. The Cornish pixies from Lockhart's first class perform a crudely effective version on Lockhart. One of the pixies seized his wand and threw it out of the window. Harry and Ron mirror that move in Lockhart's office when he tries to obliviate them and escape without rescuing Ginny. Harry bellowed, "Expelliarmus!" Lockhart was blasted backward, falling over his trunk. His wand flew high into the air. Ron caught it and flung it out of the open window. "Shouldn't have let Professor Snape teach us that one," said Harry furiously, kicking Lockhart's trunk aside. Tiny, almost throwaway details from these scenes will reoccur years later at the climactic points of the series. When Draco disarms Dumbledore with Expelliarmus, Harry sees Dumbledore's wand flying in an arc over the edge of the ramparts. The Pixie's non-magical disarming of Lockhart will be repeated in Deathly Hallows when Harry manually disarms Draco. And when Harry defeats Voldemort in their final battle, he does so by casting Expelliarmus with Draco's wand. Just as second-year Harry tells Lockhart, "Shouldn't have let Professor Snape teach us that one," Rowling's specific wording, Draco's wand, emphasizes the provenance of the protective magic that disarms Voldemort in the final battle. In both cases, the point is subtle, buried, difficult to remember in the midst of all the action. But it's there. Snape, who hated Harry and yet taught him magic to defend against Lockhart, is the source of the only thing Harry learned in defense against the dark arts throughout his second year, Expelliarmus. And that spell turns out to be enough. Snape ensured Draco and Harry, who hate each other, learned to duel under conditions of genuine hostility by pairing them as opponents. He ensured that they learned Expelliarmus. He ingrained disarmament into them so that in moments of mortal pressure, it would be their default magic. This is something teachers can do with young students who have not even entered their teens. They are not yet old enough to resist the training they absorb from their environments. If they are conditioned at this age to use slurs and explode one another's cauldrons, they will default to those behaviors later, and someone will get hurt. But if they are conditioned to disarm and to block unfriendly spells, those will become their defaults. This is not what Lucius Malfoy sent Draco to Hogwarts to learn, but this is how Snape quietly subverted Lucius and taught Draco to do less harm while maintaining genuine and highly visible animosity toward the Malfoys' enemies. And it was enough. Snape's teaching is subtle enough that Harry and Ron do not reject Expelliarmus for coming from Snape, but practice it on their own at school, and use it against Draco to prevent the diary from falling into Draco's hands. They practice it while heading home on the Hogwarts Express. They practice it until it becomes their nature, so whether it's time for Draco to claim the Elder Wand from Dumbledore or for Harry to claim it from Voldemort, this humble spell will be all they need. They can both cast it equally, using each other's wands interchangeably, because Harry's magic and Draco's magic are compatible. They learned from the same teacher. Chapter 3. Severus Snape and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban is the happiest book of the 7-book series. Many readers cite it as their favorite. For one thing, there's no Voldemort. For another, almost everyone gets something they want. Harry gets a godfather, Sirius gets freedom, Lupin gets a friend back. Hermione gets extra time, Wormtail escapes with his life, so does Buckbeak. The students get a good defense teacher, Ron gets a wand, and a sandwich from his mother that isn't corned beef. Severus Snape and the Prisoner of Azkaban, on the other hand, would be an unrelenting nightmare of a book. What Snape sees throughout Harry's 3rd year is different from what almost anyone else sees, and this obstructed perspective compounds with ever more traumatic reminders of Snape's past until Snape has a full-blown post-traumatic episode in front of the Minister of Magic at the very moment other characters are rejoicing. There is relief from trauma in this book, but not for Snape. Plot spoilers ahead. The plot of Prisoner of Azkaban features several intricately linked storylines with a common theme of returning to the past to gain perspective. The Marauders. We learn about Harry's late father James and his friends Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, who called themselves the Marauders when they were at Hogwarts. The Prisoner of Azkaban of the title is Sirius Black, the first wizard ever known to break out of Azkaban, the wizard prison. He is the most wanted man in magical Britain, wrongly believed to be a Death Eater who betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort and then committed mass murder. Sirius escapes Azkaban by somehow getting past the Dementors, prison guards who destroy people by draining them of happiness. He heads to Hogwarts intending to kill Pettigrew, but is mistakenly believed to be targeting Harry. We learn at the end of the book that Peter Pettigrew committed the crimes, framed Sirius, then faked his own death and went into hiding as the Weasley family's pet rat. Dumbledore hires Remus Lupin, the 4th member of the Marauders, to be the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for the year. As James Potter is dead and Peter Pettigrew is believed dead, Lupin knows Sirius better than any other living person and can provide the most insightful help to Dumbledore in defending Hogwarts students against his attacks. Dumbledore and the Hogwarts staff know Lupin is a werewolf, but they keep this information confidential to protect him from discrimination that excludes werewolves from schools and jobs. Snape versus the Marauders. The Marauders, all Gryffindors, bullied Snape when they were students together, culminating in near murder. Sirius lured Snape into Lupin's path when Lupin was in werewolf form, an act he minimized as a prank, but Snape would have been killed if James hadn't risked his own life to pull Snape back. Dumbledore forbade teen Snape to speak of this event in any way that would reveal Lupin's lycanthropy. Judging from Snape's behavior at the end of this book, he seems to have been traumatized by the combination of these 3 elements: the sustained bullying, the near-fatal prank, and the silencing. Trauma. Azkaban is guarded by Dementors, creatures who fill people's minds with their worst memories while suppressing the good ones. The Ministry suspects that Sirius is headed to Hogwarts and sends Dementors there to track him. As long as the Dementors are on the grounds, everyone at Hogwarts is at greater risk of being overwhelmed by their worst memories. This is torment for everybody, but much more so for those who have trauma in their histories, as Harry finds out. When Harry comes in contact with Dementors, he is overwhelmed by post-traumatic flashbacks. We see an example when Harry is attacked by Dementors at a Quidditch game. His flashbacks to his mother's murder when he was 1 year old, combined with his baby self's overriding need to defend her, supersede his awareness of the present moment. He forgets he's 13 years old. He forgets that he's flying, and he falls from the sky. At least 100 Dementors, their hidden faces pointing up at him, were standing beneath him. It was as though freezing water were rising in his chest, cutting at his insides. And then he heard it again. Someone was screaming inside his head. A woman. Not Harry, please, not Harry.
Stand aside, you silly girl. Stand aside now.
Not Harry, please, no. Take me, kill me instead.
Numbing, swirling white mist was filling Harry's brain. What was he doing? Why was he flying? He needed to help her. She was going to die. She was going to be murdered. He was falling through the icy mist. Prisoners of Azkaban live in 2 temporal realities, one in real time and another trapped in their minds. This is what happens to survivors of trauma when they experience a flashback. They lose awareness of the present moment because the terrible memory they're reliving feels more real. When Dementors are prevalent, as in Harry's 3rd year, Rowling is indicating her characters will be heavily affected by troubles from the past. The Time Turner. McGonagall has borrowed a time turner this year so Hermione can turn back time to take more classes. Professor McGonagall made me swear I wouldn't tell anyone. She had to write all sorts of letters to the Ministry of Magic so I could have one. She had to tell them that I was a model student and that I'd never, ever use it for anything except my studies. Why might McGonagall have gone to such lengths to secure this opportunity for Hermione? As a Muggle-born, 2nd-year Hermione had already been more invested in fighting the mysterious attacks than Half-Blood Harry or Pure-Blood Ron, viewing learning as her best defense for survival. As a gifted student at a school with no accelerated track, she would have been meeting with her head of house anyway for ways to match her academic needs. By the end of her 2nd year, as someone who lost weeks of her education to being petrified, she would have been even more anxious to make up the time. She soon learns in her 3rd year that a doubled school day is not sustainable. Harry notices that she looks almost as tired as Lupin. This serves as a comment on privilege. Those with disabilities, such as Lupin, or oppressed minorities, such as Hermione, must work much harder than their peers to stand any chance of holding their own. She discovers, though, that overwork and sleep deprivation lead to irritability and fits of temper. This will be a useful insight into Snape's temperament as his workloads increase through the series. The Time Turner and Snape. When Ron sees Snape glaring at Lupin and hisses to Harry to look at Snape, those words encapsulate Snape's function in the overall story. Anytime you want to know where the story is, look at Snape. Snape is always the story, whether he wants to be or not, even if his work sometimes requires him to remain unseen. As Dumbledore explains to Harry about Hermione's time turner, that's the cardinal rule for any magical person returning to scenes from their own past, especially if they're doing so with hopes for a different, better outcome. If all goes well, you will be able to save more than one innocent life tonight. But remember this, both of you, you must not be seen. Miss Granger, you know the law. You know what is at stake. You must not be seen. We have seen the effect on Snape when he encounters bad memories from the past. Sorcerer's Stone was the first year that Snape had to teach Potter, look-alike child of a hated old classmate who'd been pre-selected for glory and favoritism above the people Snape is trying to nurture. All that year, he had to force himself to work undercover and without credit to protect this child, even when it put him into nightmare scenarios like a near collision in midair at a Quidditch match. In Chamber of Secrets, Snape covertly drilled students in de-escalation, including a protege who was actively championing Death Eater ideas. We don't know it yet, but the sight of a young Slytherin spreading hate is certain to remind Snape of his past. In Prisoner of Azkaban, though, Snape encounters full-on trauma. It builds throughout the year for him as the exact same people from his past return to Hogwarts to terrorize students and put them in actual mortal danger. Rowling carefully makes it tricky for readers to see this because Snape is operating on partial or incorrect information for much of this book, and as always, his good intentions are obscured by his personal ill will. But through all of this school year, Snape is trying to save kids from suffering as he did. Eventually, his efforts are frustrated so thoroughly that he throws a screaming fit in front of the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who worries Snape is mentally ill, but Dumbledore says he is not. Snape is experiencing post-traumatic flashback. This is a fantastic volume for showing point of view. What one character sees is literally not what another sees. Harry and Lupin can command the map. Snape and Dumbledore cannot. Hermione can see the recent past from a different vantage point, and so, later, can Harry. Snape's view of Lupin has been shaped by memories of bullying and near death, but Dumbledore has forbidden anyone to speak of those events, keeping the current students completely uninformed. At the beginning of this volume, Snape appears to hate the personable, gifted new teacher for no reason except that Snape covets the Defense Against the Dark Arts job that he's not virtuous enough to hold. At the end, Snape is knocked out for the part of the story that disproves his worst suspicions and sees only that once again a Potter involvement has helped Sirius get away with attempted murder. As far as Snape knows, nothing has changed. Snape's year in overview. As mentioned in previous chapters, a few major issues remain constant from year to year, forming a sort of checklist of Snape's progress in the larger story. Snape's personal dislike of Harry. On the first day of third-year potions, Snape is as petty as ever, even teaming up with 13-year-old students to indulge his malice. He can be relied upon to act this way whenever he oversees Slytherins and Gryffindors together. When Draco exaggerates an injury and pretends he needs help with potions, Snape plays along with an unpleasant smile, ordering Ron and Harry to do Draco's work. "And sir, I'll need the shrivel fig skinned," said Malfoy, his voice full of malicious laughter.
"Potter, you can skin Malfoy's shrivel fig," said Snape, giving Harry the look of loathing he always reserved just for him. Snape's opposition to the new defense teacher. Snape's response to the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher is a reliable predictor of the tenor of his upcoming school year. This year, there's a new twist. Snape appears to loathe this man the same way he loathes Harry. This hints we will learn something about the origins of Snape's antipathy for a child who did nothing to incur it. "Look at Snape," Ron hissed in Harry's ear. Professor Snape, the potions master, was staring along the staff table at Professor Lupin. It was common knowledge that Snape wanted the Defense Against the Dark Arts job, but even Harry, who hated Snape, was startled at the expression twisting his thin, sallow face. It was beyond anger. It was loathing. Harry knew that expression only too well. It was the look Snape wore every time he set eyes on Harry. Why does Snape loathe Lupin? We'll need a time-turner to find out. Snape's reputation. Snape's reputation this year is explicitly connected to his rumored desire for the Defense Against the Dark Arts job. It is bad enough that anyone is willing to believe this brilliant man's highest dream is to teach the same dunderheads a different subject. It is bad enough that, according to rumor, even Quirrell and Lockhart deserved the job more than he did.
But the worst thing is when Snape must collude in perpetuating this image of himself while prohibited from saying anything in his own defense. Through Harry's time with the Dursleys, we get a glimpse of how it feels to be silenced, forced to support defamatory lies about the self, forbidden to speak in one's own defense. When the abusive Aunt Marge comes to visit, Vernon and Petunia lie that Harry attends St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys.
"What?" Harry yelled. "And you'll be sticking with that story, boy, or there'll be trouble," spat Uncle Vernon.
Harry restrains himself as long as Marge restricts her abuse to him, but when she insults his parents, he loses control. A sympathetic response to an attack on others can be harder to endure than an attack on the self, even if the threat is not real. After all, Harry's parents are dead. If it's compounded by love for the attacked, the distress can be beyond endurance. But as we shall see by the end of Severus Snape and the Prisoner of Azkaban, protectiveness of others can be stronger and harder to control than protectiveness for the self, even without personal liking for the victim. The mystery of Snape's true motives. Above all, the mystery of Snape's true motives remains constant and in the foreground. Is his potion protecting Lupin or poisoning him? As usual, Hermione argues that whatever's going on in Snape's secretive mind, he's not trying to cause damage.
But if he,
Hermione dropped her voice, glancing nervously around.
If he was trying to poison Lupin, he wouldn't have done it in front of Harry.
But what is he trying to do? It's clearly something complex that the children and the reader are not yet allowed to know.
Some people reckon,
Harry hesitated, then plunged recklessly on.
Some people reckon Snape would do anything to get the Defense Against the Dark Arts job.
Lupin drained the goblet and pulled a face.
"Disgusting," he said. "Well, Harry, I'd better get back to work. I'll see you at the feast later."
"Right," said Harry, putting down his empty teacup. The empty goblet was still smoking. Still smoking. With this irresistible flourish, Rowling celebrates the joy of intrigue. The game is afoot. Snape's attitude toward this Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher is very different from his attitudes towards Quirrell, whom he was ordered to tail, and Lockhart, the decoy who took the brunt of the curse on the position while Snape surreptitiously taught defense. Dumbledore hired Lupin in a different capacity, as an ally against an attacker believed to be using dark magic, not as a danger to be exposed. Unlike his predecessors, Lupin was hired to do actual teaching and does it well. Like his predecessors, Lupin has a secret, his lycanthropy, which Dumbledore has forbidden his staff to reveal to the students and their families. While Lupin holds the defense position, Snape's overtime duties are downgraded from de facto defense teacher and Auror to support staff. Lupin's on-call substitute and his private apothecary, since few other than Snape have the talent to brew wolfsbane, the potion that allows werewolves to keep their human minds when transformed. Hogwarts finally has a true defense master, as even Snape acknowledges in his sneering way. This is supposed to be your area of expertise, Lupin. So why does Snape continue to rush to scenes of possible dark magic, such as the slashing of the Gryffindor portrait, along with the defense master, the headmaster, and the deputy headmistress? Snape is only a head of house, like Flitwick and Sprout, who are not hurrying forward. In previous years, Dumbledore has required his presence to hold the nominal defense teacher in check and to be the unofficial Hogwarts expert on the dark arts. This year, Lupin doesn't need to be checked. But as Lupin tells Harry, he is not particularly knowledgeable about some forms of fighting dark magic. "I don't pretend to be an expert at fighting Dementors, Harry. Quite the contrary." Snape, however, probably does have some knowledge, at least according to the ambiguous description Percy Weasley gave Harry in his first year. Knows an awful lot about the dark arts, Snape. It seems likely that Dumbledore requests and welcomes his presence as a dark arts expert, but in this volume, it also seems likely that Snape's deep mistrust of Lupin is an additional factor propelling him to scenes of crisis.
You remember the conversation we had, Headmaster, just before, the start of term?
Said Snape, who was barely opening his lips, as though trying to block Percy out of the conversation.
I do, Severus,
said Dumbledore, and there was something like warning in his voice.
It seems almost impossible that Black would have entered the school without inside help. I did express my concerns when you appointed. I do not believe a single person inside this castle would have helped Black enter it,
said Dumbledore, and his tone made it so clear that the subject was closed that Snape didn't reply. Dumbledore was right to shut down Snape in the Great Hall in front of students, but Snape's uncharacteristic lack of discretion shows that his panic is growing too urgent to suppress, and possibly that Dumbledore has not made it easy for him to bring up this topic in private. Slytherin, Gryffindor, and grudges. With a subtlety that's extraordinary for a book aimed at younger readers, Rowling portrays Snape as a shamefully anti-Gryffindor teacher whose damaging behavior may be influenced by memories of long-ago mismanagement from Dumbledore. If readers look closely, we can see hints of that older history resurface gradually through Harry's third year, along with pro-Gryffindor momentum that makes it all the more difficult for Snape to bring legitimate concerns to Dumbledore's attention. Snape's worst bullying is directed at Neville, whose incompetence in potions class is 90% fear of Snape. When Neville's shrinking solution fails, Snape orders him to brew another batch to feed to his toad, threatening to force him to harm a beloved pet, which crosses the line from bad teaching into abuse. Neville was pink and trembling. He looked as though he was on the verge of tears.
"Please, sir," said Hermione. "Please, I could help Neville put it right."
I don't remember asking you to show off, Miss Granger,
said Snape coldly, and Hermione went as pink as Neville. Hermione helps Neville in secret, muttering instructions to him so Snape can't hear. Snape tests the potion on the toad while the Slytherin students watch, looking excited at the prospect of Neville's humiliation and distress for his pet. This is the divisive atmosphere Snape has encouraged in his classroom. The potion works correctly. The Gryffindors burst into applause, although the Slytherins presumably do not.
5 points from Gryffindor,
said Snape, which wiped the smiles from every face.
I told you not to help him, Miss Granger. Class dismissed.
Snape has just contradicted his capricious policy from the first book when he punished Harry for not helping Neville. For these Gryffindors, there's no winning with Snape. But within this paragraph, Rowling introduces a more subtle divisiveness as well. The omniscient narrator has just stated that Snape's punishment has wiped the smiles from every face. But it seems likely that at least some of the Slytherins, who were excited at the prospect of Neville's failure, had not been smiling. Presumably, the sentence means the punishment wiped the smiles from every smiling face. But the wording could also suggest that every face was smiling, that is, every face that mattered, and the ones that were not smiling did not count. It's the way a Gryffindor teen who was pro-Neville and anti-Snape might have described the scene, effectively discounting the Slytherin students entirely. This focus on ambiguous wording may seem like splitting hairs, but classroom tensions instigated by biased teachers are recognizable to many of Rowling's readers as an authentic, serious issue. This particular instance of pro-Gryffindor bias in the narration is subtle and arguable, but later instances will be more pronounced and induce more opposition in readers who might not view the scene from a partisan Gryffindor perspective. Snape's torment of Neville carries over into the first session of Lupin's Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which takes place in the staff room. The sight of Lupin seems to put Snape in a fouler mood than usual. He vents by using Neville as a scapegoat in what is perhaps the most destructive act we see from him as a teacher. He cuts down Neville to another teacher in front of Neville and all his classmates.
Possibly no one's warned you, Lupin, but this class contains Neville Longbottom. I would advise you not to entrust him with anything difficult. Not unless Miss Granger is hissing instructions in his ear.
Neville went scarlet. Harry glared at Snape. It was bad enough that he bullied Neville in his own classes, let alone doing it in front of other teachers. Professor Lupin had raised his eyebrows.
I was hoping that Neville would assist me with the first stage of the operation, he said, and I am sure he will perform it admirably.
And with that single defensive move to block Snape's viciousness, Lupin becomes one of the most dearly loved characters of the series. If only Lupin had left it at that. On boggarts and transphobic bullying. In his practical lesson on overcoming boggarts through laughter, Lupin asks the students to reveal the thing they fear the most. Neville's reply is Professor Snape. Lupin then instigates collective mockery of Snape, using an image with sexist, cissexist, and ageist implications that the students might not have come up with on their own. He prompts Neville to describe what his grandmother wears.
When the boggart bursts out of that wardrobe, Neville, and sees you, it will assume the form of Professor Snape, said Lupin, and you will raise your wand thus and cry, "Ridiculous!" and concentrate hard on your grandmother's clothes. If all goes well, Professor Boggart Snape will be forced into that vulture-topped hat and that green dress with that big red handbag.
To enormous hilarity, all goes well, and the boggart gives the assembled class the opportunity to mock the image of Snape dressed in Augusta Longbottom's clothing. Some good comes of this. Neville gains confidence from vanquishing the boggart, and the students know they have a much-needed ally against Snape's bullying. But it comes at a price. Lupin has legitimized transphobia, a form of hatred. Just as Snape created a classroom atmosphere in which his Slytherins were excited at the prospect of a classmate's failure, humiliation, and fear for his pet, Lupin has coached a roomful of pubescent Gryffindors to engage in collective ridicule behind a Slytherin teacher's back, including the alarming word, forced. They probably would not have done so openly in class without his instigation, not at a school where disrespectful student references to Snape are always corrected with a gentle, Professor Snape. Unlike Lupin's assertion that he was sure Neville would do well in class, this is not an empowering response to Snape's bullying. This is retaliation. Rowling has introduced an entirely unrelated gender dynamic into Lupin's response to Snape, one that has the potential to implicate everybody who laughs at it, including the reader. The momentum of group laughter makes it even harder for anyone with an objection to speak out and be heard. It can, indeed, be funny to imagine the mean Snape in a vulture hat. And then, depending on your perspective and life experience, it can also be not so funny. The premise of the humor is that it would be funny to emasculate Snape through forced feminization. It only works if readers share the viewpoint that some forms of gender expression are incongruous and ridiculous. Whether or not the author intended this, one effect of this passage is to shut out non-cisgender readers and center a transphobic gaze. It is true that Snape has treated Neville unspeakably and harmed everyone who witnessed the scene. He deserves to be held accountable. But if Lupin had only wanted to push back on Snape's cruelty and bring a stop to it, he would not have introduced a fresh round of hostility that connected Snape's vindictiveness to trans-misogynistic stereotypes. It can be a challenge to see this point, especially when some readers felt relief at the thought of Snape being paid back for being abusive to Neville. But introducing transphobia as retaliation does not become more or less excusable depending on the degree of meanness from a bully. It is not a neutral choice from Lupin. It points to a history between these characters, and as we will see later in the series, gendered insults have been part of it. Both Lupin and Snape have perpetuated their ongoing conflicts by pulling in a new generation. Snape is not the only one who harmed his students by example. Lupin's actions have identifiable consequences, including escalation against the student who is shouldering the credit or blame after obediently following Lupin's instruction. Snape was in a particularly vindictive mood these days, and no one was in any doubt why. The story of the boggart assuming Snape's shape and the way that Neville had dressed it in his grandmother's clothes had traveled through the school like wildfire. Snape didn't seem to find it funny. His eyes flashed menacingly at the very mention of Professor Lupin's name, and he was bullying Neville worse than ever. In an oddly metatextual moment, even the narrative itself seems to collude in mocking Snape at Christmas dinner. Are vulture hats more common than we realize in magical millinery? Or is this how it feels when it seems like the whole world is laughing at you, from your boss to the Christmas crackers, and nobody seems to find anything wrong with this?
"Crackers,"
said Dumbledore enthusiastically, offering the end of a large silver noisemaker to Snape, who took it reluctantly and tugged. With a bang like a gunshot, the cracker flew apart to reveal a large, pointed witch's hat topped with a stuffed vulture. Harry, remembering the boggart, caught Ron's eye, and they both grinned. Snape's mouth thinned, and he pushed the hat toward Dumbledore, who swapped it for his wizard's hat at once. Some readers note that they have always registered discomfort with the way the book itself joins in mocking the image of Snape in Augusta Longbottom's clothes. In 2020, this instance of mockery became part of a larger, painful controversy. In an essay on her personal website titled J.K. Rowling Writes About Her Reasons for Speaking Out on Sex and Gender Issues, Rowling aligned herself with self-proclaimed gender-critical feminists, who argue, among other positions, that legal protections for trans people pose a threat to cisgender women. Within hours of these comments, Harry Potter fan organizations such as MuggleNet and the Leaky Cauldron refuted Rowling's arguments and affirmed commitment to the rights of trans people, especially the many trans and non-binary people within fandom. Several prominent stars from the Harry Potter film franchise did the same. Many readers reported that after Rowling published these comments, they felt a loss of trust in her writing about gender. This charged scene with boggart Professor Snape is one of the passages most affected by readers' awareness of Rowling's statements. Lupin's boggart class is the best demonstration of official defense against the dark arts teaching we see in the series. He teaches an essential skill well to the greatest number of students. He shows how good it feels to learn through practical action and how group efforts can make things easier. But because his teaching has been effective, he has been kind to Neville, and Snape has been so abusive, it can be trickier for readers to identify the damaging aspects of his response to Snape. Lupin's lesson leaves only two other loose ends that we can see. Harry and Hermione don't get turns to fight the boggart. We learn Lupin thought Harry's boggart would be Voldemort, too frightening for the class to see. We never learn why he didn't give Hermione a turn, although he gave Neville 2 turns, so perhaps he was stinting on classroom instruction for the highest-scoring student in order to give extra time to one who needed reinforcement. Harry gets private lessons later, but under Lupin's tutelage, Hermione studies only the theory without the practice.
"He seems like a very good teacher," said Hermione approvingly. "But I wish I could have had a turn with the boggart."
"What would it have been for you?" said Ron, sniggering. "A piece of homework that only got 9 out of 10. The Return of the Marauders. Harry's private lessons start to take shape when Lupin invites him for an office chat during the Hogsmeade trip that Harry cannot attend. As a teacher, Lupin is a wonderful match for Harry. He is intelligent, but also understands the pace at which most students learn. More closely than perhaps anyone else Harry meets, Lupin knows how it feels to live with extreme stigma and trauma, and he carries around a store of medicinal chocolate to treat those conditions, as much for his own depression as his students'. But Harry's moment of receiving much-needed extra support is witnessed and judged by the last person Harry would want. The door opened, and in came Snape. He was carrying a goblet, which was smoking faintly, and stopped at the sight of Harry, his black eyes narrowing.
"Ah, Severus," said Lupin, smiling. "Thanks very much. Could you leave it here on the desk for me?"
Snape set down the smoking goblet, his eyes wandering between Harry and Lupin. Potter and Lupin in a cozy tete-a-tete behind closed doors is a sight certain to remind Snape unpleasantly of his own school years, especially when he's just exerted himself to brew what is, we later learn, a complicated potion to keep Lupin from being a danger to others. Harry's physical resemblance to James already contributes to Snape's conflation of the two Potters, obscuring his recognition of Harry's very different background and temperament. But this erroneous conflation is intensified by Lupin's presence in Snape's workplace, which reminds Snape of how he felt the last time he was nervous about Lupin, a Potter, and Sirius Black being close by.
"I was just showing Harry my Grindylow," said Lupin pleasantly, pointing at the tank. "Fascinating," said Snape without looking at it. "You should drink that directly, Lupin." Yes, I will," said Lupin. "I made an entire cauldron full," Snape continued. "If you need more." "I should probably take some again tomorrow. Thanks very much, Severus." "Not at all," said Snape.
But there was a look in his eye Harry didn't like. He backed out of the room, unsmiling and watchful. We know from his encounter with Peeves chanting his sing-song rhyme about Loony Lupin that Lupin smiles pleasantly to cover his fear that his lycanthropy will be revealed. It's a tense moment between them. Snape is having none of these diversionary tactics. He leaves without revealing anything, but one can almost picture his fantasy of dipping Lupin into the entire cauldronful of wolfsbane head first if Lupin does not take his dose. He backed out, unsmiling and watchful. Professor Snape is afraid.
"Why,"
Harry began. Lupin looked at him and answered the unfinished question.
"I've been feeling a bit off color," he said. "This potion is the only thing that helps. I am very lucky to be working alongside Professor Snape. There aren't many wizards who are up to making it."
Professor Lupin took another sip, and Harry had a crazy urge to knock the goblet out of his hands. At least Snape has the consolation of knowing the potion tastes foul, although he might well wish that he could make it taste better, not to please Lupin, but to make him less likely to shirk drinking it. Once again, Harry mistakes Snape's protective efforts for murder attempts, quite understandably unable to see past Snape's overwhelming ill will. At 13, Harry does not yet understand the phenomenon of being genuinely helpful to a person for whom one feels enmity. Meanwhile, Snape cannot help but be reminded of the Marauders. Potter the Second looks exactly like Potter the First. Sirius Black periodically breaks into the castle. Lupin is making himself at home on staff, and, by the tiniest of hints, Rowling shows that after Lupin led Neville to ridicule Snape in ways the Marauders might have done, Snape conflates Neville in his mind with Peter Pettigrew. Even Harry registers that Peter Pettigrew in his parents' photos resembled Neville Longbottom. And when Snape runs into Harry and Neville together, left behind at school on a Hogsmeade day, he thinks Harry and Neville are plotting together to escape through the statue of the one-eyed witch.
"And what are you two doing here?" said Snape, coming to a halt and looking from one to the other. "An odd place to meet."
To Harry's immense disquiet, Snape's black eyes flicked to the doorways on either side of them, and then to the one-eyed witch.
"We're not meeting here," said Harry. "We just met here." "Indeed," said Snape. "You have a habit of turning up in unexpected places, Potter, and you are very rarely there for no reason."
Snape's facts may be wrong, but his suspicions about Harry are unnervingly accurate. He has coexisted with the invisibility cloak and Marauder's map for longer than Harry has. It is both sad and funny how wrong he is about guileless Neville, who may be a hanger-on, but is otherwise nothing like Peter Pettigrew. Perhaps anyone who has treated a student as badly as Snape treated Neville harbors secret, guilty hopes of learning the student is not blameless. Snape's assignment. The following month, Harry is horrified to find that Snape is covering for an indisposed Lupin in defense against the dark arts. Ignoring and insulting Lupin's lesson plans, Snape flips far ahead in the textbook and quizzes the class on werewolves. No one has answers except Hermione, whom he ignores.
"Well, well, well. I never thought I'd meet a third-year class who wouldn't even recognize a werewolf when they saw one. I shall make a point of informing Professor Dumbledore how very behind you all are."
"Please, sir," said Hermione, whose hand was still in the air. "The werewolf differs from the true wolf in several small ways. The snout of the werewolf—"
"That is the second time you have spoken out of turn, Miss Granger," said Snape coolly. 5 more points from Gryffindor for being an insufferable know-it-all."
Hermione went very red, put down her hand, and stared at the floor with her eyes full of tears. Snape assigns the class 2 rolls of parchment, to be handed in to me on the ways you recognize and kill werewolves. The following week, Lupin rescinds the assignment.
"Don't worry, I'll speak to Professor Snape. You don't have to do the essay."
"Oh, no," said Hermione, looking very disappointed. "I've already finished it." One wonders how that conversation went. It seems likely Snape and Lupin expressed differing opinions on the need for Lupin students to learn how to defend themselves against a werewolf. Snape alternately ignores Hermione and calls her names. Why does she not disregard his assignment as her classmates do? Why does she not turn bitter against him? Between Snape's contempt for Lupin's academic standards and his unimpressed response to the girl who commits textbooks to memory, we see that regardless of whether Snape and Hermione get along personally, they have the same kind of academic mind. A teacher like Lupin, who aims his teaching to the majority of his students, gives assignments that are generally irrelevant to Hermione's learning needs. Snape's assignment, from the back of the textbook, matches his idea of what third years should be doing, and the only person who responds to it is Hermione. Hogwarts is full of pleasant enough people who expect Hermione to function at a pace that frustrates her. More than 24 hours per day. Insulting or not, for Hermione, a teacher who expects others to function at Hermione's pace must be refreshing, or at least novel. It is therefore doubly disappointing that, once again, Snape will not receive what she has to say. When Snape backed out of Lupin's office looking wary, what was he afraid of? That night, Harry noticed Snape's gaze was flickering toward Lupin more often than was natural. And after dinner, the school discovered Sirius Black had slashed the fat lady's portrait after trying to break into Gryffindor Tower. Not only does Snape think Lupin may be colluding with Sirius, but he may wonder if Lupin is befriending Harry and cultivating his trust in order to deliver Harry to Sirius for murder. This chilling possibility is so far from Lupin's true feelings that it is startling for the reader to contemplate. But as we see in the next volume, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, it is not unreasonable for Snape to worry about Harry being abducted. If Lupin is indeed colluding with a murderer who wants to kill Harry, perhaps they plan to attack Harry while Lupin is in werewolf form. If Snape fears that may be possible, it makes sense that he would try to teach the students how to both identify and kill werewolves. This stealth defense against the dark arts approach worked the previous year with Expelliarmus, after all. And even if Potter resists the lesson, at least Granger will understand and be able to help him. That approach worked 2 years prior with the potions puzzle. After all Snape's antagonism, Harry will not listen to him. But there are other ways to get messages through to Harry Potter's head. It's somewhat startling to look back and remember that Snape wanted to teach the students how to kill werewolves. Surely that is a bit extreme, is it not? But it is easy for readers to miss how the mid-year situation would have appeared to Snape. We only find out the full extent of the Marauders' prank against student Snape a few pages before learning Sirius was innocent of betrayal and murder. In the ensuing rush of adventure, there is little leisure for the reader to reflect upon how teen Snape would have felt glimpsing a werewolf at the end of a narrow tunnel set up by his tormentors. From the time Sirius and Lupin both headed back to his adult workplace, Snape had been battling memories of that episode. As far as Snape knows, the boy who once tried to get him killed and saw nothing wrong with turning his own werewolf friend into a killer could easily have become a mass murderer. And the werewolf who remained fast friends with Sirius after that near disaster could plausibly still be colluding with Sirius and lying to Dumbledore about it. Snape has no reason to believe the best of Sirius or Lupin, and there's a great deal of evidence both are dangerous. When Sirius slashes his way into Gryffindor Tower and stands over Ron with a knife, Snape must feel like his worst nightmares are unfolding. He may loathe Harry, but he doesn't think Harry deserves to be killed by Sirius Black. He believes Harry is worth saving, even if Harry shows no appreciation whatsoever for this sentiment and effort, going into Hogsmeade despite ample evidence that a violent mass murderer is hunting him. Snape must be bewildered by Harry's lack of appreciation. When Snape was a student, Sirius tried to get him killed, and nobody cared. Now, when the wizarding world finally shares Snape's opinion of Sirius, Snape the teacher, fighting his personal distaste for Harry, is trying to extend the protection to Harry that he was denied. All of Hogwarts, the Ministry, and even the Dementors are on guard against Sirius. And then Snape learns Harry, defying orders, has gone into Hogsmeade under his invisibility cloak and thrown mud at Draco Malfoy. Harry thought himself funny and undetectable until his cloak slipped. Oops. Snape is genuinely aghast at Harry's heedlessness, but his own behavior has made it impossible for Harry to see this. After Snape's inflammatory role in the Slytherin-Gryffindor catfights, Harry thinks Snape is only trying to needle him for harassing Draco and shuts Snape out further. Snape has conditioned Harry to expend so much energy defending himself against everyday pettiness that Harry can't perceive when Snape is worried about legitimate danger. His inimitable snarkiness in expressing his worry doesn't help. Everyone from the Minister of Magic downward has been trying to keep famous Harry Potter safe from Sirius Black, but famous Harry Potter is a law unto himself.
Let the ordinary people worry about his safety. Famous Harry Potter goes where he wants to with no thought for the consequences.
For once, there is no mystery as to what is really exercising Snape at this moment. His major grievance is exactly what he says it is. He's frantic about the mortal danger posed by Sirius Black, and this overrides any other agenda he might have in this scene. He's wrong that Harry considers his own fame to place him above the law, but he is angry that Harry would ignore the danger he's in and flout the protective efforts put forth by the government and school. Keeping Harry Potter alive, it would seem, is a thankless endeavor.
How extraordinarily like your father you are, Potter,
Snape said suddenly, his eyes glinting.
He too was exceedingly arrogant. A small amount of talent on the Quidditch field made him think he was a cut above the rest of us too. Strutting around the place with his friends and admirers. The resemblance between you is uncanny.
My dad didn't strut, said Harry before he could stop himself. And neither do I. Unfortunately for Harry, he is making his claim less than a week after he and his volunteer honor guard of Gryffindors made a spectacular entrance into the Great Hall with Harry's new firebolt, leaving the Slytherins thunderstruck by the conspicuous gift from Harry's mysterious benefactor.
I told you to shut up about my dad, Harry yelled. I know the truth all right. He saved your life. Dumbledore told me. You wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for my dad.
Snape's sallow skin had gone the color of sour milk.
And did the headmaster tell you the circumstances in which your father saved my life? He whispered. Or did he consider the details too unpleasant for precious Potter's delicate ears?
The through line of Prisoner of Azkaban is Harry's yearning to know more about the popular, athletic father he reportedly resembles. Of the few things people have told Harry about James, none is stranger than Dumbledore's dreamily reported claim from Harry's first year that James once saved Snape's life. Funny the way people's minds work, isn't it? Professor Snape couldn't bear being in your father's debt. I do believe he worked so hard to protect you this year because he felt that would make him and your father even. Then he could go back to hating your father's memory in peace. Dumbledore drops this jolting information at the end of Harry's first year, and then there is no further mention of it until third-year Harry blurts it out in response to Snape's provocation. But nobody has ever explained to Harry about the different kinds of life debts in Rowling's universe or the ways they function. He's about to get a bit of an education. The nature of life debts.
I would hate for you to run away with a false idea of your father, Potter,
he said, a terrible grin twisting his face.
Have you been imagining some act of glorious heroism? Then let me correct you. Your saintly father and his friends played a highly amusing joke on me that would have resulted in my death if your father hadn't got cold feet at the last moment. There was nothing brave about what he did. He was saving his own skin as much as mine. Had their joke succeeded, he would have been expelled from Hogwarts.
This account of the Marauder's highly amusing joke is necessarily limited, not only because Snape does not know the story from the Marauder's side, but because he is also maintaining confidentiality about Lupin's lycanthropy. We shall see that Lupin's version, later in the book, contradicts Snape's account and adds significant detail. The life debt Snape describes here is of an ignoble sort. He thinks the Marauders planned the incident together and James changed his mind once it was underway. The underlying motive he's ascribing to James could be expressed as, I would kill you, but you're not worth the consequences. There is generally a feeling of relief when one is saved from the brink of death, but the emotion here is so contaminated with contempt that the very suggestion of gratitude feels unbearable to Snape. Harry doesn't know it yet, but he is no longer in trouble with Snape. Lupin is. Snape's attention has gone back to the past. Like a sneakoscope, he has detected that once again, there's something untrustworthy going on with Lupin, or he thinks he has, but he doesn't know what it is. Snape searches Harry for evidence to confirm his hunch that Lupin is luring Harry off school grounds. He finds the blank Marauder's map. "So," said Snape, his long nostrils quivering, "is this another treasured gift from Mr. Weasley? Or is it something else? A letter, perhaps written in invisible ink? Or instructions to get into Hogsmeade without passing the Dementors?" Harry blinked. Snape's eyes gleamed. Harry and Snape draw conclusions about each other that are wrong, and yet understandable based on the evidence. Snape commands the map to yield its information. As though an invisible hand were writing upon it, words appeared on the smooth surface of the map. Mr. Mooney presents his compliments to Professor Snape and begs him to keep his abnormally large nose out of other people's business. Snape froze. Harry stared, dumbstruck at the message. But the map didn't stop there. More writing was appearing beneath the first. The map offers further personal comments from Prongs, Padfoot, and Wormtail, insulting Snape's looks, intelligence, and greasy hair. In one thrillingly dreadful moment, Harry sees both the kind of words he'd love to say to Snape and the kind of insults that Snape used to endure from bullies who outnumbered him. Snape doesn't know the nicknames, but he knows the tenor of these taunts. He has probably heard them in his nightmares for the past 20 years. He summons Lupin. Snape pointed at the parchment, on which the words of Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs were still shining. An odd, closed expression appeared on Lupin's face. "Well?" said Snape. Lupin continued to stare at the map. Harry had the impression that Lupin was doing some very quick thinking. At the sight of this artifact from his school days, Lupin too travels back to the past. He reverts to bluffing and lying like a schoolboy. He suggests Harry got the document from a joke shop, knowing he can trust the map's enchantments to make it impossible to prove he is lying. Snape knows Lupin is lying, of course. You think a joke shop could supply him with such a thing? You don't think it more likely that he got it directly from the manufacturers? Lupin knows Snape thinks he has been luring Harry out of the castle, but Snape cannot prove anything, especially when Ron bursts in to lie that he had bought the parchment for Harry at a joke shop. Lupin gets Ron and Harry away from Snape, announces that he is not giving them back the map, then delivers a stinging reproach to Harry. "Don't expect me to cover up for you again, Harry. I cannot make you take Sirius Black seriously, but I would have thought that what you have heard when the Dementors draw near you would have had more of an effect on you. Your parents gave their lives to keep you alive, Harry. A poor way to repay them, gambling their sacrifice on a bag of magic tricks." He walked away, leaving Harry feeling worse by far than he had at any point in Snape's office. This reproach, though understandable in its content, is startlingly hurtful in its delivery. It is the kind of barbed comment people make when they are shaken and guilty within themselves. The 13-year-old child had not meant to dishonor his parents' sacrifice, and at any rate, they are not even alive to be disappointed. Lupin could have reminded Harry of this larger picture without using such unfairly loaded language. But he has been shaken by the resurfacing of this artifact from his own past, lost to him before he even graduated from Hogwarts, and suddenly back in circulation, luring a new generation of children into greater risk. This map is evidence. It documents the poor way Lupin repaid the extraordinary efforts and trust Dumbledore extended to provide an education for him, swearing the Hogwarts staff to secrecy about his lycanthropy, creating the tunnel and the Shrieking Shack, purchasing the very valuable Whomping Willow, and putting his own good name on the line as guarantee that it would be perfectly safe to enroll a werewolf at Hogwarts. If Dumbledore saw this map, he would realize that Lupin, as a student, had left the secure Shrieking Shack in werewolf form and roamed the Hogwarts grounds and Hogsmeade along with other students out of bounds. Had anything gone wrong, Lupin might have attacked someone, and Dumbledore's career would have been over. Lupin tells Harry, Ron, and Hermione later, "All this year, I have been battling with myself, wondering whether I should tell Dumbledore that Sirius is an animagus, but I didn't do it. Why? Because I was too cowardly. It would have meant admitting that I'd betrayed his trust while I was at school, admitting that I'd led others along with me, and Dumbledore's trust has meant everything to me. He let me into Hogwarts as a boy, and he gave me a job when I have been shunned all my adult life, unable to find paid work because of what I am." Dumbledore hired adult Lupin to protect Harry and the rest of the school against Sirius Black. But Lupin still did not tell Dumbledore that Sirius knew of 2 ways that might get him into Hogwarts past the Dementors: his animagus form and the secret passageway. He put his shame above the safety of the students and above Dumbledore's good name. This was the driving emotion behind his reproach to Harry for poor repayment of his parents' sacrifice. James and Lily are dead, but Lupin sees a trusting Dumbledore every day. He cannot bring himself to let Dumbledore know this map exists. The heavy burden of an elder's trust weighs on Hermione as well. We see it when she fails the boggart portion of her Defense Against the Dark Arts final exam, the lesson that Lupin did not or would not teach this gifted child. Hermione did everything perfectly until she reached the trunk with the boggart in it. After about a minute inside it, she burst out again, screaming. "Hermione," said Lupin, startled. "What's the matter?"
Professor McGonagall,"
Hermione gasped, pointing into the trunk.
She said I'd failed everything."
McGonagall has gone to extraordinary measures to procure a time-turner for Hermione, putting her own good name on the line. As Hermione tells Harry, "She had to write all sorts of letters to the Ministry of Magic so I could have one. She had to tell them that I was a model student and that I'd never, ever use it for anything except my studies." Hermione's greatest fear is that she will repay McGonagall poorly. If she uses her time-turner for any other purpose, she gambles with McGonagall's trust and reputation. What would be worth such a risk? In her spare time, such as it is, Hermione has been single-handedly preparing an exhaustive legal defense for Buckbeak the Hippogriff, whom the Malfoys want killed as part of their campaign against Hagrid's appointment as a teacher. Her work is of no use, of course, as Lucius Malfoy has bought off the committee. Buckbeak is found guilty. Hermione comes to understand the verdict has nothing to do with justice or evidence. There'll be an appeal, though, there always is. Only, I can't see any hope. Nothing will have changed. Buckbeak's predetermined appeal marks the beginning of the children's loss of innocence about due process and believing in the system. In exchange, the children gain experience, informed skepticism, and wisdom. They decide to violate the ban on leaving the castle in order to visit Hagrid before Buckbeak's execution. But for this, they need Harry's missing invisibility cloak. Harry told her about leaving it in the passageway under the one-eyed witch. "If Snape sees me anywhere near there again, I'm in serious trouble," he finished. "That's true," said Hermione, getting to her feet. "If he sees you, how do you open the witch's hump again?" By this point, Hermione has adjusted so completely to Snape's refusal to notice her that she blithely exploits the loophole this creates. The kids stay with Hagrid until the executioner arrives and then slip out the back. They hear what they believe is Buckbeak's death. Without warning, the unmistakable swish and thud of an axe. With that sound, their trust in authority is severed. There was an appeal, but the committee didn't listen to it. If you hurt or destroy an innocent being or even a guilty being with their own untold side of the story, because you refuse to hear their appeal, this damage cannot be reversed. You have to hear the appeal while you can. There's a chance a different perspective could change something. The stunned children head back to the school until Sirius, in dog form, drags Ron and his rat, the disguised Peter Pettigrew, to the shrieking shack. When Harry and Hermione go to Ron's rescue, they find Sirius in human form. Harry attacks him with intent to kill, accusing Sirius of having killed James and Lily.
"You've got to listen to me,"
Black said, and there was a note of urgency in his voice now.
"You'll regret it if you don't. You don't understand."
Before either of them could say another word, something ginger streaked past Harry. Crookshanks leapt onto Black's chest and settled himself there, right over Black's heart. Crookshanks puts his own life at risk to support Sirius's plea for Harry to hear his appeal. During the ensuing standoff, Lupin arrives on the scene, realizes Peter Pettigrew was the traitor, and regains a friendship with Sirius. As the living person who knows Sirius Black the best, it makes sense that Lupin could not dismiss his doubts about Sirius committing the crimes for which he was jailed. It was at a dreadful cost. The entire school terrorized, and poor Ron waking up to a vengeful convict standing over his bed with a knife. But perhaps Lupin knew he had to hear Sirius's side of the story for himself before deciding to help apprehend him, because once Sirius was caught, the Dementors were certain to kiss him with no chance for him to appeal. But Hermione, witnessing the friendship between Lupin and Sirius without knowing the story, comes to the same erroneous conclusions as Snape.
"No!"
Hermione screamed.
"Harry, don't trust him. He's been helping Black get into the castle. He wants you dead too. He's a werewolf."
Like Snape, she's been keeping Lupin's secret for him. Everything she's seen of Lupin until now has affirmed that decision for her. Lupin stopped dead. Then, with an obvious effort, he turned to Hermione and said, "How long have you known?"
"Ages,"
Hermione whispered.
"Since I did Professor Snape's essay."
"He'll be delighted," said Lupin coolly. "He assigned that essay, hoping someone would realize what my symptoms meant. Did you check the lunar chart and realize I was always ill at the full moon? Or did you realize that the boggart changed into the moon when it saw me?"
"Both,"
Hermione said quietly. Lupin forced a laugh.
"You're the cleverest witch of your age I've ever met, Hermione."
Lupin is straight up afraid of Hermione. Perhaps he avoided giving her classroom instruction because he was afraid she would see his secrets. This girl is as sharp as Snape in putting clues together. Their minds work the same way. The only thing we see Hermione learning in Defense Against the Dark Arts this year is from Snape, not Lupin. Lupin begins to tell his story when the door creaks open of its own accord, but nobody is there. None of them realize Snape has just arrived under Harry's cloak and is listening to Lupin's history, including Dumbledore providing the shrieking shack for Lupin to inhabit during the full moon. The villagers heard the noise and the screaming and thought they were hearing particularly violent spirits. Dumbledore encouraged the rumor. That detail about Dumbledore is Rowling's first clue about the origin of the persistent but unattributed rumor that Snape covets the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. The rumor about the Shrieking Shack is proof that, at least once, Dumbledore has relied upon the human tendency to gossip in order to distract attention away from his secret agenda. When Lupin tells of his friends becoming animagi to keep him company and keep him in line, Hermione continues to think along the same lines as Snape.
That was still really dangerous, running around in the dark with a werewolf. What if you'd given the others the slip and bitten somebody?
A thought that still haunts me, said Lupin heavily. And there were near misses, many of them. We laughed about them afterwards. We were young, thoughtless, carried away with our own cleverness.
Hermione's mind goes straight to this danger without her even knowing about the prank on Snape. Lupin admits she is right. Unbeknownst to them, Snape hears the admission and Lupin's subsequent confession that he lied to himself and Dumbledore all year. And then, Snape hears Lupin's account of the prank that nearly killed him.
Professor Snape was at school with us. He fought very hard against my appointment to the Defense Against the Dark Arts job. He has been telling Dumbledore all year that I am not to be trusted. He has his reasons. You see, Sirius here played a trick on him which nearly killed him, a trick which involved me. Black made a derisive noise. It served him right, he sneered, sneaking around, trying to find out what we were up to, hoping he could get us expelled.
So, Lupin finds Snape's response understandable. The prank, with all its implications for Lupin, was thought up by Sirius alone. And Sirius, whose development has been arrested by imprisonment, dementors, and rage for the past 12 years, expresses no remorse.
Severus was very interested in where I went every month, Lupin told Harry, Ron, and Hermione. We were in the same year, you know, and we, didn't like each other very much. He especially disliked James, jealous, I think, of James's talent on the Quidditch field. Anyway, Snape had seen me crossing the grounds with Madame Pomfrey one evening as she led me toward the Whomping Willow to transform. Sirius thought it would be, amusing to tell Snape all he had to do was prod the knot on the tree trunk with a long stick, and he'd be able to get in after me. Well, of course, Snape tried it. If he'd got as far as this house, he'd have met a fully grown werewolf. But your father, who'd heard what Sirius had done, went after Snape and pulled him back at great risk to his life. Snape glimpsed me, though, at the end of the tunnel. He was forbidden by Dumbledore to tell anybody, but from that time on, he knew what I was.
Snape had thought he owed James a grudging, contemptuous kind of life debt, in which James felt that killing Snape would not be worth the consequences. We will see this kind of life debt later, when Harry prevents Sirius and Lupin from killing Pettigrew.
"Get off me!"
Harry spat, throwing Pettigrew's hands off him in disgust. "I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it because I don't reckon my dad would have wanted his best friends to become killers just for you." But Snape hears that the life debt he owes James was actually a different kind, an action that says, "I will risk my own life to save yours." It may have meant, "Not even my enemy deserves to die this way." But even if it didn't, even if James was only trying to prevent his friends from becoming killers, still, he risked himself. It is the same risk Snape has accepted in running to the Shrieking Shack to defend Harry, Ron, and Hermione from a werewolf. In intention, at least, Snape has just repaid his life debt to Harry's father. "So that's why Snape doesn't like you," said Harry slowly. "Because he thought you were in on the joke." "That's right," sneered a cold voice from the wall behind Lupin. Severus Snape was pulling off the invisibility cloak, his wand pointing directly at Lupin. He may be a git, but the moments Snape allows himself to be seen are always a thrill. Snape was slightly breathless, but his face was full of suppressed triumph. "You're wondering, perhaps, how I knew you were here," he said, his eyes glittering. "I've just been to your office, Lupin. You forgot to take your potion tonight, so I took a gobletful along. And very lucky I did. Lucky for me, I mean. Lying on your desk was a certain map. One glance at it told me all I needed to know. I saw you running along this passageway and out of sight." It was a full moon night, and Lupin hadn't taken his potion. One can see how Snape might conclude Lupin and Sirius planned to have Lupin attack Harry in werewolf form.
"Severus, you're making a mistake," said Lupin urgently. "You haven't heard everything. I can explain. Sirius is not here to kill Harry."
"2 more for Azkaban tonight," said Snape, his eyes now gleaming fanatically. "I shall be interested to see how Dumbledore takes this. He was quite convinced you were harmless, you know, Lupin. A tame werewolf."
"You fool," said Lupin softly. "Is a schoolboy grudge worth putting an innocent man back inside Azkaban?"
Bang! Thin, snake-like cords burst from the end of Snape's wand and twisted themselves around Lupin's mouth, wrists, and ankles. He overbalanced and fell to the floor, unable to move. Several themes come to a head in this scene. Lupin begs for an appeal, but Snape denies him. He doesn't intend to kill, though. Snape is a master of defense, not a vigilante, and intends to turn his enemies over to the authorities. And Lupin raises the issue of innocence. But Snape is not willing to hear what Lupin means by that. Hermione tries to reason with him.
"But if there was a mistake—"
"Keep quiet, you stupid girl!" Snape shouted, looking suddenly quite deranged. "Don't talk about what you don't understand." Hermione is far from a stupid girl, and at the moment, she understands more about this situation than Snape can in this deranged state. Standing in the place where Lupin regularly transformed, believing the same people intend again to kill, as they do, although not the person Snape thinks, Snape may be entering a state of post-traumatic flashback, reliving the emotions of the time he nearly died. This is a very different kind of time travel from the conscious, anchored return to the past afforded by a time turner, which grants the traveler a second perspective overlaid on the first. Flashbacks return the sufferer to the old perspective without room for any new ones. At the moment, Snape cannot hear other sides to the story. He is about to sentence Lupin and Sirius without an appeal. "You're pathetic," Harry yelled. "Just because they made a fool of you at school, you won't even listen." "Silence! I will not be spoken to like that!" Snape shrieked, looking madder than ever. "Like father, like son, Potter. I have just saved your neck. You should be thanking me on bended knee. You would have been well served if he'd killed you. You'd have died like your father, too arrogant to believe you might be mistaken in black. Now get out of the way, or I will make you. Get out of the way, Potter!" Harry, Ron, and Hermione cast Expelliarmus on Snape simultaneously. The force of the combined spell knocks Snape unconscious, a trickle of blood oozing from under his hair. Snape isn't ready to reevaluate the past. He's still in it. He doesn't learn what the others are about to learn, that Pettigrew committed the crimes, that he's alive, and he's returning to Voldemort. Snape doesn't see Harry stop Sirius and Lupin from killing Pettigrew with the claim that James wouldn't have wanted them to become killers for someone so despicable. Pettigrew now owes Harry the kind of life debt that Snape thought he owed James. Contemptuous, but still, absolutely a debt. Harry suggests Azkaban for Pettigrew instead of the vigilante execution that Sirius and Lupin planned. Harry's form of justice aligns with James and Snape, not with Sirius and Lupin. Most of all, Snape doesn't learn about Sirius Black's innocence, the magical power that kept him alive. Sirius says, "I think the only reason I never lost my mind is that I knew I was innocent." That wasn't a happy thought, so the Dementors couldn't suck it out of me. But it kept me sane and knowing who I am. His innocence was a source of strength other than happiness that was powerful enough to overcome the constant repetition of his worst memories. Sirius is not blameless, certainly. His bullying was extreme, and years of torment from Dementors destroyed his right and ability to mature into full adulthood during his unjust incarceration. but Sirius has never killed, saved from that guilt by the intervention of James Potter and then Harry. Sirius's actions have never led to anyone's death. He has never lost that innocence. This is something Snape is not yet ready to accept. Snape's flashback and trauma. When Snape revives, he finds himself on the Hogwarts grounds with Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Sirius passed out near him, the Dementors in retreat, Lupin gone. He binds and gags Sirius and levitates all four back to the castle, where the Minister of Magic promises him an Order of Merlin and predicts that Harry will thank Snape for returning Sirius Black to the Dementors. Snape, with the unaccustomed luxury of a sympathetic listener, unburdens himself to fudge about Dumbledore's leniency whenever Harry breaks rules to pursue danger.
Ah, well, Snape, Harry Potter, you know, we've all got a bit of a blind spot where he's concerned. And yet, is it good for him to be given so much special treatment? Personally, I try and treat him like any other student, and any other student would be suspended, at the very least, for leading his friends into such danger. Consider, Minister, against all school rules, after all the precautions put in place for his protection, out of bounds, at night, consorting with a werewolf and a murderer. And I have reason to believe he has been visiting Hogsmeade illegally, too.
Aside from the astonishing claim that Snape tries to treat Harry like any other student, this paragraph is notable because it shows how Harry's behavior this year has reminded Snape of Lupin from his school days. After all the precautions put in place for Lupin's protection as a student, after all the special treatment, Lupin still led his friends into danger out of bounds at night and visited Hogsmeade as a werewolf. Yet, when Sirius nearly got him to kill another student, nobody was expelled. There was no evidence that anyone was even punished. The only consequence we know for sure is that Snape was forbidden by Dumbledore to tell anybody that Lupin was a werewolf. He was forbidden to speak of his terrifying experience, his near murder, and his need to work through it by talking were considered less important than Lupin's privacy and, perhaps, Dumbledore's chagrin. If nothing else, this explains why Snape has always been so keen to propose expulsion anytime Harry breaks a rule. Snape's trauma stemming from the Marauders' prank has had two components: the bullying that led to the near attack and, just as damagingly, the subsequent silencing that accorded lower priority to his safety than the protection of his attackers. When it seems to him that Dumbledore is once again siding with the Marauders, Snape's memories of that long-ago betrayal push him toward insubordination.
"You surely don't believe a word of Black's story," Snape whispered, his eyes fixed on Dumbledore's face.
"I wish to speak to Harry and Hermione alone,"
Dumbledore repeated. Snape took a step toward Dumbledore. "Sirius Black showed he was capable of murder at the age of 16, he breathed. "You haven't forgotten that, Headmaster. You haven't forgotten that he once tried to kill me."
"My memory is as good as it ever was, Severus,"
said Dumbledore quietly. Snape turned on his heel and marched through the door Fudge was still holding.
After Snape's unhappy exit, Dumbledore tells Harry and Hermione they can save Sirius from execution if they manage to do something magical and transgressive that they must figure out for themselves. He is remarkably stingy with specifics. No pressure, kids.
"What we need,"
said Dumbledore slowly, and his light blue eyes moved from Harry to Hermione,
"is more time."
"But," Hermione began, and then her eyes became very round.
"Oh!"
"Now, pay attention," said Dumbledore, speaking very low and very clearly. "Sirius is locked in Professor Flitwick's office on the 7th floor, 13th window from the right of the West Tower. If all goes well, you will be able to save more than one innocent life tonight. But remember this, both of you, you must not be seen. Miss Granger, you know the law. You know what is at stake. You must not be seen.
This is the answer, then. This is the thing that is worth the risk of breaking the law, gambling with the good name of Professor McGonagall or other mentors, using magic in unauthorized ways. According to school rules, Dumbledore's authority transcends McGonagall's. According to the rules of magical power, his authority transcends the Ministry, something that the Ministry finds threatening, understandably. Hermione and Harry recognize and act upon Dumbledore's authority without hesitation. He does not often call upon it to override everyday order. Hermione, Harry, and Ron have learned that sometimes there is no way to save the innocent through proper channels. Sirius was framed, imprisoned, and sentenced to the kiss without trial. Sometimes there is no lawful way for the innocent to live their lives. They must become fugitives, and those who love them must help. When is it okay to take super magical objects for one's own use? According to the rules of J.K. Rowling's universe, when you want them not for personal gain, but to protect others. But Dumbledore does not tell this to Harry and Hermione. He gives them only the first law of time travel. You must not be seen. The rest, as Hermione tells Harry in a terrified whisper, is apparently up to them to figure out as they go along. Harry, I don't understand what Dumbledore wants us to do. Why did he tell us to go back 3 hours? How is that going to help Sirius? Harry and Hermione go over their memories of the past 3 hours and figure out the one thing they could have changed without being seen. Once Hagrid shooed them out of his hut, once the Ministry saw Buckbeak tethered, the kids could have lingered behind under the invisibility cloak and set Buckbeak free. Dumbledore knew, of course, that there was no chance of Buckbeak winning his appeal. He knows about Hermione's time-turner. He must have recognized the window of time for a possible rescue after Hagrid had witnesses to prove he did not set free the condemned animal under his care, but before the officials approached Buckbeak for execution. Although Dumbledore probably originally imagined setting Hermione and friends the much easier task of letting Buckbeak fly away immediately. We see Dumbledore mark this instant by creating a delay when the executioner is about to approach Buckbeak. "1 moment, please, McNair," came Dumbledore's voice. "You need to sign too." The footsteps stopped. This insistence on observing a formality, which stands out as oddly trivial, serves as a fermata over this moment, marking this fissure in the proceedings for anyone who might be listening and making extra time for them to carry out the rescue. Once the rescue is effected, we hear confirmation that the kids correctly guessed what Dumbledore wanted them to do.
"It was tied here," said the executioner furiously. "I saw it, just here." "How extraordinary," said Dumbledore. There was a note of amusement in his voice. The first innocent life has been saved without the time travelers being seen. Saving the second innocent life proves harder, because Harry has to learn the restraint required by the second law of time travel. Do not change time.
"Hermione," said Harry suddenly, "what if we just run in there and grab Pettigrew?"
"No,"
said Hermione in a terrified whisper.
"Don't you understand? We're breaking one of the most important wizarding laws. Nobody's supposed to change time. Nobody."
To observe, to know, but not to interfere. This is how it feels to relive an unbearable memory. The fantasy of going back in time to change something regrettable is universal, but impossible. We can only understand what happened and learn to tolerate it. We can't change the past. But when we see history repeating itself, and we must choose not to interfere, that's a different story. As Snape has found, the urge to interfere can overpower reason. The ability to overcome this urge is essential for experienced time travelers. That is, adults, parents, teachers, or anyone who has had to learn that each generation will make its own mistakes. For the first time, Harry is being tested on his ability to resist interfering. Hermione has to restrain him physically from keeping his invisibility cloak out of Snape's hands, Whether or not 13-year-old Harry can perceive this, Snape wants to use the cloak to protect others, not for personal gain. Harry sees that his cloak works for Snape without a hitch, even if Harry is snarling under his breath, "Get your filthy hands off it." Hermione's guidance is priceless to Harry. She has used extra time for studies so she can hold her own in a prejudiced society. This helps her understand how extra time can aid Harry's struggles with trauma and moments lost to flashback. When Harry returns to the moment that a powerful wizard drove away 100 Dementors, he watches from the bank opposite the spot where he first stood, a new perspective, with a friend and witness by his side. And that friend calls his attention to a different element in the scene. In a parallel to Ron drawing Harry's attention to Snape's expression at the welcoming feast, Hermione, who has brought her friend back in time, points out Snape's previously unseen actions.
"Harry, look at Snape!"
Together they peered around the bush at the other bank. Snape had regained consciousness. He was conjuring stretchers and lifting the limp forms of Harry, Hermione, and Black onto them. A fourth stretcher, no doubt bearing Ron, was already floating at his side. Then, wand held out in front of him, he moved them away toward the castle. This call to attention serves as another fermata in this volume, prolonging the reader's notice, marking this moment as significant. Hermione is regularly the only Gryffindor to be as concerned for Professor Snape as she is for others, despite Snape's usual refusal to listen to her or acknowledge her. Because of Hermione's vigilance, Harry gets a glimpse of how his nemesis behaves when he thinks nobody's looking. Snape is not acting here. He is careful even with the unconscious Sirius Black, in contrast to Sirius bumping Snape's head intentionally when Snape was unconscious. It may be that the private Snape is a better man than the public persona Harry usually sees. It may be that Snape's actions can be understood differently in retrospect, from another perspective, or upon rereading. Snape brings the unconscious people back to the castle, certain he has saved innocent students from the same murderer who once tried to kill him. But when he discovers Sirius has somehow escaped again, Snape enters a state of full-blown post-traumatic flashback, the culmination of a year's worth of memories of being bullied, disbelieved, nearly killed, and silenced. "He didn't disapparate," Snape roared, now very close at hand. "You can't apparate or disapparate inside this castle. This has something to do with Potter."
"Severus, be reasonable. Harry has been locked up."
Bam! The door to the hospital wing burst open. Fudge, Snape, and Dumbledore came striding into the ward. Dumbledore alone looked calm. Indeed, he looked as though he was quite enjoying himself. Fudge appeared angry, but Snape was beside himself.
"Out with it, Potter!" he bellowed. "What did you do?"
This is a particularly effective instance of one of Rowling's favorite devices, calling characters by their surnames when she wants to emphasize the conflation of their identities with their parents or children who share the same name. Harry already resembles James, but when Snape is in flashback, dealing with a Potter who has conspired with Sirius Black, he cannot completely distinguish between Potter past and Potter present.
"They helped him escape. I know it,"
Snape howled. Pointing at Harry and Hermione, his face was twisted, spit was flying from his mouth.
"Calm down, man," Fudge barked. "You're talking nonsense." "You don't know Potter," shrieked Snape. "He did it. I know he did it."
"That will do, Severus," said Dumbledore quietly. "Think about what you are saying. This door has been locked since I left the ward 10 minutes ago. Madam Pomfrey, have these students left their beds?"
Dumbledore intervenes to halt Snape's flashback by recalling him to the present moment. With his calm demeanor and the words, "Think about what you are saying," Dumbledore is signaling to Snape that whatever has happened, Dumbledore has authorized it. Dumbledore expects Snape to catch on, at least enough to play along while the Minister of Magic is there.
"Of course not,"
said Madame Pomfrey, bristling.
"I would have heard them."
"Well, there you have it, Severus," said Dumbledore calmly. "Unless you are suggesting that Harry and Hermione are able to be in two places at once, I'm afraid I don't see any point in troubling them further."
As one of Hermione's teachers, Snape knows about the time turner. Dumbledore has just given him the explanation he demanded. Snape stood there, seething, staring from Fudge, who looked thoroughly shocked at his behavior, to Dumbledore, whose eyes were twinkling behind his glasses. Snape whirled about, robes swishing behind him, and stormed out of the ward.
"Fellow seems quite unbalanced,"
said Fudge, staring after him.
"I'd watch out for him if I were you, Dumbledore."
"Oh, he's not unbalanced," said Dumbledore quietly. "He's just suffered a severe disappointment."
Fudge is not the only one who has been shocked by this moment. Many readers have wondered at the insensitivity of Dumbledore's eyes twinkling at a time of extreme upset for Snape. Is Dumbledore enjoying Snape's powerlessness? Even, perhaps, mocking him? Is this another instance of Gryffindor versus Slytherin taunting? There may certainly be an element of that on the surface, but the politics of the moment point to an even more complex dynamic between the two men. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes tell Snape that he has not only authorized Sirius Black's escape, but based on things Snape doesn't yet know, Dumbledore is glad of it and delighted to have pulled it off without Fudge being the wiser. As Snape's gaze moves between Fudge and Dumbledore, he reads the situation. He cannot say another word without inviting Fudge to investigate more closely, possibly jeopardizing Dumbledore's plans. Snape's screaming fit, in fact, has served the valuable purpose of distracting Fudge. The most helpful thing for Dumbledore's employee to do, in this case, is to consent to appear unbalanced before the Minister of Magic, taking another hit to his reputation and public image, his true self remaining, once again, unseen. Dumbledore's comment to Fudge about Snape's severe disappointment even suggests an employee who would be uncontrolled enough to throw a tantrum over the loss of the promised Order of Merlin. After reading the situation, Snape consents. He plays the role, bitterly, but with consent. And when Dumbledore says, quietly, that Snape has suffered a severe disappointment, we know that he implies one thing to Fudge, but means quite another. His eyes are not twinkling anymore. He does not, in fact, enjoy Snape's discomfort. Snape thought he would finally get reparations for a life-scarring event. Dumbledore's quietness and his understanding of Snape's reaction suggest that after Fudge leaves, Dumbledore will speak to Snape, and he will be more sensitive in private than he appears in front of the minister. The next day, Harry learns from Hagrid that Lupin is leaving.
Snape told all the Slytherins this morning. Thought everyone would know by now. Professor Lupin's a werewolf, see? And he was loose on the grounds last night. He's packing now, of course."
"He's packing?" said Harry, alarmed. "Why?"
"Leaving, isn't he?"
said Hagrid, looking surprised that Harry had to ask.
"Resigned, first thing this morning. Says he can't risk it happening again."
Lupin confirms to Harry that Snape accidentally let slip that I am a werewolf this morning at breakfast. "You're not leaving just because of that," said Harry. Lupin smiled wryly. "This time tomorrow, the owls will start arriving from parents. They will not want a werewolf teaching their children, Harry. And after last night, I see their point. I could have bitten any of you. That must never happen again." Lupin stopped short of blaming Snape for his resignation. If he resigned first thing, it seems that Lupin resigned first, and then Snape told his students the news. But was it Lupin's choice to resign?
Last night, Sirius taught me all about how they became animagi, said Dumbledore, smiling. An extraordinary achievement, not least keeping it quiet from me.
While Lupin was still in werewolf form, Sirius made the solo decision to tell Dumbledore the secrets Lupin has been keeping since his school days. By the time the moon set and Lupin reverted to human form, Dumbledore had time to realize Lupin had roamed Hogwarts and Hogsmeade in werewolf form as a student, lied about this to Dumbledore, withheld information about Sirius when Lupin returned to teach, and, finally, roamed the grounds again in werewolf form as a teacher. It would not have been fun to be Lupin during that morning's job performance review with his employer. We can see that perhaps Dumbledore showed Lupin mercy by permitting him to resign rather than firing him in disgrace. Why did Snape choose to tell the Slytherins instead of letting Lupin leave quietly? In the past, after Lupin's lycanthropy endangered Snape's life, nothing changed. Dumbledore enforced silence around the incident, compounding Snape's trauma. Dumbledore would not hear Snape's safety concerns when he appointed Lupin to a teaching position, but it turned out Snape was right. It was not humanly possible to guarantee anyone's safety against lycanthropy, despite Dumbledore's precautions and Snape's inexorable production of wolfsbane. The first time, another human who was in on the secret betrayed the confidence and sent a student after the werewolf. The second time, Lupin's own human emotions prevented his self-care. Fortunately, nobody was hurt in either instance, but Snape was right. It would be impossible to guarantee that there wouldn't be a next time. Did Dumbledore perhaps think it better to let Lupin's lycanthropy be known, rather than risk discovery and outrage if Lupin resigned without explanation? Did Dumbledore think it better to leak the news through his tactic of unofficial rumor rather than through an official school announcement or leaving feast speech? Did he perhaps take advantage of Snape's well-known animosity against Lupin and ask the undoubtedly cooperative Snape to break the news in a spiteful manner, drawing attention away from Lupin's and Dumbledore's failures and inciting popular sympathy for Lupin because of Snape's disclosure? These scenarios are possible, even likely, considering other tactics we have seen from Dumbledore, but are neither confirmed nor contradicted by the book. What we do know is that Snape has had a chance to speak to Dumbledore after Fudge's departure and before breakfast. After arguing with Dumbledore all year about Lupin's hire, after the harrowing events of the previous night, he would not have held back. It seems likely Dumbledore knew Snape would tell the Slytherins about Lupin's lycanthropy and did not forbid it. Snape would not have risked his position at Hogwarts by letting slip the information without checking with Dumbledore first. As far as we know, he was not reprimanded for what he said. It is certain that Dumbledore is no longer requiring confidentiality from his staff around Lupin's lycanthropy, as Hagrid has mentioned it to Harry. Snape once accepted Dumbledore's order of silence when his own life was endangered by the student Lupin in werewolf form. But when the adult Lupin reneges on his own contract with Dumbledore, forgetting to take wolfsbane, he endangers the entire campus and grounds. Snape can no longer endure being silent. As Harry found when he blew up Aunt Marge, it can be easier to withstand attacks on the self than imagined threatened attacks upon others. Snape is dedicated to protecting every student against attack, even the ones he can't stand. As Dumbledore said, Snape suffered a severe disappointment when Sirius escaped. He had hoped for some closure. If Dumbledore was able to speak to Snape after his flashback, acknowledging what his gag order had cost Snape and admitting his errors, that conversation might have functioned like a time-turner for Snape. He and Dumbledore would have been able to think back to the moment of Snape's student trauma and acknowledge Snape's innocence and suffering in the matter. This would have enabled Dumbledore to see why Snape would go to any lengths to protect other students from undergoing the same ordeal, and might have led to Dumbledore lifting the confidentiality ban. There's no evidence, from the story, that any of those things did or did not happen behind the scenes. We only know there are no apparent repercussions on Snape for revealing Lupin's lycanthropy. Meanwhile, Harry is saying goodbye to the best defense against the dark arts teacher he will ever have. Lupin gives back the map. He says it's because he's no longer Harry's teacher, but we know it's also that he no longer has to hide the map's secrets from Dumbledore. Dumbledore says goodbye to Lupin, soberly, with no hint of apology for Snape's disclosure, and Harry had the impression that Lupin wanted to leave as quickly as possible. It is Lupin, not Snape, who has disappointed Dumbledore. From Snape's point of view, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban is not the story of a kind teacher with a stigmatized disability and a wrongly incarcerated man set free by his courageous godson. It is the story of bullies who once got away with nearly getting Snape killed, the headmaster who refused to expel Sirius but cracked down on Snape by forbidding him to talk about his ordeal, the werewolf who returned as a teacher and once again posed a fatal danger to Hogwarts students, and the same headmaster, older but apparently no wiser, refusing even to listen to Snape's concerns for student safety. The reader feels the true magic of Lupin teaching Harry priceless lessons about fear and trauma, probably the best person in the world to connect with James Potter's son in that way. Snape sees him teaching children to retaliate using sexist mockery. The reader learns Sirius is innocent, 12 prime years of his life destroyed by wrongful imprisonment. Snape hears none of that, but gets knocked unconscious shortly after he hears the adult Sirius say that when Snape was nearly killed, it served him right. The reader sees Snape destroying Lupin's ability to earn a living. Snape sees himself saying enough is enough, stepping in before Lupin's lycanthropy actually kills someone and destroys Dumbledore's career. It's not an easy point of view to see. The emotion of the main story from Harry's perspective is overpowering, and purposefully so. But it's all there, if buried, and it makes sense of Snape's bitterness in this volume. The time-turner magic that we learn in this volume will also turn out to be the overarching story of Snape's second chance in life, going back to his own past to become somebody who is stronger and more protective than he knew he could be.
Dumbledore just said we could save more than one innocent life. We've got to fly Buckbeak up to the window and rescue Sirius. Sirius can escape on Buckbeak. They can escape together.
From what Harry could see of Hermione's face, she looked terrified.
If we manage that without being seen, it'll be a miracle.
Well, we've got to try, haven't we?
Said Harry. In a few years, the time will come when Snape must save more than one innocent life. He will rescue Harry and Draco from Voldemort's death sentences so they can escape together. He will manage it without being seen, and it will be a miracle. Chapter 4. Severus Snape and the Goblet of Fire. When Harry is 14 years old, a goblet of fire shoots out his name along with the names of 3 older students for a series of mortally dangerous magical tests. The other 3 are tall, accomplished, poised. Harry is just now undergoing puberty. Meanwhile, a monstrously larval Voldemort gains strength throughout the year until, at the end, he arises from a cauldron, fully restored, to kill Harry. When Voldemort fails, to his shock and horror, only one person comes to him with comfort and answers: Severus Snape, former Death Eater and double agent for Dumbledore's side. Snape, too, undergoes unstoppable bodily changes during this crucible of a year, nervous all the while about a more powerful opponent. We learn for the first time that he was once a Death Eater before recanting and becoming a spy for Dumbledore. Years after renouncing his Death Eater beliefs and living unchallenged by Voldemort, his eradicable dark mark is growing ever clearer. Voldemort is coming back. Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr., impersonating the intimidating Mad-Eye Moody, reminds Snape all year that there's no such thing as a former Death Eater. Snape must steel himself to be called back to Voldemort's side, prepared to convince Voldemort he has never defected while serving Dumbledore as a double agent. The tasks of the Triwizard Tournament, along with the unexpected task of the Yule Ball, show the reader what Snape and Harry must learn this year. In the first task, each contestant must steal from the nest of a brooding mother dragon. This is similar to what Voldemort did when he came to kill Lily Potter's baby. Her distress and protective aggression is the power that defeated him. In the second task, contestants must rescue their dearest loved ones from drowning. Now they understand how the mother dragons felt. They experience the adrenaline surge, the frantic emotions that can both help and hinder, the devastating threat of failure. Harry rescues his own hostage, Ron, helps another contestant rescue his hostage, Hermione, and with enormous effort rescues a third hostage, a child he has never met. Harry learns the power and relief that come from rescuing one's own loved ones are what makes it easier to decide to risk oneself to rescue others. This will be a major lesson for Snape as well. In the third task, contestants have no choice but to battle upcoming dangers themselves. They don't know this, but if they win, they will get whisked away to face Voldemort. They have prepared as well as they can. Not all will survive the encounter. In the midst of the 3 official tasks, the Triwizard Tournament throws an unexpected 4th task into the mix, the Yule Ball. This task is judged by the rules of romantic courtship, whether one enters the competition or not, and there is no limit to the number of ways a contestant can fail. Harry prefers fire-breathing dragons to this one. Snape might well feel the same. Snape's Year in Overview. After the misadventures of the previous school year, things have gotten slightly worse from Snape's point of view. Snape's personal dislike of Harry. When the Goblet of Fire spits out Harry's name, compelling a dumbstruck Harry to compete, Snape immediately thinks Harry did it on purpose.
"It's no one's fault but Potter's, Karkaroff," said Snape softly. His black eyes were alight with malice. "Don't go blaming Dumbledore for Potter's determination to break rules. He has been crossing lines ever since he arrived here." "Thank you, Severus," said Dumbledore firmly, and Snape went quiet, though his eyes still glinted malevolently through his curtain of greasy black hair.
Why would Snape think such a thing? Based on Harry's pursuit of a troll, his defense of the Sorcerer's Stone, his flying car mishap, his battle in the Chamber of Secrets, his surreptitious Hogsmeade trips, and his unauthorized visits past the Dementors to Hagrid's hut, it is not an unreasonable guess. Unfortunately, Harry's unsought status as a Triwizard competitor reinforces one of Snape's original misconceptions about Harry, that he pursues notoriety. More than once, Snape abuses his position as a teacher to needle Harry in class. "I don't care how many times your picture appears in the papers. To me, Potter, you are nothing but a nasty little boy who considers rules to be beneath him." Harry keeps his temper, more or less, but imagines different ways he would love to respond, including the Cruciatus Curse, one of the unforgivable curses they have just learned about from the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Snape's usual opposition to the new defense teacher. This year, there is a new note to Snape's conflict with the defense teacher: intimidation. Mad-Eye Moody is a hard-line law enforcement official, a veteran Auror who has spent his career tracking down dark wizards, a notoriously vigilant, possibly paranoid man. He is deeply skeptical of former Voldemort supporters who recanted after Voldemort lost power. His idiosyncrasies are so well known that it is not difficult for Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr. to impersonate him all year long, fooling everyone up to Dumbledore himself. It was common knowledge that Snape really wanted the dark arts job, and he had now failed to get it for the 4th year running. Snape had disliked all of their previous dark arts teachers and shown it, but he seemed strangely wary of displaying overt animosity to Mad-Eye Moody. Indeed, whenever Harry saw the two of them together, at mealtimes or when they passed in the corridors, he had the distinct impression that Snape was avoiding Moody's eye, whether magical or normal. "I reckon Snape's a bit scared of him, you know," Harry said thoughtfully. But Snape's fear turns venomous when Crouch, posing as Moody, gets away with a vicious attack on Draco Malfoy. He sees Draco hex Harry from the back during a fight, which angers him. He transfigures Draco into a ferret, raises the ferret 10 feet into the air, and bounces him off the floor repeatedly. Crouch/Moody only stops when McGonagall shrieks and rescues Draco in disbelief. It's a striking instance of one of Rowling's themes for this volume. Extremists on either end of the spectrum may have more in common with each other than they do with most of their ideological allies. McGonagall seems to find it credible that Mad-Eye Moody would get exercised over perceived violations of dueling honor, enough to beat a student. Meanwhile, Death Eater Crouch hates Lucius Malfoy for renouncing Voldemort once he fell from power, so he takes out his hatred on Malfoy's child. The tenor of the ill will toward Draco feels equivalent, whether coming from a Death Eater or an enemy of Death Eaters. As head of Slytherin, Snape must have felt sickened when he learned of this ignominious beating. A repeated 10-foot drop onto a stone floor is brutal. He wasn't there to defend his student.
"I know your father of old, boy. You tell him Moody's keeping a close eye on his son. You tell him that from me. Now, your head of house will be Snape, will it?"
"Yes," said Malfoy resentfully.
"Another old friend," growled Moody. "I've been looking forward to a chat with old Snape. Come on, you."
And he seized Malfoy's upper arm and marched him off toward the dungeons. Whatever happened during the ensuing discussion, Snape and Draco must have felt humiliated and powerless. We are not told Moody's house as a student, although Gryffindor seems a decent bet. Judging by the Slytherin's amplified nastiness toward Harry and his friends this year, Crouch/Moody's threatening attitude toward former Death Eaters extended toward Slytherin House overall. Snape's reputation. This is overshadowed by other topics at Hogwarts this year. Snape has no job other than Potions Master and head of Slytherin, since the man appointed to the Defense Against the Dark Arts position is better qualified than he is, and does not need to be tailed. He hates Harry. He favors Slytherin. To most observers, it looks like business as usual. But Harry, Ron, and Hermione are reevaluating what they know of him, trying to make sense of pieces that don't seem to fit. The author finds a fun way to tell the reader which of their theories are on target.
"Moody says Dumbledore only let Snape stay here because he's giving him a second chance or something."
"What?" said Ron, his eyes widening, his next cushion spinning high into the air, ricocheting off the chandelier and dropping heavily onto Flitwick's desk.
"Harry, maybe Moody thinks Snape put your name in the Goblet of Fire."
"Oh, Ron," said Hermione, shaking her head skeptically. "We thought Snape was trying to kill Harry before, and it turned out he was saving Harry's life, remember?" She banished a cushion, and it flew across the room and landed in the box they were all supposed to be aiming at. Harry looked at Hermione, thinking. It was true that Snape had saved his life once, but the odd thing was, Snape definitely loathed him, just as he'd loathed Harry's father when they had been at school together. Snape loathes Harry. Snape saves Harry. Perhaps their new clue about a second chance can make sense of that contradiction.
"I just want to know what Snape did with his first chance, if he's on his second one,"
said Harry grimly, and his cushion, to his very great surprise, flew straight across the room and landed neatly on top of Hermione's. The mystery of Snape's true motives. Just when Crouch/Moody is about to kill Harry, someone crashes through the door to save him. Moody was thrown backward onto the office floor. Harry, still staring at the place where Moody's face had been, saw Albus Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and Professor McGonagall looking back at him out of the faux glass. He looked around and saw the three of them standing in the doorway, Dumbledore in front, his wand outstretched. It's true that a foe of Barty Crouch Jr. could either be a foe of Death Eaters or a former Death Eater afraid of Voldemort's return. But the unity of purpose from these three angry teachers suggests Snape is allied completely with Dumbledore and McGonagall. After Dumbledore enters, Harry sees that Snape followed him, looking into the faux glass where his own face was still visible, glaring into the room. Perhaps Snape is checking for magical confirmation of what he knows to be true. His renunciation of Voldemort is genuine. He is so young and new to double agency at this point that he still looks for reassurance, for external mirroring of his internal reality, especially since he has so often been disbelieved. As he gets further into his mission, as more lives depend on him, he will have to learn to avoid or fool magical mirrors so they don't give him away. There will come a point when he learns to hide his true self so deeply that he won't show up in mirrors at all. At the end of this book, Harry, Ron, and Hermione watch as a resolute Snape openly declares himself convinced of Voldemort's return, bearing his dark mark to the Minister of Magic, and goes alone to Voldemort to start the long mission that will likely end in his death. It is one of the few times they, and we, see him absolutely as he is. Prepared or not, it is time, and he is afraid. Puberty, time travel, and second chances. Harry, Voldemort, and Snape all go through a form of puberty this year. All three are awkwardly changing out of their childish selves, struggling to mature their bodies and minds enough to meet adult challenges. Harry looks like a small child next to his Triwizard competitors. Voldemort requires round-the-clock care in an infant-sized body while he plans his full return. And Snape is undergoing his own version of time-turner travel. At 34, twice the minimum age for a Triwizard champion, he is living out his second chance to choose a side when Voldemort beckons. Adolescence would be a difficult time for many people to relive, but it is especially so for an ugly, unpleasant man who was even uglier and less pleasant as a teen. Those who have been expecting Voldemort's return know what it means when people go missing or dark marks reappear. Shortly after Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, escapes with the intention to rejoin Voldemort, Harry tells Sirius about his curse scar hurting and receives an urgent reply. If it hurts again, go straight to Dumbledore. They're saying he's got Mad Eye out of retirement, which means he's reading the signs, even if no one else is. Probably at the same time Harry's curse scar hurts him, the dark marks on former Death Eaters begin to come out of dormancy. Snape tells Dumbledore, "It's coming back. Karkaroff's too, stronger and clearer than ever." Dumbledore is anchoring Snape's travel back to this pivotal moment in his past, serving as his mentor. As Hagrid says, Dumbledore trusts people he does, gives them second chances. Snape cannot change anything in the past. He cannot bring back anyone who died because of his choices. But if all goes well, as in Prisoner of Azkaban, more than one innocent life will be saved. His assignment is longer and less defined than the 3 hours Dumbledore set for Hermione and Harry the previous year. It stretches from the moment he notices his dark mark changing until the moment, whenever that will be, that Voldemort summons his followers again. Karkaroff, who evaded a prison sentence after Voldemort's fall by giving names of fellow Death Eaters, including Snape, has no mentor to help him plan for Voldemort's return. Snape has been avoiding him, so he corners Snape while he's teaching, too panicked to worry about the expert eavesdroppers witnessing their interaction. Harry, peering around the edge of his cauldron, saw Karkaroff pull up the left-hand sleeve of his robe and show Snape something on his inner forearm.
"Well?"
said Karkaroff, still making every effort not to move his lips.
"Do you see? It's never been this clear. Never since—" "Put it away!"
snarled Snape, his black eyes sweeping the classroom.
"But you must have noticed,"
Karkaroff began in an agitated voice.
"We can talk later, Karkaroff,"
spat Snape.
"Potter, what are you doing?"
With instincts like this, Karkaroff clearly will not last very long once Voldemort starts to track him. He is not defending himself properly. He is revealing his vulnerability, pulling up his sleeve of his own volition in front of witnesses, showing his weakness. Within the context of a roomful of teenagers with their merciless appraisals and mockery, he is also showing himself as weak, worried about uncontrollable changes in his body rather than retaining his dignity as a well-defended authority figure. At age 11, Harry was horror-struck to walk in on Filch tending Snape's bare, bitten leg. It can be just as horrifying for teens in mid-puberty to be confronted suddenly with the sight of their middle-aged, unattractive teachers, unclothed and vulnerable, going through their own bodily changes. One of Rowling's most sophisticated points is that a naive teen's political choices can have major, even lifelong repercussions on their romantic and family future. Snape has no romance in his life, and never will, for 3 reasons. On his first chance, he destroyed his own prospects and faith in himself when he repelled the love of his life with his hateful politics, which eventually brought about her death. On his second chance, he will atone for this with undercover work that makes romance too risky. Thirdly, he would have had a difficult time attracting romance in any case, because life is painfully, agonizingly unfair to the homely. Snape doesn't get a date to the Yule Ball. His companion for a nighttime stroll is a panicking Karkaroff.
"Severus, you cannot pretend this isn't happening."
Karkaroff's voice sounded anxious and hushed, as though keen not to be overheard.
"It's been getting clearer and clearer for months. I am becoming seriously concerned. I cannot deny it."
"Then flee," said Snape's voice curtly.
"Flee! I will make your excuses. I, however, am remaining at Hogwarts."
Snape patrols the grounds for teens enjoying the kind of romance he has forfeited. Snape and Karkaroff came around the corner. Snape had his wand out and was blasting rose bushes apart, his expression most ill-natured. Squeals issued from many of the bushes, and dark shapes emerged from them.
10 points from Ravenclaw, Fawcett,"
Snape snarled as a girl ran past him.
"And 10 points from Hufflepuff too, Stebbins,"
as a boy went rushing after her. The image of a spiteful Snape blasting rose bushes is an instant classic. In Snape, Rowling has given English literature the very archetype of the grumpy teacher who needs to get laid. She is careful to show he's snarling at a Ravenclaw and a Hufflepuff too. This has nothing to do with his usual Gryffindor-Slytherin issues. This year, Snape expands his classroom bullying repertoire to include shots at his students' love lives. When he sees Rita Skeeter's tabloid article inventing a love triangle between Harry, Hermione, and Victor Crumb, Rowling gives us a character moment that is pricelessly mean and pricelessly funny. To Harry's fury, he began to read the article aloud.
"Harry Potter's secret heartache. Dear, dear Potter, what's ailing you now? A boy like no other, perhaps."
Harry could feel his face burning. Snape was pausing at the end of every sentence to allow the Slytherins a hearty laugh. The article sounded 10 times worse when read by Snape. Even Hermione was blushing scarlet now. You might not want him as your teacher, but this character is a literary treasure. When it comes to awfulness you can savor, Snape always delivers. When Draco calls Hermione a mudblood again, Harry fights him and Hermione is accidentally hit by a hex that makes her teeth rapidly grow past her chin. Goyle gets hexed as well. Snape's response shows he has regressed to the immaturity level of his students, perhaps even further.
"Hospital wing, Goyle," Snape said calmly.
"Malfoy got Hermione," Ron said.
"Look!"
He forced Hermione to show Snape her teeth. She was doing her best to hide them with her hands, though it was difficult, as they had now grown down past her collar. Pansy Parkinson and the other Slytherin girls were doubled up with silent giggles, pointing at Hermione from behind Snape's back. Snape looked coldly at Hermione, then said,
"I see no difference."
Hermione let out a whimper. Her eyes filled with tears. She turned on her heel and ran all the way up the corridor and out of sight. What's going on? What kind of despicable adult gives in to such mean impulse? This exchange occurs the week after Harry is announced as a Triwizard champion, which might remind people of other times Harry or Gryffindors have been exempted from rules. It's also a couple of months after Crouch/Moody administered corporal punishment to Draco and then immediately took Draco along to have a chat with his old friend, Snape. When Snape examines Goyle, a Slytherin from his own house, he reacts calmly. When his attention is drawn to Hermione, however, he is standing with a squadron of Slytherins behind him, facing the Gryffindors. He is not acting as a teacher of the school at large, as McGonagall was when she rescued Draco from being beaten after he attacked a Gryffindor in the back. He is at the head of a group of Slytherins, abusing his power by acting as one of their number rather than as an impartial authority figure. This is retaliation. It shows how powerless he feels. The way Snape sees it, his Slytherins have been bullied and he cannot ensure fairness toward them. So he indulges in petty revenge on a blameless teenage girl. It is excruciatingly embarrassing to watch, as well as cruel. What's going on in the mind of Hermione, that preternaturally perceptive Gryffindor girl who reads Snape too accurately for his comfort? She's probably not surprised by his behavior. She's long accepted that he will not look at her or acknowledge her. She wasn't going to ask for his attention. She was probably already deciding to take herself to the hospital wing without asking permission, since Snape takes so little notice of her that she can even steal from his office without getting caught. It is Ron, unattuned to the long-standing dynamic between Snape and Hermione, who forces the question. Not that Ron is expecting fair treatment from Snape either. He is bent on showing how a Gryffindor has suffered as much damage as a Slytherin and deserves as much solicitude from Snape. It is a critique of Snape's handling of the situation, and it occasions the kind of response Snape always gives to critiques. Snape's cruelty about a teenage girl's looks could have caused true damage. Fortunately for the nerves of the reader, Hermione turns out to be remarkably resilient about it. She gets her teeth fixed and goes on to be the belle of the Yule Ball in Cinderella style, dating a surly, large-nosed, gifted wizard who has not forfeited his right to romance in life. And that's the final unspoken element of this scenario. The mixture of scorn and pity elicited by the sight of a loveless adult mocking a maturing teen. Hermione may have tears in her eyes, but she can walk away. There will be roses for her. She can leave this bitter man behind. The Egg and the Eye. Harry gets a crash course in embittered manhood in one of Rowling's most masterfully crafted scenes. The end of Chapter 25, The Egg and the Eye. Out past curfew with his invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map, and the golden egg holding the clue to his second task, Harry gets stuck in a trick stare and drops the egg and map. Immobilized, he watches helplessly as three of the oddest-looking men at Hogwarts converge to squabble over the source of the din. Filch, Snape, and Crouch, disguised as Mad-Eye Moody, with his scars and his magical eye. Filch arrives first, his horrible, pouchy face and bulging, pale eyes staring, to no avail. Harry is still under the invisibility cloak. Filch immediately blames the din on his nemesis, Peeves the poltergeist. Filch is obsessed with getting Dumbledore to throw Peeves out of the castle, a burlesque version of Snape's deathless fantasy of getting Harry expelled. Next to arrive, at the foot of the stairs stood the only person who could make Harry's situation worse, Snape. He was wearing a long gray nightshirt and he looked livid. Someone has broken into his office. There are no words to express Harry's horror at the sight of Snape in nothing but a nightshirt, gray and shellless, like a blast-ended scroot. Filch tries pathetically to interest Snape in his pursuit of Peeves, but Snape is in the midst of snarling, "Filch, I don't give a damn about that wretched poltergeist," when Crouch/Moody arrives, wearing his old traveling cloak over his nightshirt and leaning on his staff as usual. He is better armored than Snape. With his magical eye, he can see Harry through the invisibility cloak. He is in control of the situation, and he takes advantage of it with insinuating threats to Snape.
"Dumbledore happens to trust me," said Snape through clenched teeth. "I refuse to believe that he gave you orders to search my office." "Course Dumbledore trusts you," growled Moody. "He's a trusting man, isn't he? Believes in second chances. But me, I say there are spots that don't come off, Snape. Spots that never come off. Do you know what I mean?"
Snape suddenly did something very strange. He seized his left forearm convulsively with his right hand, as though something on it had hurt him. Moody laughed.
"Get back to bed, Snape."
"You don't have the authority to send me anywhere,"
Snape hissed, letting go of his arm as though angry with himself. Snape's response switches rapidly between anger, defensiveness, and intimidation, like a pubescent boy's voice breaking. He knows he has nothing to hide, but the insinuation that Dumbledore might not trust him hurts. We see here how much Dumbledore's trust means to Snape's life. Additionally, as Irvin Cateman points out in his study, Dumbledore, The Life and Lies of Hogwarts' Renowned Headmaster, this exchange illustrates a breakdown of communication between Snape and Dumbledore. Of course, Dumbledore gave no such order, and if Snape had but checked with Dumbledore, Crouch Jr.'s whole scheme would have unraveled. Snape is aware his opponent enjoys more trust from Dumbledore than he does, as well as better access to Dumbledore's plans. It is hard enough for Snape to keep up the charade of being too untrustworthy for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, but when he thinks he's faced with a Defense Against the Dark Arts expert who genuinely believes this of him, who knows of Snape's past and doubts his change of heart, his composure breaks. The ominous return of his dark mark and the presence of the man he thinks is an Auror have reminded him of the ugliness he used to espouse. It's true that some spots don't come off. The hidden mark under his clothing no longer mirrors who he is on the inside. But for those who see it, who know that it's there, it does reflect who he truly used to be. He is not yet seasoned enough to master his regret. It betrays him. But just as Filch blames Peeves for everything, Snape's mind always turns to Harry Potter when he has a grievance with the world. But Snape's black eyes were darting from the egg in Filch's arms to the map in Moody's hand, and Harry could tell he was putting two and two together as only Snape could.
"Potter!"
Snape snarled, and he actually turned his head and stared right at the place where Harry was, as though he could suddenly see him.
"That egg is Potter's egg. That piece of parchment belongs to Potter. I have seen it before. I recognize it. Potter is here. Potter in his invisibility cloak."
Snape stretched out his hands like a blind man and began to move up the stairs. Harry could have sworn his over-large nostrils were dilating, trying to sniff Harry out, trapped. Harry leaned backward, trying to avoid Snape's fingertips. But any moment now... Snape is a potent wizard to begin with, but when it comes to detecting Harry's wrongdoing, he manifests an almost monstrous genius, nearly equal to the most mystical magic we see from Ollivander or Dumbledore. Crouch/Moody saves Harry from discovery by going on the offensive.
"There's nothing there, Snape," barked Moody. "But I'll be happy to tell the headmaster how quickly your mind jumped to Harry Potter."
Meaning what?
Snape turned again to look at Moody, his hand still outstretched, inches from Harry's chest.
"Meaning that Dumbledore's very interested to know who's got it in for that boy,"
said Moody, limping nearer still to the foot of the stairs.
"And so am I, Snape. Very interested."
I merely thought, said Snape in a voice of forced calm,
"that if Potter was wandering around after hours again, it's an unfortunate habit of his, he should be stopped for his own safety."
Bizarrely, in this upside-down conversation between a helpful man who wants to hurt Harry and a hateful man who wants to protect Harry, Snape's stammered explanation is the true one. He forgets himself sometimes because Harry enrages him so, but he really does want Harry to stay safe during this year when someone is clearly trying to kill him. Thoroughly defeated, Snape and Filch leave the scene. Crouch/Moody discovers the Marauder's map reveals his true identity and hastily invents a reason to confiscate the map from Harry before Harry sees this and exposes him. In a masterful move, Crouch/Moody covers his tracks by distracting Harry with a bombshell about Snape, the first hint Harry ever hears about this part of Snape's past.
"Oh, if there's one thing I hate,"
he muttered, more to himself than to Harry, and his magical eye was fixed on the left-hand corner of the map.
"it's a Death Eater who walked free."
Harry stared at him. Could Moody possibly mean what Harry thought he meant?
Dumbledore's Trust. Harry, Ron, and Hermione consult Sirius about the possibility that Snape was a Death Eater. For all of them, it comes down to one mystery. Why would Dumbledore trust Snape if he was?
"Ever since I found out Snape was teaching here, I've wondered why Dumbledore hired him. Snape's always been fascinated by the dark arts. He was famous for it at school. Slimy, oily, greasy-haired kid he was,"
Sirius added, and Harry and Ron grinned at each other.
"Snape knew more curses when he arrived at school than half the kids in 7th year. And he was part of a gang of Slytherins who nearly all turned out to be Death Eaters. But as far as I know, Snape was never even accused of being a Death Eater. Not that that means much. Plenty of them were never caught, and Snape's certainly clever and cunning enough to keep himself out of trouble."
Sirius's recollections introduced new information about Snape, the student. He arrived knowing adult-level curses, defensive, combative, possibly power-hungry, and smart, if not wise. He was notorious. He had friends, or at least a gang. He was not entirely unpopular, at least within his own house. Sirius narrows it down to the central issue. There must be something important we don't know. There's still the fact that Dumbledore trusts Snape, and I know Dumbledore trusts where a lot of other people wouldn't, but I just can't see him letting Snape teach at Hogwarts if he'd ever worked for Voldemort. While left unattended in Dumbledore's office, Harry sneaks a look at his pensieve, a magical device for viewing and sharing memories. He sees Karkaroff's Death Eater trial, presided over by Barty Crouch Sr., the authoritarian father of the Death Eater posing as Mad-Eye Moody. Dumbledore had gotten to his feet.
"I have given evidence already on this matter," he said calmly. "Severus Snape was indeed a Death Eater. However, he rejoined our side before Lord Voldemort's downfall and turned spy for us at great personal risk. He is now no more a Death Eater than I am."
Harry turned to look at Mad-Eye Moody. He was wearing a look of deep skepticism behind Dumbledore's back.
Now no more a Death Eater than I am. Quite a statement. That addresses the issue Sirius raised. Yes, Dumbledore believes there is a way for someone who had once worked for Voldemort to be as trustworthy as someone who has always worked against Voldemort. But when Harry asks Dumbledore how he can be sure, Dumbledore holds Harry's gaze for a few seconds, then says, "That, Harry, is a matter between Professor Snape and myself." Harry tells Ron and Hermione. "And he trusts Snape," Ron said. "He really trusts Snape, even though he knows he was a Death Eater." "Yes," said Harry. Hermione had not spoken for 10 minutes. She was sitting with her forehead in her hands, staring at her knees. Harry thought she too looked as though she could have done with a pensieve. We know the way Hermione's mind works. She is reevaluating everything she knows about this man, this petty classroom tyrant who knew vicious curses as a child and now regularly saves the lives of people he doesn't even like. She may be thinking about what it must have taken to join the Death Eaters and then secretly leave, turning spy. 10 minutes is a long time for a mind like hers. By the end of it, she surely understands more about Snape than she is telling Ron and Harry. She doesn't have to like people, but she cannot help but understand them. That's who she is. Her faith in Snape has just grown stronger. Ugliness, mirroring, and double agency. With Voldemort's impending return to power, there is finally a concrete use for Snape's dislike of Harry. There is little point, at this moment, in trying to get Snape and Harry to hate each other less. They're both preoccupied with surviving past the end of the school year. But now that Snape is about to resume his career as a double agent, his visceral hatred for Harry can join all the other facets of the cover persona he and Dumbledore have polished during Voldemort's dormancy. It hasn't been easy for Snape to maintain peace with being seen as incorrigibly evil at his core, less deserving of trust than such stellar worthies as Gilderoy Lockhart. But the sacrifice of his reputation is about to pay off. Everyone believes he covets the Defense Against the Dark Arts position and resents being denied. His exterior image does not reflect his true self. It's uglier than he really is. If people see past it, however, they can be persuaded, or at least distracted, by the waves of genuine loathing Snape emanates in Harry's direction. Ugliness is a significant element of Snape's persona. Snape is conspicuously ugly when he bars Harry's access to Dumbledore, acting so much like a gargoyle that he even looks like one. Perhaps during a year when the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher taunts Snape with his greater access to Dumbledore, Snape is venting his feelings immaturely with some gatekeeping of his own. "Potter!" Harry skidded to a halt and looked around. Snape had just emerged from the hidden staircase behind the stone gargoyle. The wall was sliding shut behind him even as he beckoned Harry back toward him. "What are you doing here, Potter?" "I need to see Professor Dumbledore," said Harry, running back to the corridor and skidding to a standstill in front of Snape instead. "It's Mr. Crouch. He's just turned up. He's in the forest. He's asking—" "The headmaster is busy, Potter," said Snape, his thin mouth curling into an unpleasant smile. Dumbledore hears them and overrides Snape to follow Harry, leaving Snape standing next to the gargoyle and looking twice as ugly. Later, Harry notes bitterly that Snape's delay might have given the murderer of Barty Crouch Sr. more time. Rowling gives the reader one last moment to consider the evidence she's given about Snape's true view of Voldemort. She's carefully included support for arguments that he could be any of the 3 absent followers Voldemort mentions but does not name when he returns to power. She identifies each follower a few pages later, but it's a good moment for a roll call and an appreciation for the mystery.
1, too cowardly to return. He will pay. 1 who I believe has left me forever. He will be killed, of course. And 1 who remains my most faithful servant and who has already re-entered my service. He is at Hogwarts, that faithful servant, and it was through his efforts that our young friend arrived here tonight."
Harry and the reader know Snape and Karkaroff are among the three named by Voldemort. Whether or not Snape is the faithful servant, he is also the person who taught Harry the defense against the dark arts spell that is about to save his life.
"You have been taught how to duel, Harry Potter," said Voldemort softly, his red eyes glinting through the darkness.
At these words, Harry remembered, as though from a former life, the dueling club at Hogwarts he had attended briefly 2 years ago. All he had learned there was the disarming spell, Expelliarmus, and what use would it be to deprive Voldemort of his wand, even if he could, when he was surrounded by Death Eaters, outnumbered by at least 30 to 1. He had never learned anything that could possibly fit him for this. Snape's surreptitious plan is working. He has drilled a simple defensive spell into Harry, which Harry has practiced and can perform under stress. It does not lead to escalation, but an emotional connection between attacker and attacked. It humanizes the victim, who would disarm the attacker rather than attack in return. The resulting connection of their wand cores reminds Voldemort of Lily, James, and his other victims so vividly that Harry can literally see and hear these memories. These sights reinforce Harry's faith in Expelliarmus and show him the spell's lingering power. The defense Snape taught him thus becomes Harry's signature magic. Defense against the dark arts. Antidotes. All year long, Snape has been trying to teach Harry about antidotes. He has been unsuccessful, possibly because students learn better from teachers who don't bully them. Professor Snape was forcing them to research antidotes. They took this one seriously, as he had hinted that he might be poisoning one of them before Christmas to see if their antidote worked. Would he actually do such a thing? Apparently so.
"Antidotes,"
said Snape, looking around at them all, his cold black eyes glittering unpleasantly.
"You should all have prepared your recipes now. I want you to brew them carefully, and then we will be selecting someone on whom to test one."
Snape's eyes met Harry's, and Harry knew what was coming. Snape was going to poison him. Harry imagined picking up his cauldron and sprinting to the front of the class and bringing it down on Snape's greasy head. Harry's understandable hostility distracts him and the reader from wondering why Snape is focusing on antidotes this year. Unlike other years, there is a competent defense against the dark arts professor, so his services are not needed in that department. Any defense he teaches should be within his own subject, potions. And this year, Hogwarts is hosting a Death Eater headmaster who teaches his students the dark arts. Moody had told them all during their last Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson that he preferred to prepare his own food and drink at all times, as it was so easy for dark wizards to poison an unattended cup. In a year when someone is trying to get Harry killed, perhaps Snape has reason to train Harry in particular on poisons and antidotes. Unfortunately, Harry doesn't pay attention, distracted by the unexpected task of asking Cho Chang to the Yule Ball. He found it hard to concentrate on Snape's potions test, and consequently forgot to add the key ingredient, a bezoar, meaning that he received bottom marks. It seems Harry learns from Snape better when there's an intermediary, whether it's Gilderoy Lockhart and Expelliarmus or, a couple of years from now, marginal notes about bezoars from the previous owner of a decades-old textbook. Snape never does poison Harry or any other student, despite his threats.
"Veritas serum, a truth potion so powerful that 3 drops would have you spilling your innermost secrets for this entire class to hear," said Snape viciously. "Now, the use of this potion is controlled by very strict ministry guidelines, but unless you watch your step, you might just find that my hand slips." He shook the crystal bottle slightly. "Right over your evening pumpkin juice."
Barty Crouch Jr.'s confession is the only time we see Veritaserum used in the series. We learn everything he did as Mad-Eye Moody adhered to a consistent inner agenda that could not always be guessed from the evidence. For example, he helped Harry repeatedly because I could not hurt Potter. My master needed him. Something similar might be true then of Snape. He might be devoted to helping Harry against Voldemort despite every appearance of loathing Harry. By the same logic, of course, he might turn out to be working for Voldemort all along. What Barty Crouch Jr.'s Veritaserum confession tells us, though, is that in this story, characters are likely to have agendas, hidden or not. There are fictional universes in which characters remain unknown or ambiguous or turn out to have no consistent agendas at all. That is not how Rowling's universe works. Barty Crouch Jr. describes the indirect way he furthered his agenda while posing as Mad-Eye Moody. It hasn't been easy, Harry, guiding you through these tasks without arousing suspicion. I have had to use every ounce of cunning I possess so that my hand would not be detectable in your success. From this point in the story until the day he dies, Snape is going to have to apply the same standards of subtlety in guiding students against Voldemort and his followers. His responsibilities will extend to students other than just Harry, as we see from his reaction to Harry's argument with the Minister of Magic.
"Look, I saw Voldemort come back,"
Harry shouted. He tried to get out of bed again, but Mrs. Weasley forced him back.
"I saw the Death Eaters. I can give you their names. Lucius Malfoy—"
Snape made a sudden movement, but as Harry looked at him, Snape's eyes flew back to Fudge. Snape knows some of his Slytherin students have parents who have just rejoined Voldemort. Their lives are about to become much more dangerous, and he will have to protect them without arousing the suspicions of their parents, Voldemort, or the rest of the school. Whatever anti-Slytherin bias they've suffered before is about to intensify. It's a heavy load on top of his own double agency. Perhaps thinking of them adds to his courage when confronting Fudge's denial. Finally, Fudge said with a hint of a plea in his voice,
"He can't be back, Dumbledore. He just can't be."
Snape strode forward, past Dumbledore, pulling up the left sleeve of his robes as he went. He stuck out his forearm and showed it to Fudge, who recoiled.
"There," said Snape harshly. "There, the dark mark. It is not as clear as it was an hour or so ago, when it burned black, but you can still see it. Every Death Eater had the sign burned into him by the Dark Lord."
He stared, apparently repelled by the ugly mark on Snape's arm, then looked up at Dumbledore and whispered,
"I don't know what you and your staff are playing at, Dumbledore, but I have heard enough."
After a year of hiding his body's secret, shameful changes, Snape bears his vivid dark mark to the Minister of Magic. His puberty is over. He is a young man with nothing to hide. The lack of shame changes him. Unlike every other glimpse we have had of the skin under his robes, this time, the sight does not seem shellless or ugly. Fudge is repelled by the ugly mark on his arm, not by Snape. The ugliness is not in Snape anymore. It is on his surface, evident in the mark that shows the growing terror he's been enduring all year in private and the terror that is coming to all of them soon, whether they deny it or not. The self that has grappled with this truth and prepared to accept the consequences is not ugly. It is brave. He will soon have to begin years of keeping his emotions tightly hidden, but at this moment, when it counts, Snape reveals his true self and nothing else. The witnesses in the room, aside from the Prime Minister, are Dumbledore, Harry, Ron, Hermione, McGonagall, Mrs. Weasley, Bill Weasley, Madame Pomfrey, the unconscious Mad-Eye Moody, and unbeknownst to Snape, Sirius Black. The secretive Snape would not normally be so unguarded in front of such a crowd, but this is a turning point in his life where he diverges forever from easier paths. The time-turner-like journey he has taken with Dumbledore into his own past, preparing to make different choices, so he can save innocent lives without being seen, has arrived at the critical moment. His preparations are finished. The grand operation of his second chance starts now. Dumbledore made sure that the door was closed and that Madame Pomfrey's footsteps had died away before he spoke again.
"And now," he said, "it is time for two of our number to recognize each other for what they are. Sirius, if you could resume your usual form."
The great black dog looked up at Dumbledore, then in an instant turned back into a man. Mrs. Weasley screamed and leapt back from the bed. Dumbledore equates Sirius being in Animagus form with Snape's cover as an untrustworthy teacher with a weakness for the dark arts. That is a rather weighty equation. In Dumbledore's eyes, Snape has had a true self all along that is no more like that public image than Sirius is actually a dog. This is the answer to Sirius's question about why Dumbledore would hire someone who once worked for Voldemort. People can change, even if their spots cannot. Appearances and inner reality are not always the same. There are sometimes good reasons to present the self untruthfully, even if it can be a grueling ordeal, as Sirius well knows. And people who have undergone such transformations know things, can do things, that those innocent of such ordeals cannot. Snape knows everything about how it feels to be a Death Eater. His mark still burns. But he also knows how it feels to fight Voldemort's cause at mortal risk. Most people are neither Death Eaters nor active fighters. Some are one or the other. Very few know how it feels to be both. There are some things only Snape can do. Overcoming his loathing of Sirius may or may not be one of them.
"Him!"
he snarled, staring at Sirius, whose face showed equal dislike.
"What is he doing here?" "He is here at my invitation," said Dumbledore, looking between them. "As are you, Severus. I trust you both. It is time for you to lay aside your old differences and trust each other."
Harry thought Dumbledore was asking for a near miracle. Sirius and Snape were eyeing each other with the utmost loathing. Sirius's second chance starts now, too. He can begin to work against the man who killed his best friend and destroyed his young adulthood. He and Snape both have good reasons for their arrested development, though that can be hard to remember when they're behaving like children. The enormity of the task before Snape makes him seem young in this scene in a way that is not normally part of his image. He is 35.
"Severus," said Dumbledore, turning to Snape, "you know what I must ask you to do. If you are ready, if you are prepared." "I am," said Snape.
He looked slightly paler than usual, and his cold black eyes glittered strangely.
"Then, good luck,"
said Dumbledore, and he watched, with a trace of apprehension on his face, as Snape swept wordlessly after Sirius. It was several minutes before Dumbledore spoke again. Snape is afraid. The several minutes of silence from Dumbledore echo the 10 minutes of silence from Hermione when she first learned Snape had been a Death Eater. Snape may be alone, but there are others who are thinking about what he's doing. And by including these silences from two of the series' most insightful characters, the author signals that the reader should take a moment to consider it too. The reader will learn, in the volume that follows, exactly what magic Snape is using to prepare to face Voldemort, and why his eyes glittered strangely in this scene, shutting out anyone who might try to read what Snape is thinking. Rowling slows down time in her own story to mark a few pivotal moments of importance, but they are usually Harry's moments. This is one time the story belongs to Snape. Snape's fearful but resolute manner in this threshold scene, pale with glittering eyes, may feel familiar to the reader. In fact, we have seen it before. In the description of 11-year-old Harry on the verge of going after the Sorcerer's Stone. The other two stared at him. He was pale and his eyes were glittering. Snape goes to Voldemort and returns to his duties at Hogwarts, seemingly unchanged. Harry watches him at the leaving feast. The aperture has closed, but now Harry knows what's underneath Snape's facade. His eyes lingered on Harry for a moment as Harry looked at him. His expression was difficult to read. He looked as sour and unpleasant as ever. Harry continued to watch him long after Snape had looked away. What was it that Snape had done on Dumbledore's orders the night that Voldemort had returned? And why was Dumbledore so convinced that Snape was truly on their side? He had been their spy. Dumbledore had said so in the Pensieve. Snape had turned spy against Voldemort at great personal risk. Was that the job he had taken up again? Had he made contact with the Death Eaters, perhaps? Pretended that he had never really gone over to Dumbledore, that he had been, like Voldemort himself, biding his time? Harry knows Voldemort was shocked and fearful when his rebirth went awry. He had expected to kill Harry and ascend triumphantly back to power, not to be overpowered for the first time by the memories of his own crimes. Something went terribly wrong, humiliating him in front of his followers, and Voldemort didn't understand it. Voldemort, who thought he understood everything. He had ordered the Death Eaters to do nothing, and they had obeyed, directionless and just as confused. Snape's arrival must have been the most comforting thing to happen to Voldemort in years. This dictator who would sooner kill a person than admit he needs comfort. After Voldemort lived a year dependent on Wormtail, after years of living bodiless and alone, after a night of failure and terrifying emotion and rage at the followers who never searched for him, Snape came to him to say, "My lord, I have been working for you all along. I have never forgotten you." Snape would have told Voldemort stories of spying, of Dumbledore, of the profound mediocrity of Harry Potter, of Dumbledore's folly in seeing anything in the vexing child. The stories would have rung true for Wormtail, for Lucius Malfoy, for anyone who had known Snape during the years of Voldemort's absence. The stories would have accorded with what Voldemort witnessed of Harry's first year. If Voldemort looked into Snape's mind, as he surely must have, he would have seen nothing but Snape's genuine loathing of Harry. He would have sent Snape back to Hogwarts to spy again, glad of the one servant who was able to bring him answers. Like Dumbledore, Voldemort would have found there are some things only Snape can do. Chapter 5. Severus Snape and the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort's return to an adult human body adds 3 jobs to Snape's workload and an unexpected 4th burden as well. In addition to being Potions Master and head of Slytherin, Snape is now an active Death Eater, answering Voldemort's calls to strategy meetings about his campaign to seize power. He is the primary source of spy intelligence at Order of the Phoenix meetings. He tutors Harry privately in occlumency, a magical way to seal the mind against intrusion, and he is part of the resistance to Dolores Umbridge, a totalitarian bureaucrat posted to Hogwarts by the Ministry to deny the return of Voldemort and crack down on plans to fight him. Snape and Dumbledore spend the year in a desperate race to stay one step ahead of Voldemort's plans, which include killing Harry, defeating Dumbledore, gathering troops, and infiltrating the Ministry. Their undercover work is so demanding, they seem virtually absent from Hogwarts for much of the year. Dumbledore quietly invests McGonagall with responsibility for heading Hogwarts while he is preoccupied. This year, they must also evade government decrees against students being trained to defend themselves. Harry combines what he's learned from Lupin and Snape to pass on his defense expertise to his fellow students. The mood of this book is magnificently grim. Dumbledore predicts, correctly, that at moments when he's speaking one-on-one with Harry, Voldemort will attempt to possess Harry in order to confront Dumbledore. Voldemort usually destroys the animals and people he possesses, so a terrified Dumbledore essentially abandons Harry during this volume. Partway through the year, Dumbledore is forced on the run, abandoning Hogwarts as well. Dumbledore usually seems near omnipotent, but fighting Voldemort with one hand and the Ministry with the other is stretching him past his limits. Harry, meanwhile, must hide his true agenda to survive. He doesn't know it yet, but learning to hide his agenda brings him closer to understanding Snape. Plot: Learning from Snape. Our first glimpse of Snape in this book shows him as a spy, not a teacher. Harry spots the dark, greasy-haired head and prominent nose of his least favorite teacher at Grimmauld Place, Sirius Black's house, now headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. Snape leaves before Harry can find out anything about what he is doing, though Ron tells Harry Snape never eats here. Snape wants to get away from Sirius Black's house, no doubt. But as a double agent, he might not have time to linger anyway. In this volume, Snape is gone from the school narrative for chapters at a time, busy with his spy work. In his absence, the reader sees Harry experience many of the emotions we have seen in Snape. In the opening chapter, grieving and angry, Harry goads his cousin Dudley in much the same way Snape has baited Harry. It gave Harry enormous satisfaction to know how furious he was making Dudley. He felt as though he was siphoning off his own frustrations into his cousin, the only outlet he had. But when Harry and Dudley are attacked by Dementors, Harry goes into protective mode, gets Dudley home, then receives a threat of expulsion from the Ministry for performing underage magic. The courtroom for his trial is situated in the bowels of the Ministry, reached by a basement corridor that bore a great resemblance to that which led to Snape's dungeons at Hogwarts. Dumbledore testifies for Harry at his trial, but Dumbledore, like Harry, has been targeted by a government smear campaign all summer. Harry has suffered smear campaigns before, but never to such a serious degree. Harry hopes that in the end, he'll be vindicated, and that the public understanding of him will mirror his true self. But under Dolores Umbridge's regime, he must learn to suppress his urge to contradict lies about himself, a skill Snape has been struggling with for years. McGonagall tells him as much when Umbridge punishes him for insisting he witnessed Voldemort's return. "For heaven's sake, Potter," said Professor McGonagall, straightening her glasses angrily. She had winced horribly when he had used Voldemort's name. "Do you really think this is about truth or lies? It's about keeping your head down and your temper under control." The sadistic Umbridge punishes Harry by forcing him to cut the words, "I must not tell lies," into his own skin every night for a week. He learns that in order to endure the ongoing punishment, he cannot permit others to offer sympathy, which will lower his defenses. Harry takes comfort in identifying with Sirius. And with a surge of sympathy for his godfather, Harry thought that Sirius was probably the only person he knew who could really understand how he felt at the moment, because Sirius was in the same situation. Nearly everyone in the wizarding world thought Sirius a dangerous murderer and a great Voldemort supporter, and he had had to live with that knowledge for 14 years. Harry does not realize that much of his ordeal might mirror Snape's as well, but the reader can note Harry's and Snape's tensions are probably rising in parallel. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge has placed Professor Umbridge in the Defense Against the Dark Arts position at Hogwarts to prevent students from gaining any practical experience in defensive magic. They are to memorize written theory only. 3 years ago, when Professor Lockhart held the same position, Snape circumvented him by staging an extracurricular practice lesson in dueling. Snape reinforced the effectiveness of this defensive lesson by ensuring the most volatile students practiced against their worst enemies. This year, Snape is too busy to plot subversive supplemental lessons, so Hermione rises to the challenge magnificently. She assumes some of Snape's role. Covertly, she ensures students get training in defense against the dark arts without running afoul of Voldemort's curse. While treating Harry's wounds from another detention with Umbridge, Hermione shocks Ron and Harry by declaring that nothing, not even homework, is as important as learning defense against the dark arts, and that learning from books is not enough. We need a teacher, a proper one, who can show us how to use the spells and correct us if we're going wrong. She proposes Harry teach the lessons, provoking an outburst from Harry that makes the argument for her. "You don't know what it's like. You, Neither of you. You've never had to face him, have you? You think it's just memorizing a bunch of spells and throwing them at him like you're in class or something. The whole time you know there's nothing between you and dying except your own brain or guts or whatever. Like you can think straight when you know you're about a second from being murdered or tortured or watching your friends die. They've never taught us that in their classes, what it's like to deal with things like that. After Lupin's boggart lesson, the students recognize some lessons are best learned through moving and doing, not through theory alone. After Snape's disarming lesson, they can appreciate how different practicing in safety feels as opposed to confronting an attacker in earnest. Hermione organizes a secret resistance group, which Ginny names the DA, Dumbledore's Army, as a cheeky joke about the Ministry's fears. Harry signs on to be the true defense against the dark arts teacher for the year, and he begins with what he learned from Snape. I was thinking, the first thing we should do is Expelliarmus, you know, the disarming charm. I know it's pretty basic, but I found it really useful. Oh, please, said Zacharias Smith, rolling his eyes and folding his arms. I don't think Expelliarmus is exactly going to help us against you-know-who, do you? I've used it against him, said Harry quietly. It saved my life last June. The successful DA meetings give Harry two different kinds of internal strength that provide some insight into how Snape might experience his undercover work. After the initial gathering, he receives validation from his peers that lifts one of his worst stressors. The way people view him mirrors his true inner self. We have seen the toll it takes on Snape to be seen as someone he is not. It may be necessary for a greater goal, but it is costly. To be seen and believed, especially by the people one most esteems, brings immediate relief. The knowledge that they were doing something to resist Umbridge and the Ministry, and that he was a key part of the rebellion, gave Harry a feeling of immense satisfaction. The knowledge that all those people did not think him a lying weirdo, but someone to be admired, buoyed him up so much that he was still cheerful on Monday morning, despite the imminent prospect of all his least favorite classes. The following practice session of the DA builds on that strength to bring Harry a more durable, deeply rooted defense, one that does not depend on being mirrored back by others. Harry felt as though he were carrying some kind of talisman inside his chest over the following 2 weeks, a glowing secret that supported him through Umbridge's classes and even made it possible for him to smile blandly as he looked into her horrible, bulging eyes. He and the DA were resisting her under her very nose, doing the very thing that she and the Ministry most feared. And whenever he was supposed to be reading Wilbert Slinkhardt's book during her lessons, he dwelled instead on satisfying memories of their most recent meetings, remembering how Neville had successfully disarmed Hermione, how Colin Creevey had mastered the impediment jinx after 3 meetings' hard effort, how Pavarti Patil had produced such a good reductor curse that she had reduced the table carrying all the sneakoscopes to dust. In addition to feeling buoyed by others' confidence in him, Harry is nourished by his pride in them. He has helped teach others to defend themselves. The glow of power he has from mastering these skills is now glowing in others as well. And he has watched it happening. No matter what, the mere memory of this shared learning can fortify him, whether or not he is being accurately mirrored by those around him. It is a more self-sufficient joy. It gives us a glimpse into one of the ways a reviled teacher might be able to sustain himself, even when he has committed himself to the guarantee of being misunderstood by all around him. Snape's year in overview. What's going on with Snape himself in the brief glimpses we get of him between top-secret missions for one omnipotent overlord or another? Snape's personal dislike of Harry. Snape finds Harry as irritating as ever. He sinks to the same depths of perversity and pettiness when griping at his student for daring to exist. It's true that his dislike of Harry now serves the utilitarian purpose of obscuring Voldemort's view of his true agenda, but that probably has little bearing on the heartfelt nature of Snape's loathing. Harry, though, has a loss of innocence this year about how loathsome a teacher can be. He had never before considered the possibility that there might be another teacher in the world he hated more than Snape, but as he walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, he had to admit he had found a contender. Some readers have posited that Snape's twisted punishments, such as banishing Harry's imperfect potions instead of giving partial marks, point to sadism. Rowling, however, distinguishes clearly in degree between Snape's twistedness and true sadism, as seen in Umbridge when she prepares herself to cast Crucio on Harry, panting slightly as she pointed her wand at different parts of Harry's body in turn, apparently trying to decide what would hurt the most. When it comes to actual harm, just as Harry instantly saves Dudley from Dementors, Snape immediately shifts into protective mode, unlike Umbridge, who pushes Harry in front of her like a shield when endangered. Snape's usual opposition to the new defense teacher. With Voldemort's return and the government's reactionary crackdown on practical defense studies, Snape has no time for concern about the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher's curriculum. There are more urgent worries. Snape must put as much effort as possible into his double agency and the maintenance of his cover. As a person, Snape views Umbridge as contemptible and lets the students know as much when she demands he produce Veritaserum.
"You took my last bottle to interrogate Potter," he said, observing her coolly through his greasy curtains of black hair. "Surely you did not use it all. I told you that 3 drops would be sufficient."
Umbridge flushed.
"You can make some more, can't you?"
she said, her voice becoming more sweetly girlish as it always did when she was furious.
"Certainly,"
said Snape, his lip curling.
"It takes a full moon cycle to mature, so I should have it ready for you in around a month."
A dozen students are present for this exchange. Snape didn't need to let them know that Umbridge found it reasonable to use an entire bottle of a highly regulated concentrate to interrogate one child. Umbridge shrieks at him, "You are being deliberately unhelpful." Yes, he is. Even Harry must have noted and enjoyed Snape's resistance to Umbridge. Snape's reputation. As a teacher, Snape finds Umbridge irrelevant. As an outsider bearing down on the strategy that he and Dumbledore have developed to fight Voldemort, however, he finds her presence nearly intolerable.
"Well, the class seems fairly advanced for their level," she said briskly to Snape's back. "Though I would question whether it is advisable to teach them a potion like the strengthening solution. I think the Ministry would prefer it if it was removed from the syllabus."
Snape straightened up slowly and turned to look at her. Surely even some Snape-hating Gryffindors enjoyed the moment Snape turns to face Umbridge. Rowling carefully unites the sentiments of Slytherins, Gryffindors, and the reader behind Snape for this scene. Even Umbridge can find no fault with Snape's academic standards. His classroom manner has indisputably caused damage, but his students have put in the labor. One way or another, together, he and the students have created something unassailable by this intruder. But then, in front of Harry and the other students, she asks Snape about his employment history. He has been teaching at Hogwarts for 14 years. Our first indication, Snape joined the staff the year Harry's parents died.
"You applied first for the Defense Against the Dark Arts post, I believe?"
Professor Umbridge asked Snape.
"Yes,"
said Snape quietly.
"But you were unsuccessful?"
Snape's lip curled.
"Obviously."
"And you have applied regularly for the Defense Against the Dark Arts post since you first joined the school, I believe?"
"Yes,"
said Snape quietly, barely moving his lips. He looked very angry. Harry listens closely as Umbridge asks what Harry has been dying to know for years.
Do you have any idea why Dumbledore has consistently refused to appoint you?"
asked Umbridge. "I suggest you ask him," said Snape jerkily.
"Oh, I shall,"
said Professor Umbridge with a sweet smile. This is the first confirmation Snape has reapplied for the defense position every year without fail. His application has been rejected each time in favor of other candidates, even when there have been no other applicants, as Hagrid tells us in Chamber of Secrets when he says Gilderoy Lockhart was the only man for the job. Either Snape is indeed vulnerable to the lures of the dark arts, so unstable that Dumbledore refuses to count his application, or this is a paper trail he and Dumbledore have laid as part of a strategy. Snape's supposed vulnerability to the lore of the dark arts is part of their cover story. But Snape has never found this lie easy to swallow, and he certainly cannot bear to choke it out in front of Umbridge and his avidly listening students. It was Dumbledore's idea for Snape to include this ignoble rumor in his cover persona. Let him be the one to perform it for Umbridge. At long last, Umbridge moves on to question the students, and Snape sees Harry, who has not, of course, been paying attention to his cauldron.
"No marks again, then, Potter,"
said Snape maliciously, emptying Harry's cauldron with a wave of his wand.
"You will write me an essay on the correct composition of this potion, indicating how and why you went wrong, to be handed in next lesson. Do you understand?"
Snape is certainly taking out his stress on Harry, but he is also defying Umbridge's order to remove the strengthening solution from the syllabus. Anything this ministry deems a threat is something the boy who lived needs to know. This is a textbook example of Rowling loading Snape's actions with equal motives of protectiveness, sound strategy, and hostility toward Harry. No matter what other work he has, Snape remains grimly conscientious about his duties as a teacher. He warns his class about the upcoming OWL examinations with the usual threats and insults, promising to disqualify most students from potion study in 6th and 7th years.
"After this year, of course, many of you will cease studying with me," Snape went on. "I take only the very best into my NEWT potions class, which means that some of us will certainly be saying goodbye."
His eyes rested on Harry, and his lip curled. Harry glared back, feeling a grim pleasure at the idea that he would be able to give up potions after 5th year.
"But we have another year to go before that happy moment of farewell," said Snape softly. "So whether you are intending to attempt NEWT or not, I advise all of you to concentrate your efforts upon maintaining the high pass level I have come to expect from my OWL students."
It's a shame this teacher has to be inflicted on introductory level students. We see that where possible, he has adjusted his workload to focus on advanced or gifted classes, where his temperament makes him a better match. The mystery of Snape's true motives. All of the books in the Harry Potter series are designed to require rereading for full understanding, but from this volume onward, Rowling seeds the story with many more details that hint at her endgame and the crucial role Snape plays in it. Harry learns Aunt Petunia knows things about the wizarding world because she overheard that awful boy telling her about them years ago. But when Harry assumes she means James and Lily, Petunia doesn't correct him. Rowling has hinted at a Snape-Lily connection before this point through selective omissions, showing James's social circle, but not Lily's. But this is the first active hint she introduces. In Order of the Phoenix, Rowling continues to maintain a careful equilibrium between positive and negative readings of Snape's motives behind everything he says and does. Harry, Ron, and Hermione have a great deal of new evidence to sift through, but between Snape's treatment of Harry, his work for the Order, and the lack of explanation for Dumbledore's trust, their conclusions about him remain stalemated,
I did think he might be a bit better this year, said Hermione in a disappointed voice. I mean, you know. She looked carefully around. There were half a dozen empty seats on either side of them, and nobody was passing the table. Now he's in the Order and everything.
Poisonous toadstools don't change their spots, said Ron sagely. Anyway, I've always thought Dumbledore was cracked, trusting Snape. Where's the evidence he ever really stopped working for you-know-who?
I think Dumbledore's probably got plenty of evidence, even if he doesn't share it with you, Ron, snapped Hermione. We will find, though, that some of Snape's true motives can be discerned in this volume through a close reading of the private lessons in occlumency that Dumbledore orders him to provide for Harry. Occlumency. Just before Christmas, 15-year-old Harry receives his first kiss from his longtime crush, Cho Chang. He would have enjoyed it more if she hadn't also been crying and talking about the death of Cedric Diggory, her boyfriend at the time Harry witnessed his murder. That night, Harry dreams of the same image he's dreamed of for months, a plain black door at the end of a corridor. But this time, he dreams he is a venomous snake who bites a man guarding that door. Harry wakes up screaming and tells Dumbledore, who discovers Arthur Weasley has been bitten while on duty for the Order. Harry has not told anybody, but Dumbledore seems to understand that Harry saw the vision from the snake's point of view. Dumbledore has been ignoring Harry and avoiding eye contact with him since summer. But for one instant, they look at each other, and Harry is overwhelmed by Voldemort's emotions. Harry looked up at him. They were very close together, and Dumbledore's clear blue gaze moved from the portkey to Harry's face. At once, Harry's scar burned white-hot as though the old wound had burst open again, and unbidden, unwanted, but terrifyingly strong, there rose within Harry a hatred so powerful, he felt for that instant that he would like nothing better than to strike, to bite, to sink his fangs into the man before him. On the last day of holidays at Grimmauld Place, Harry receives the ominous news that Professor Snape is in the kitchen and wants a word with him. He enters to find Snape and Sirius incandescent with mutual hostility, goading each other like schoolboys. Snape explains that Dumbledore has ordered him to give Harry secret weekly lessons in occlumency, the magical defense of the mind against external penetration, an obscure branch of magic, but a highly useful one.
Why can't Dumbledore teach Harry? Asked Sirius aggressively. Why you? I suppose because it is a headmaster's privilege to delegate less enjoyable tasks, said Snape silkily. I assure you I did not beg for the job. He got to his feet. I will expect you at 6 o'clock on Monday evening, Potter. My office. If anybody asks, you are taking remedial potions. Nobody who has seen you in my classes could deny you need them.
Remedial potions. At last, Snape gets to watch someone else writhe as they collude in spreading an intolerable lie about themselves for the greater good. Snape has had long, bitter years to reflect on the efficacy of this tactic. Why does it have to be Snape who teaches Harry? Dumbledore's reasoning is not difficult to follow. Occlumency is obscure. So few people have mastered the skill, possibly none as expertly as Snape. Snape has experience in occluding Voldemort without detection. The lessons must be kept secret from Umbridge, so the teacher has to be at Hogwarts and part of the Order, which limits candidates to Snape, Dumbledore, McGonagall, or Hagrid. Hagrid can't keep secrets, and, as we see from her arguments with Umbridge, self-control is not McGonagall's strong suit, either. Dumbledore is terrified that if he is near Harry, Voldemort will sense this and feel such a surge of rage that his emotions will overpower Harry and possess or destroy him. We know from Goblet of Fire that possession is Voldemort's signature magic, a power he retains even when he has no body or wand, and that his possession of animals and humans shortens their lives. Voldemort has only been in his full body, constituted with Harry's stolen blood, for a few months. Nobody understands yet the limits of his connection with Harry or how badly Voldemort could hurt him. So that leaves Snape to teach Harry. Considering Snape's history of antagonizing Harry, Sirius is so worried he starts a confrontation. In an almost unbearable show of immaturity, these two men in their mid-30s name-call each other like children, leaving the actual child in the room to hold them apart.
"I've warned you, Snivelus,"
said Sirius, his face barely a foot from Snape's.
"I don't care if Dumbledore thinks you're reformed. I know better."
"Oh, but why don't you tell him so?" whispered Snape. "Or are you afraid he might not take the advice of a man who has been hiding inside his mother's house for 6 months very seriously?"
"Tell me, how is Lucius Malfoy these days? I expect he's delighted his lapdog's working at Hogwarts, isn't he?"
"Speaking of dogs," said Snape softly, "did you know that Lucius Malfoy recognized you last time you risked a little jaunt outside? Clever idea, Black, getting yourself seen on a safe station platform. Gave you a cast-iron excuse not to leave your hidey hole in future, didn't it?"
Sirius raised his wand.
"No!"
Harry yelled, vaulting over the table and trying to get in between them.
"Sirius, don't!"
This scene is cringeworthy and heartbreaking. 12 years of wrongful imprisonment, followed by 2.5 years as a fugitive, have kept Sirius in a state of arrested development. Snape has had the freedom denied Sirius. But when threatened by his least favorite bully from his past, he regresses to taunting Sirius about something Gryffindors find intolerable: forced inactivity during crisis. Yet, there is beauty in both men in this scene, too. Harry sees someone who cares about nothing in the world more than Harry's happiness and is willing to fight for it. Snape gives Sirius a genuine warning. It is delivered amidst Barb's old arguments about cowardice and Snape's Death Eater past. But as with everything Snape says, there is a kernel, too, of keep yourself safe. It is Snape's idiosyncratic brand of warning, hostility on the personal level, and yet useful. Fortunately, Arthur Weasley and his family come into the kitchen at that moment, and Snape leaves without further conflict. Molly Weasley reports that the St. Mungo's healer found an antidote to whatever that snake's got in its fangs. An antidote. It would make sense for the Order to respond to the near death of a member by having the resident potioner brew enough for all Order members to start carrying this antidote on their persons. For all we know, they may have. But curiously, this antidote is never mentioned again. Back at Hogwarts, Harry reports to Snape's dungeon for occlumency lessons. He recognizes Dumbledore's pensieve on Snape's desk. Dumbledore has lent his support to Snape. Snape explains the lesson, dislike etched in every line of his face. The scene is a tour de force from Rowling. Almost every line is worth a close reading. Snape explains Voldemort is skilled at legilimency, the ability to extract feelings and memories from another person's mind. Legilimency, he says, is not quite the same as the Muggle concept of mind reading.
"Thoughts are not etched on the inside of skulls to be perused by any invader. It is true, however, that those who have mastered legilimency are able, under certain conditions, to delve into the minds of their victims and to interpret their findings correctly. The Dark Lord, for instance, almost always knows when somebody is lying to him. Only those skilled at occlumency are able to shut down those feelings and memories that contradict the lie, and so utter falsehoods in his presence without detection."
Why this emphasis on the distinction between legilimency and mind reading? It tells us how Snape is able to lie to Voldemort. The legilimens detects feelings, sees memories, and forms a conclusion, but not necessarily the correct one. An occlumens can obscure truths by presenting strong feelings that overwhelm other details, or by leading the Legillemens into emotional territory they can't understand. Snape can show Voldemort with utter faith that he loathes Harry Potter and credits Harry with no gifts at all.
So, he could know what we're thinking right now, sir. The Dark Lord is at a considerable distance, and the walls and grounds of Hogwarts are guarded by many ancient spells and charms to ensure the bodily and mental safety of those who dwell within them, said Snape. Time and space matter in magic, Potter. Eye contact is often essential to legilimency.
We know Voldemort can connect with Harry through the scar from a distance, so why does Rowling give us this information about proximity, protective spells, and eye contact? Voldemort might be able to see into Harry's mind, but not Snape's. Not at this distance, not with Snape's occlumency defenses, unless he manages to look at Snape through Harry's eyes, as Harry looked through Voldemort's eyes when Voldemort was possessing the snake. With Voldemort's strength of mind, it is conceivable that he could use the scar link with Harry to spy on Harry's surroundings and even perform legilimency on others.
The usual rules do not seem to apply with you, Potter. The curse that failed to kill you seems to have forged some kind of connection between you and the Dark Lord. The evidence suggests that at times when your mind is most relaxed and vulnerable, when you are asleep, for instance, you are sharing the Dark Lord's thoughts and emotions. The headmaster thinks it inadvisable for this to continue. He wishes me to teach you how to close your mind to the Dark Lord.
We know Harry is highly resistant to mind control because he can fight the Imperious Curse. When he is asleep, however, or when his defenses are lower, he will be less so, unless he has training.
But why does Professor Dumbledore want to stop it? He asked abruptly. I don't like it much, but it's been useful, hasn't it? I mean, I saw that snake attack Mr. Weasley, and if I hadn't, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have been able to save him, would he, sir?
Snape stared at Harry for a few moments, still tracing his mouth with his finger. When he spoke again, it was slowly and deliberately, as though he weighed every word. Harry has a good point. Snape weighs every word in his reply because he has many considerations to juggle. He serves 2 masters, and he's a teacher. He must obey Dumbledore's global order not to tell Harry any more than Harry needs to know. Yet, he must tell Harry enough to convince him and help him learn. And he must strike the exact right note of authenticity, so if Voldemort should see this interaction through legilimency, it will be believable as the performance of a double agent who pretends to obey Dumbledore but remains loyal to Voldemort. With all these requirements, Snape has no room for gratuitous insults. For once, he's got too much on his mind to hate Harry.
It appears that the Dark Lord has been unaware of the connection between you and himself until very recently. Up till now, it seems that you have been experiencing his emotions and sharing his thoughts without his being any the wiser. However, the vision you had shortly before Christmas,
the one with the snake and Mr. Weasley.
Do not interrupt me, Potter,
said Snape in a dangerous voice.
As I was saying, the vision you had shortly before Christmas represented such a powerful incursion upon the Dark Lord's thoughts.
I saw inside the snake's head, not his.
I thought I just told you not to interrupt me, Potter.
That didn't take long. Snape dislikes Harry again. Or does he? Does he just want to limit what they discuss? Why? But Harry did not care if Snape was angry. At least he seemed to be getting to the bottom of this business. He had moved forward in his chair so that, without realizing it, he was perched on the very edge, tense as though poised for flight. How come I saw through the snake's eyes if it's Voldemort's thoughts I'm sharing?
Do not say the Dark Lord's name,
spat Snape. There was a nasty silence. They glared at each other across the Pensieve. Harry is on the edge of his seat. He's never connected this hard before with anything Snape had to teach him. Ever since summer, he's been starved for information about himself, information that should belong to him by right, that Dumbledore has kept from him. This is the first time anyone seems able to give answers. Snape must remain measured so he adheres word by word to the guidelines set by both masters. If he engages with Harry, if he forgets himself, he could accidentally reveal something that would get them in trouble. Harry must not interrupt. Snape must remain in control of the interaction, and for once, it's not because he wants to wield power over Harry. The danger is what makes Snape angry here, not his dislike of Harry.
Professor Dumbledore says his name, said Harry quietly. Dumbledore is an extremely powerful wizard, Snape muttered. While he may feel secure enough to use the name, the rest of us...
He rubbed his left forearm, apparently unconsciously, on the spot where Harry knew the dark mark was burned into his skin. It's an honest interaction between these old adversaries. Snape is so tense, he gives himself away by touching his dark mark. His vulnerability reaches Harry, who makes more of an effort.
I just wanted to know, Harry began again, forcing his voice back to politeness. Why? You seem to have visited the snake's mind, because that was where the Dark Lord was at that particular moment, snarled Snape. He was possessing the snake at the time, and so you dreamed you were inside it too. And he realized I was there?
Snape loses control and snarls, which is dangerous, but he gives Harry the priceless gift of a definite answer. Harry continues to cooperate. This time, he catches himself before saying Voldemort's full name. That seems to help Snape recollect himself and calm down. He will need to be more careful about maintaining boundaries. He can't get caught up in emotion.
It seems so, said Snape coolly.
How do you know? Said Harry urgently. Is it just Professor Dumbledore guessing, or...
I told you, said Snape, rigid in his chair, his eyes slits. To call me, sir.
Yes, sir, said Harry impatiently. But how do you know?
It is enough that we know, said Snape repressively.
Snape must shut down this line of inquiry. Anything about the Order's spying and Dumbledore's thinking is definitely more than Harry needs to know.
The important point is that the Dark Lord is now aware that you are gaining access to his thoughts and feelings. He has also deduced that the process is likely to work in reverse. That is to say, he has realized that he might be able to access your thoughts and feelings in return.
And he might try and make me do things? Asked Harry. Sir, he added hurriedly.
He might, said Snape, sounding cold and unconcerned. Which brings us back to occlumency.
Snape has regained control of the interaction. He has passed on information to Harry without major blunder. He must confirm Dumbledore is worried about Voldemort possessing Harry without revealing, in case Voldemort is listening, that Dumbledore and Snape find this prospect terrifying. Snape pulled out his wand from an inside pocket of his robes, and Harry tensed in his chair. But Snape merely raised the wand to his temple and placed its tip into the greasy roots of his hair. When he withdrew it, some silvery substance came away, stretching from temple to wand like a thick gossamer strand, which broke as he pulled the wand away from it and fell gracefully into the pensieve, where it swirled silvery white, neither gas nor liquid. Twice more, Snape raised the wand to his temple and deposited the silvery substance into the stone basin. Then, without offering any explanation of his behavior, he picked up the pensieve carefully, removed it to a shelf out of their way, and returned to face Harry with his wand held at the ready.
Stand up and take out your wand, Potter.
So there are 3 memories Snape doesn't want Harry to see, and Dumbledore has lent his support to this. Why?
You may use your wand to attempt to disarm me, or defend yourself in any other way you can think of,
said Snape. "And what are you going to do?" Harry asked, eyeing Snape's wand apprehensively.
"I am about to attempt to break into your mind," said Snape softly. "We are going to see how well you resist. I have been told that you have already shown aptitude at resisting the Imperious Curse. You will find that similar powers are needed for this. Brace yourself now. Legilimens!"
Blanket permission for Harry to use his wand against Snape. Acknowledgement of one of Harry's strengths in a manner that is useful for the lesson. This is what it looks like when Snape actually teaches Harry magic. It's a private lesson tailored to him because he needs the protection, delivered as sincerely as Lupin's Patronus tutoring. Snape had struck before Harry was ready, before Harry had even begun to summon any force of resistance. The office swam in front of his eyes and vanished. Image after image was racing through his mind like a flickering film, so vivid it blinded him to his surroundings. He was 5, watching Dudley riding a new red bicycle, and his heart was bursting with jealousy. He was 9, and Ripper the bulldog was chasing him up a tree, and the Dursleys were laughing below on the lawn. He was sitting under the Sorting Hat, and it was telling him he would do well in Slytherin. Hermione was lying in the hospital wing, her face covered with thick black hair. 100 Dementors were closing in on him beside the dark lake. Cho Chang was drawing nearer to him under the mistletoe. "No," said a voice in Harry's head as the memory of Cho drew nearer. "You're not watching that. You're not watching it. It's private." Like a trauma flashback or an imperious curse, an outside influence is overpowering Harry's awareness of his reality in the present moment. Harry has been feeling isolated and frightened all year, ignored by Dumbledore as the Dursleys used to ignore him. Many of these memories contain those emotions, and Harry cannot stop them. The clue comes when the thought of Cho enables Harry to resist. Unlike the other memories, it's a positive one. It involves warmth and connection with someone who likes him. This kind of emotion can give Harry the strength to occlude. Without knowing it, when Harry felt a surge of resistance, he produced a burst of defensive magic. He felt a sharp pain in his knee. Snape's office had come back into view, and he realized that he had fallen to the floor. One of his knees had collided painfully with the leg of Snape's desk. He looked up at Snape, who had lowered his wand and was rubbing his wrist. There was an angry wheal there, like a scorch mark.
"Did you mean to produce a stinging hex?" asked Snape coolly.
"No," said Harry bitterly, getting up from the floor.
"I thought not," said Snape contemptuously. "You let me get in too far. You lost control."
"Did you see everything I saw?" Harry asked, unsure whether he wanted to hear the answer.
"Flashes of it," said Snape, his lip curling. "To whom did the dog belong?"
"My Aunt Marge," Harry muttered, hating Snape.
"Well, for a first attempt, that was not as poor as it might have been," said Snape, raising his wand once more. "You managed to stop me, eventually, though you wasted time and energy shouting. You must remain focused. Repel me with your brain, and you will not need to resort to your wand."
A compliment. Snape has paid Harry a compliment. In his own negative way, of course, but still. For a first attempt that was not as poor as it might have been is high praise when it's from Severus Snape to Harry Potter. The Occlumency lessons are the only times in the entire series when Snape praises Harry. He must really be impressed. Harry has physically hurt Snape, yet Snape is not angry. He meant it when he said Harry could defend himself in any way. He has seen flashes of Harry's memories. He has seen the pathos, and he is curious. Jealousy. Snape understands that feeling. Child abuse from people whom, as Rowling hints in this volume, Snape has actually met. So Harry didn't exactly have the famous Harry Potter, arrogant childhood Snape has long assumed. So the Sorting Hat considered Slytherin for Harry. Snape didn't know that before. That would have been interesting, perhaps not in a good way. Hermione, never mind that. Snape never finds Hermione interesting. 100 Dementors. Ah, so that's how that scene looked from Harry's point of view before Snape regained consciousness. That's actually terrifying. More than any 13-year-old or adult wizard should have to confront, and Harry repelled them alone. And then, romance. A place where Snape cannot follow without feeling actual pain. That's more thought than Snape has ever given to the real Harry Potter. He asks about the dog, perhaps because he identifies with that feeling of being hounded, perhaps because he's thinking about Harry's relatives. Harry is real to him here. He can acknowledge Harry's first attempt was not bad, even if Harry did let him in too far.
Let's go again. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Legilimens!
A great black dragon was rearing in front of him. His father and mother were waving at him out of an enchanted mirror. Cedric Diggory was lying on the ground with blank eyes staring at him. No! He was on his knees again, his face buried in his hands, his brain aching as though someone had been trying to pull it from his skull.
Get up, said Snape sharply. Get up. You are not trying. You are making no effort. You are allowing me access to memories you fear, handing me weapons.
Harry stood up again, his heart thumping wildly, as though he had really just seen Cedric dead in the graveyard. Snape looked paler than usual and angrier, though not nearly as angry as Harry was. Snape delves deeper into Harry's memories. The dragon, fear and adrenaline. This kid has been through a lot. James and Lily. What a shock it must have been for Snape to see them through Harry's eyes and know their presence in his life is the deepest, most desperate desire of Harry's heart. And then Cedric's death. That's how it looked when an innocent young man died on that terrible night. These memories are more draining for Snape to see than he probably expected. They are the things Harry shouted about to Hermione and Ron the previous summer when he first came to Grimmauld Place. Things he needed to talk about, but couldn't when he was isolated on Privet Drive. Traumas that make his heart thump as though he were living them again. No wonder Snape is looking pale. He, too, has been going through traumas he needs to talk about, but there is too much work to do and not enough time. He is responding sharply and with anger, the way he always responds when he is anxious because someone is not adequately defended. There is no manipulation when he scolds Harry. You are not trying, you are making no effort, you are allowing me access to memories you fear, handing me weapons. This is not a man who is secretly sabotaging Harry. His agitation is real.
We shall try again. Get ready now. Legilimens!
He was watching Uncle Vernon hammering the letterbox shut. 100 Dementors were drifting across the lake and the grounds toward him. He was running along a windowless passage with Mr. Weasley. They were drawing nearer to the plain black door at the end of the corridor. Harry expected to go through it, but Mr. Weasley led him off to the left, down a flight of stone steps. I know! He was on all fours again on Snape's office floor. His scar was prickling unpleasantly, but the voice that had just issued from his mouth was triumphant. He pushed himself up again to find Snape staring at him, his wand raised. It looked as though, this time, Snape had lifted the spell before Harry had even tried to fight back. Harry recognized the door on his own, but the surge of magical power when he made the connection was jolting enough to alert Voldemort, causing the prickling in his scar. Voldemort is now sharing Harry's thoughts. Snape has recognized the door too. He has been listening to the Dark Lord obsess over it for months.
I remembered, Harry panted. I've just realized... Realized what? Asked Snape sharply.
Harry did not answer at once. He was still savoring the moment of blinding realization as he rubbed his forehead. He had been dreaming about a windowless corridor ending in a locked door for months, without once realizing that it was a real place. Now, seeing the memory again, he knew that all along he had been dreaming about the corridor down which he had run with Mr. Weasley on the 12th of August as they hurried to the courtrooms in the Ministry. It was the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries, and Mr. Weasley had been there the night he had been attacked by Voldemort's snake. He looked up at Snape. "What's in the Department of Mysteries?"
"What did you say?"
Snape asked quietly, and Harry saw, with deep satisfaction, that Snape was unnerved. Snape is afraid Harry has realized what the Order has been guarding, which falls squarely under Dumbledore's heading of things Harry doesn't need to know. But much more than that, he fears Voldemort is now aware of Harry's keen attention to his obsessive visions of this door. This may threaten Voldemort, but it may also pose an opportunity for Voldemort to attempt to manipulate Harry through their mental connection. This is one of the dangers Dumbledore was hoping to block with occlumency lessons. Snape will have to tread carefully, or both of his masters will be angry with him, and Harry will be in greater danger. "I said, what's in the Department of Mysteries, sir?" Harry said.
"And why," said Snape slowly, "would you ask such a thing?"
"Because," said Harry, watching Snape closely for a reaction, "that corridor I've just seen, I've been dreaming about it for months. I've just recognized it. It leads to the Department of Mysteries, and I think Voldemort wants something from—"
"I have told you not to say the Dark Lord's name."
They glared at each other. Harry's scar seared again, but he did not care. Snape looked agitated. When he spoke again, he sounded as though he was trying to appear cool and unconcerned. Snape's fears are confirmed. Just as Harry noticed Snape rubbing the dark mark on his forearm earlier, apparently unconsciously, Snape sees Harry rubbing his forehead and knows what it means. They both bear magical scars from the same legilimens. Harry's scar is visibly hurting him. Voldemort is definitely aware of Harry in the present moment. Harry saying Voldemort's name makes Voldemort's legilimency stronger. Harry's mental image of Voldemort grows more focused when he says the name rather than a euphemism, opening his mind more to Voldemort's intrusions. Through Harry's eyes, it's possible Voldemort can see and hear everything Snape does. Snape must shut down the emotional urgency he was feeling earlier and say the cold things Voldemort would expect to hear him say to Harry Potter, whom he has claimed to despise.
"There are many things in the Department of Mysteries, Potter, few of which you would understand, and none of which concern you. Do I make myself plain?"
"Yes," Harry said, still rubbing his prickling scar, which was becoming more painful.
"I want you back here, same time on Wednesday, and we will continue work then."
"Fine," said Harry. He was desperate to get out of Snape's office and find Ron and Hermione.
"You are to rid your mind of all emotion every night before sleep. Empty it, make it blank and calm. You understand?"
Harry doesn't understand the sudden change in Snape's tone. This repressive condescension is how Snape usually speaks to him. He doesn't detect that this time it's an act. He doesn't know why Snape has just shut down their session, or why Snape cannot give more supportive instructions about how Harry is supposed to rid his mind of all emotion during this turbulent time. After his lesson, Harry's scar aches, and he feels almost feverish. He falls asleep and shares Voldemort's thoughts in his dreams. Maniacal laughter was ringing in his ears. He was happier than he had been in a very long time, jubilant, ecstatic, triumphant. A wonderful, wonderful thing had happened. "Harry! Harry!" Someone had hit him around the face. The insane laughter was punctuated with a cry of pain. The happiness was draining out of him, but the laughter continued. He opened his eyes, and as he did so, he became aware that the wild laughter was coming out of his own mouth. When Harry awakens fully and opens his eyes, he regains power over himself. But while he was asleep, Voldemort's laughter was coming out of Harry's mouth. Their connection is growing stronger and more frightening. Harry feels that his first foray into occlumency had weakened his mind's resistance rather than strengthening it, which is standard for a beginner, but very unfortunate, especially coming at a time when Voldemort's powers are growing. Rowling carefully balances the evidence so that it is not entirely certain, to Harry and perhaps to the reader, whether or not Snape is on Voldemort's side. Harry's sessions with Snape, which had started badly enough, were not improving. On the contrary, Harry felt he was getting worse with every lesson. Before he had started studying occlumency, his scar had prickled occasionally, usually during the night, or else following one of those strange flashes of Voldemort's thoughts or moods that he experienced every now and then. Nowadays, however, his scar hardly ever stopped prickling, and he often felt lurches of annoyance or cheerfulness that were unrelated to what was happening to him at the time, which were always accompanied by a particularly painful twinge from his scar. He had the horrible impression that he was slowly turning into a kind of Ariel that was tuned in to tiny fluctuations in Voldemort's mood, and he was sure he could date this increased sensitivity firmly from his first occlumency lesson with Snape. Certainly something happened in the first lesson. Voldemort shared Harry's thoughts and realized Dumbledore had ordered Snape to teach Harry occlumency. Snape has had to meet with Voldemort since then and spin a plausible account of how he is sabotaging these lessons or how Harry is not working hard enough for them to be effective. That is an argument Snape can certainly make with conviction. Voldemort is using the scar connection to monitor Snape as well as spy on Harry and Dumbledore. Snape is performing under tight constrictions that must satisfy Voldemort while simultaneously trying to teach Harry to defend himself. Meanwhile, a jubilant Voldemort is rapidly growing proficient in manipulating the scar connection. He surely inhabits Harry's mind during the lessons. No wonder Harry's sessions feel like they are getting worse. In a stroke of brilliance, Hermione gets Harry's account of Voldemort's return published in the Quibbler, the tabloid run by the father of Ravenclaw fourth year Luna Lovegood. This single act turns the tide of public opinion against the Ministry's propaganda, invigorates the resistance against Umbridge's regime, and restores Harry's credibility. It also exposes the fathers of several students as Death Eaters. Snape's job has just gotten harder. He remembers how it feels to be reviled at school for connections to dark magic. He sees his Slytherin students' fathers at Death Eater gatherings. He knows things are only going to get worse. He's their head of house, possibly the only adult at Hogwarts these boys trust. And unlike his work with Harry, protective feelings toward his Slytherins have always come naturally to him. Vengeful, ugly, angry boys with family crises and drawn to dark magic. This hits home for him. Speaking of unprotected, Harry's dreams of Voldemort and the unmarked door are preoccupying him, though he can't tell Ron and Hermione, or Hermione will scold him for not blocking the dreams. He wished very much that he could have talked to Sirius about it, but that was out of the question, so he tried to push the matter to the back of his mind. Unfortunately, the back of his mind was no longer the secure place it had once been. "Get up, Potter." In a rare conjunction, Harry's thoughts, the narrator's voice, and Snape's dialogue joined together in wry humor about Harry's travails. No, there is no hiding in Harry's mind now that Voldemort has access to it. Snape guesses, accurately, that Harry is too interested in Voldemort's thoughts to block them. That leads him back to his favorite misconception about Harry, that he enjoys notoriety. "Perhaps," said Snape, his dark, cold eyes narrowing slightly. "Perhaps you actually enjoy having these visions and dreams, Potter. Maybe they make you feel special, important." "No, they don't," said Harry, his jaw set and his fingers clenched tightly around the handle of his wand. "That is just as well, Potter," said Snape coldly. "Because you are neither special nor important, and it is not up to you to find out what the Dark Lord is saying to his Death Eaters." "No, that's your job, isn't it?" Harry shot at him. Oh, Harry shouldn't have said that. Snape hates insolence. Surely he will punish Harry for this in some unspeakably inventive way. But he doesn't. He had not meant to say it. It had burst out of him in temper. For a long moment, they stared at each other, Harry convinced he had gone too far. But there was a curious, almost satisfied expression on Snape's face when he answered.
"Yes, Potter," he said, his eyes glinting. "That is my job."
Dumbledore cannot possibly have authorized this kind of answer. Surely it is more than Harry needs to know. But Dumbledore is not there to support either of them. Snape is, all of them are, stretched thin past the breaking point this year. And if Harry is starved to talk to someone about what he's enduring, it makes sense that Snape must be too. He risks his life every time he goes near the foul Voldemort to learn his evil plans. He is special, he is important, but he is a double agent and can tell no one. When Harry names his job, he takes a long moment to think. Does Voldemort know it's Snape's job to find out what he thinks? Yes. Does Dumbledore know? Yes. Will it hurt Harry to know? No. In Snape's classic manner of delivering protection and ill will to Harry in equal measure, it will put Harry in his place and relieve him of responsibility. For once, Snape can tell the truth. It gives Snape that curious, almost satisfied expression. He has been seen. And Harry has been trusted with an adult reply that has everything to do with his life. He has been reminded that in this leaderless time, when children must study survival in secret, one adult is holding fast at his station. Harry is not the only one who can hear what Voldemort is saying. They practice again. 100 Dementors were swooping toward Harry across the lake and the grounds. He screwed up his face in concentration. They were coming closer. He could see the dark holes beneath their hoods, yet he could also see Snape standing in front of him, his eyes fixed upon Harry's face, muttering under his breath. And somehow, Snape was growing clearer, and the Dementors were growing fainter. Harry is able to hold on to the present this time, even while Snape is delving into his mind. He's never been able to do that before. He has more power now. An adult has lifted some of the burden from him. His defenses are stronger because Snape has trusted him with the truth. They've connected. Harry raised his own wand. Protego! Snape staggered. His wand flew upward, away from Harry, and suddenly, Harry's mind was teeming with memories that were not his. A hooked-nosed man was shouting at a cowering woman while a small, dark-haired boy cried in a corner. A greasy-haired teenager sat alone in a dark bedroom, pointing his wand at the ceiling, shooting down flies. A girl was laughing as a scrawny boy tried to mount a bucking broomstick. Enough! Harry felt as though he had been pushed hard in the chest. He took several staggering steps backward, hit some of the shelves covering Snape's walls, and heard something crack. Snape was shaking slightly, very white in the face. Snape's defenses are down. It felt too good to be seen. Like Harry being too curious to shut out Voldemort's thoughts, Snape is not trying hard enough to hide his true self from someone with whom he feels kinship. Snape's memories feel different from Harry's. The first scene suggests spousal abuse or domestic violence. The third has a distinctly sexual quality to the humiliation. But the second could have come straight from Harry's most recent summer in Privet Drive. Harry's resistance to empathy for Snape has begun to crack. Surely Snape is going to punish Harry for seeing his vulnerability, but he doesn't.
"Well, Potter, that was certainly an improvement."
Panting slightly, Snape straightened the pensieve in which he had again stored some of his thoughts before starting the lesson, almost as though checking that they were still there.
"I don't remember telling you to use a shield charm, but there is no doubt that it was effective."
Snape isn't defensive about what Harry has seen. Apparently, anything but the 3 memories in the pensieve is fair game. He has nothing else to hide. Once again, he praises Harry and notes Harry's initiative in finding defenses. Snape is teaching Harry in good faith. Meanwhile, Harry is adjusting to his newly mature power to to see the humanity of an authority figure he dislikes. Harry did not speak. He felt that to say anything might be dangerous. He was sure he had just broken into Snape's memories, that he had just seen scenes from Snape's childhood, and it was unnerving to think that the crying little boy who had watched his parents shouting was actually standing in front of him with such loathing in his eyes. They practice again. He was hurtling along the corridor toward the Department of Mysteries, past the blank stone walls, past the torches. The plain black door was growing ever larger. He was moving so fast he was going to collide with it. He was feet from it, and he could see that chink of faint blue light again. The door had flown open. He was through it at last, inside a black-walled, black-floored, circular room, lit with blue-flamed candles. And there were more doors all around him. He needed to go on. But which door ought he to take? "Potter!" Harry opened his eyes. He was flat on his back again, with no memory of having gotten there. He was also panting, as though he really had run the length of the Department of Mysteries corridor, really had sprinted through the black door and found the circular room. Voldemort has succeeded in planting a vision in Harry's mind, and Snape has seen this. Voldemort wants to show Harry where to go. Harry's scar has been prickling non-stop for weeks. Voldemort knows Harry has been unable to resist thoughts of the door, and he probably knows Harry is in an occlumency lesson with Snape at this very moment. He may even have chosen this moment to plant the vision, so that Snape can encourage Harry's curiosity. "Explain yourself," said Snape, who was standing over him looking furious. "I don't know what happened," said Harry truthfully, standing up. There was a lump on the back of his head from where he had hit the ground, and he felt feverish. "I've never seen that before. I mean, I told you, I've dreamed about the door, but it's never opened before." "You are not working hard enough." For some reason, Snape seemed even angrier than he had done 2 minutes before, when Harry had seen into his own memories. "You are lazy and sloppy, Potter. It is small wonder that the Dark Lord—" "Can you tell me something, sir?" said Harry, firing up again. "Why do you call Voldemort the Dark Lord? I've only ever heard Death Eaters call him that." As always, when Snape feels fear for a student, it manifests as anger. Between the scolding and the name-calling, Harry can scarcely be blamed for not seeing how Snape is so worried for Harry's safety that he doesn't care about his own old memories, or that he's supposed to appear inscrutable about teaching Harry occlumency, rather than frantic to shield him from Voldemort. Fortunately, Harry's question interrupts him before he can betray himself further, and the session comes to an end when they hear Professor Trelawney scream as Umbridge evicts her. Life at Hogwarts is steadily worsening under Umbridge. Cho Chang's friend, Marietta Edgecombe, betrays Dumbledore's army to Umbridge. To save the students from repercussions, Dumbledore assumes the blame for this group and goes on the run from the Ministry. Umbridge and Fudge have successfully chased him out of Hogwarts, and other than the Order, no one knows how to get in touch with him. Umbridge replaces Dumbledore as headmistress, although the head's office seals itself against her and will not recognize her authority. She forms the Inquisitorial Squad, a group of students authorized to discipline their peers at will, and hand-appoint Slytherins to staff it. The Inquisitorial Squad is one of Snape's worst nightmares come true. His students are being ordered to emphasize the most destructive elements of their natures and suppress their more humane traits. This harms them and also singles them out for their peers to target. Under Umbridge's rule, Snape is powerless to stop this. "Malfoy just docked us all about 50 points, said Harry furiously as they watched several more stones fly upward from the Gryffindor hourglass. "Yeah, Montague tried to do us during break," said George. "What do you mean, tried?" said Ron quickly. "He never managed to get all the words out," said Fred, "due to the fact that we forced him headfirst into that vanishing cabinet on the first floor." Hermione looked very shocked. "But you'll get into terrible trouble." "Not until Montague reappears, and that could take weeks. I don't know where we sent him," said Fred coolly. Hermione is wrong about one thing. In this climate, Fred and George do not get in trouble, even though they have put Montague in mortal danger. The inquisitorial squad may be hand-picked by Umbridge, but as individuals, they are just as expendable to her as the other students. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix provides young readers with extraordinarily precise insight into the thinking of tyrants. Fortunately for Fred and George, Montague turns up alive. Draco runs for Snape, bursting into the beginning of an occlumency lesson. Snape tells him Harry is there for remedial potions.
"They've found Montague, sir. He turned up jammed inside a toilet on the 4th floor." "How did he get in there?" demanded Snape. "I don't know, sir. He's a bit confused."
Very well, very well. Potter, said Snape, we shall resume this lesson tomorrow evening instead.
He turned and swept from his office. Malfoy mouthed, "Remedial potions," at Harry behind Snape's back before following him. If Snape's remedial potions lie convinces even Draco, it will stand up to anyone. Snape's well-known contempt for Harry's potion-making gives it credence. The lie delivers a hit of pleasure to anyone who enjoys Harry's misfortunes, a brilliant tactic for distracting attention away from the true interpretation of the scene. It may also, by coincidence or design, set up Harry to understand the impotent rage Snape has often experienced while maintaining the cover he needs to protect Harry's ungrateful self. We do not know whether Dumbledore ever learned of the remedial potions cover story, but it takes little effort to imagine Snape would have been ready to repeat back every argument Dumbledore ever made about the benefits of presenting Snape as a man so unsound that he would be a worse defense against the dark arts teacher than Lockhart or Umbridge. Snape drops everything to care for Montague. Not only is he responsible for Montague as head of house, in Dumbledore's absence, Snape has assumed unofficial duties as deputy headmaster, supporting McGonagall in doing what they can to covertly protect everyone from Umbridge's rule. Running toward Trelawney's screams, tending to Montague, training Harry to shut out Voldemort, these all come from the same urge within Snape to defend and protect. He goes where he is needed. In his urgency, he leaves Harry unattended with Dumbledore's pensieve containing the memories he removes during occlumency lessons. Harry, about to leave as well, is at the office door when he saw it, a patch of shivering light dancing on the doorframe, shining from Snape's thoughts in the pensieve. The light reminds him of the lights he sees through the door in his dreams. He is overcome with curiosity. Could it possibly be information about the Department of Mysteries that Snape was determined to keep from him? Harry enters the memory and discovers Snape, James, Sirius, Lupin, Wormtail, and his mother Lily, all the same age that he is now, taking their exams. Snape, the teenager, had a stringy, pallid look about him, like a plant kept in the dark. His hair was lank and greasy and was flopping onto the table, his hooked nose barely half an inch from the surface of the parchment as he scribbled. Harry moved around behind Snape and read the heading of the examination paper. Defense against the dark arts, ordinary wizarding level. So Snape had to be 15 or 16, around Harry's own age. His hand was flying across the parchment. He had written at least a foot more than his closest neighbors, and yet his writing was minuscule and cramped. Rowling shows Snape as even more unattractive in his teens than he is as a teacher. Her writing dwells minutely on the details of his ugliness in an insistent way that fixes the reader's attention unpleasantly close to his greasiness and tension, long past the point of comfort. His ugliness is repellent, but we cannot look away. The author will not let us. True to everyone's recollection, teen Snape is fascinated with the dark arts, unsurprisingly prolific on the topic. The minuscule, cramped writing suggests both intensity and defensiveness, as though the thoroughness of his scholarship has been the target of ridicule. Harry notices teen Snape walked in a twitchy manner that recalled a spider, his oily hair swinging about his face. Rowling often compares Snape to a spider, referring both to his movement quality and, indirectly, his career as a spy. The Sphinx's riddle in the Triwizard Tournament associates spies with spiders, a creature you would be unwilling to kiss, characterizing them as people too creepy to be eligible for romance. Teen Snape is shown as poorly groomed in ways often associated with growing up neglected or uncomfortable in one's own skin. We have seen memories that hint strongly at a childhood of neglect and tension, but appearances alone do not disqualify one from romance. Something other than attractiveness or grooming sets Snape apart as a creature that one would not want to kiss. Harry follows James and his friends in Snape's memory and finds, to his horror, that James and Sirius ambush Snape for fun. As Snape emerged from the shadows of the bushes and set off across the grass, Sirius and James stood up. Lupin and Wormtail remained sitting. Lupin was still staring down at his book, though his eyes were not moving, and a faint frown line had appeared between his eyebrows. Wormtail was looking from Sirius and James to Snape with a look of avid anticipation on his face. It's no surprise Wormtail enjoys the ambush. Lupin's inner discomfort with his bystander role is more interesting to note. He's unable to make peace with his reluctance to object to behavior he knows is wrong. James and Sirius advance on Snape. James hexes Snape while several students watch. 2 on 1, and no one moves to intervene. The hexes only escalate. Handsome Sirius taunts Snape about his unattractiveness, and others laugh at the unpopular Slytherin. 18 years later, Professor Lupin will reproduce this dynamic of public humiliation in front of a crowd when he teaches Gryffindor children to mock an image of Snape dressed as an old lady.
"Leave him alone!"
James and Sirius looked around. James's free hand jumped to his hair again. It was one of the girls from the lake edge. She had thick, dark red hair that fell to her shoulders and startlingly green, almond-shaped eyes. Harry's eyes. Harry's mother.
"Leave him alone,"
Lily repeated. She was looking at James with every sign of great dislike.
"What's he done to you?"
"Well," said James, appearing to deliberate the point, "it's more the fact that he exists, if you know what I mean."
Harry's eyes. Harry started viewing this scene with pleasure in the sight of his father and repelled fascination with teen Snape. But now, he's seeing it from his mother's viewpoint. Snape has done nothing to deserve this torment. While Lily confronts James, though, the jinx on Snape wears off and he can move again. Snape had directed his wand straight at James. There was a flash of light and a gash appeared on the side of James's face, spattering his robes with blood. James whirled about. A second flash of light later, Snape was hanging upside down in the air, his robes falling over his head to reveal skinny, pallid legs and a pair of graying underpants. Many people in the small crowd watching cheered. Sirius, James, and Wormtail roared with laughter. Lily, whose furious expression had twitched for an instant as though she was going to smile, said,
"Let him down!"
Snape retaliates with violence. James responds with sexual humiliation. This is an argument Snape cannot win. Lily almost smiles. Whatever she thinks, she is not invested enough in Snape to feel sickened at the sight of his humiliation, as Ron was when Death Eaters revealed a Muggle woman's underwear at the Quidditch World Cup. Perhaps she was taken aback by the violence of Snape's retaliation. James lets Snape down, ungently, and Sirius hexes him again immediately. That final bit of insincerity and double-teaming pushes Lily to draw her wand. She puts her own safety at risk to fight the bullying of Snape. James backs down.
"You're lucky Evans was here, Snivellus."
"I don't need help from filthy little mudbloods like her."
Lily blinked.
"Fine,"
she said coolly. "I won't bother in future, and I'd wash your pants if I were you, Snivellus."
"Apologize to Evans,"
James roared at Snape, his wand pointed threateningly at him.
"I don't want you to make him apologize,"
Lily shouted, rounding on James.
"You're as bad as he is."
What? Yelped James. I'd never call you a you-know-what. Lily blinked. She was surprised to hear Snape call her a filthy little mudblood. Snape could not endure being told that he owed his relief to Lily's willingness to put herself on the line for him. We don't see in this memory how well they know each other, but her surprise shows it's something that hasn't happened before. The betrayal causes enough of a change in her attitude that she calls him by the same name that the bullies do, and makes her own sexually humiliating observation. James's outrage shows he thinks his own behavior was morally superior to Snape's hate speech, a view that Lily does not share. She tells James he makes her sick, then leaves. James covers for this loss of face by resuming his bullying and playing to the crowd.
Who wants to see me take off Snively's pants?
But whether James really did take off Snape's pants, Harry never found out. A hand had closed tight over his upper arm, closed with a pincer-like grip. Wincing, Harry looked around to see who had hold of him and saw, with a thrill of horror, a fully grown, adult-sized Snape standing right beside him, white with rage. Snape is standing alongside Harry in the pensieve memory. He knows which memory it is and how much Harry has seen. Snape pulls Harry back into the present. It was scary. Snape's lips were shaking, his face was white, his teeth were bared.
"Amusing man, your father, wasn't he?"
said Snape, shaking Harry so hard that his glasses slipped down his nose.
"I didn't—"
Snape threw Harry from him with all his might. Harry fell hard onto the dungeon floor.
"You will not tell anybody what you saw,"
Snape bellowed. "No," said Harry, getting to his feet, as far from Snape as he could. "No, of course I will—"
Get out! Get out! I don't want to see you in this office ever again!"
And as Harry hurtled toward the door, a jar of dead cockroaches exploded over his head. What, exactly, has shaken Snape so badly? Rowling gives us a clue in the chapter title, Snape's Worst Memory. We don't see the whole memory, but for her to give it that title, we can assume that we have seen most or all of what we need to know. Snape is not the one who labels the memory this way. The chapter title is a message from author to reader. The bullying is bad, but Snape has been through worse. These same people almost killed him. The sexual humiliation is bad, but that's not it either, or the scene would not have cut off before the attempt to remove Snape's pants. Rowling shows it was Snape's own response to Lily that makes this his worst memory. His shame is one reason why he orders Harry not to tell anyone what he saw. We know from other characters, such as Lupin, that shame can drive people to secrecy that is nearly impossible to break. Surely nothing else in the memory would be noteworthy enough for Snape to forbid Harry to speak of it. Nobody would be surprised that teens bullied another teen, or that the bullied teen struck back. Snape certainly hates the memory of James Potter and dislikes seeing Harry's face. But for him to be able to say right away, "Amusing man, your father, wasn't he?" shows he expects Harry to see his point about James. He knows he is right in this assumption. Harry and Snape have seen repeatedly that they can empathize with each other's experiences of being bullied. It is not Snape's hatred of James or Harry's similarity to James that drives him to banish Harry from his office. Whatever it is, he probably wouldn't have been able to voice anything about it at all so soon after discovering Harry in the pensieve. As with so many other interactions between Snape and Harry, there are at least two separate and equally weighty things going on, one hostile to Harry and one protective of Harry, and the hostility masks the rest of the story. Snape doesn't want to see Harry in his office ever again. He has broken trust. He knew explicitly that Snape did not want him to see those memories. Teen Snape betrayed Harry's mother, someone who confronted bullies for him at her own risk. Harry has his mother's eyes. Snape knows Harry saw the scene through his mother's eyes, feeling empathy for the bullied Snape and then shock at the racial slur. If Snape faces Harry, it is like looking into Lily's eyes while feeling the full force of his shame and regret. yet not having Lily there to receive his abject apology, only the face of his enemy, James Potter. Shame can be unbearable. Snape did what he could to bear it and teach Harry anyway, and Harry's intrusion destroyed that protection. But the other thing that has so shaken Snape is also connected to Harry having his mother's eyes, though readers will not have enough information to understand Snape's reaction until the end of the series. We don't know yet that Lily knew and loved Snape before his eyes turned dark and cold and occluded. Lily saw his true self. She knew how to read the person who became this inscrutable man. Harry, too, can see Snape's mind. He is a legilimens where Voldemort is concerned, sharing his thoughts through the scar, but he has also become a legilimens where Snape is concerned. In part, this is because Snape did not put up any defenses against him, except for placing a few memories in a pensieve. But Harry is also able to understand what he has seen of Snape because Harry has his mother's eyes, his mother's empathy. Snape can occlude Voldemort as perhaps no other person can, which enables him to spy on Voldemort for the Order. When Voldemort scans Snape's thoughts, he cannot see that Snape is working against him because Snape is able to defend certain thoughts from Voldemort's view. But if Voldemort looks at Snape through Harry's eyes, he will be able to see those things. Snape let Harry see past his defenses. By viewing one of Snape's off-limits memories, Harry has just endangered them all and exposed Snape to mortal risk. There is nothing in the memory he has just seen that would be risky for Voldemort to know. So Snape was bullied and he used a racist term against a Muggle-born. In that sense, it is not too late. But we don't know the other two memories and how they inform the one Harry has seen. We don't know what other images Harry might see in Snape's mind and how he might put them together with this memory. Harry would be able to conclude things that are beyond Voldemort's comprehension. Under safer circumstances, Snape could have built upon Harry's early success when he blocked Snape by thinking of Cho to teach him the crucial role emotional connection plays in occlumency. But he cannot risk revealing so much to Harry, and therefore Voldemort, about how he maintains his own defenses. This explains why he tells Harry to clear his mind but never tells him how. This is something Harry will have to learn on his own. Snape and Harry cannot continue the occlumency lessons. Snape cannot interact with him at all, except to show hostility. This will not pose a hardship. At another time, Snape might have stormed into Dumbledore's office and hammered out a way to ensure that Harry would learn occlumency, preferably with much suffering. But there is no Dumbledore. Snape is already stretched beyond his limits with spying and the Order and helping McGonagall keep Hogwarts afloat. The children of Death Eaters need his attention. With her inquisitorial squad, Umbridge is training his most vulnerable Slytherins to become monsters, and Fred and George have nearly killed one of them for it. There is no one who can help Snape. Under the circumstances, halting the lessons and keeping an eye on Harry from afar is probably the least dangerous course of action. Snape's worst memory, fallout, and recovery. Snape and Harry don't complete the occlumency lessons, but their empathic connection gave such support to Harry's moral development that Harry is able to continue to work things out on his own. What is an orphan to do with feelings of empathy for the nasty man bullied by the father he loves but barely remembers? Harry tries to square what he's seen with what others have said about the Marauders. Yes, he had once overheard Professor McGonagall saying that his father and Sirius had been troublemakers at school, but she had described them as forerunners of the Weasley twins, and Harry could not imagine Fred and George dangling someone upside down for the fun of it. Not unless they really loathed them. Perhaps Malfoy or somebody who really deserved it. This is a funny thought. Draco would certainly have it coming to him if someone hung him upside down for using racial slurs, but the amusement dies down quickly when we remember Montague deserved it for abusing power and ended up lost, nearly dead. What Fred and George did wasn't so harmless after all. They could have become murderers. This is the sort of realization that led to James risking his own life to warn Snape about the werewolf, or Snape bringing unconscious Sirius to the castle on a stretcher rather than leaving him for the Dementors. Not even my enemy deserves to die this way. Harry tried to make a case for Snape having deserved what he had suffered at James's hand, but hadn't Lily asked, "What's he done to you?" And hadn't James replied, "It's more the fact that he exists, if you know what I mean." Hadn't James started it all simply because Sirius said he was bored? Harry remembered Lupin saying back in Grimmauld Place that Dumbledore had made him prefect in the hope that he would be able to exercise some control over James and Sirius. But in the Pensieve, he had sat there and let it all happen. Harry knows too much now about how Snape feels and how ashamed Lupin has felt for being inactive in the face of harm to ignore the implications of these thoughts. He's learning that he cannot justify keeping quiet about harm, even when the victims themselves have hurt others. To cap matters, Montague had still not recovered from his sojourn in the toilet. He remained confused and disoriented, and his parents were to be observed one Tuesday morning striding up the front drive, looking extremely angry. As head of Slytherin, it was Snape's job to meet with Montague's parents, temper anything unwise Umbridge said to them, and do what he could to defuse plans for vengeance against the Order-related blood traitors responsible. Even during a notably stressful year, that Tuesday must have stood out for Snape. Snape is reinforcing his mental protections against Voldemort after showing too much concern for Harry's protection during the occlumency lessons. Snape, meanwhile, seemed to have decided to act as though Harry were invisible. He avoids eye contact with Harry in case Voldemort is watching Snape through the scar connection, and behaves spitefully so Voldemort will feel the mutual antipathy between Snape and Harry. This is the easiest thing in the world for Snape to pull off and affords him some nasty enjoyment. But Snape is behaving this way to protect them all. He may enjoy aggravating Harry, but it cannot be argued that these moments of gloating pleasure interfere with the strategy in any way. Despite this hostility, Harry continues to be haunted by what he saw in the Pensieve and talks to Sirius and Lupin about it. James never stopped hexing Snape, but 20 years later, after cooperating with Snape for the Order, Sirius and Lupin are gaining perspective too.
Snape was just this little oddball who was up to his eyes in the dark arts, and James, whatever else he may have appeared to you, Harry, always hated the dark arts.
Yeah, said Harry, but he just attacked Snape for no good reason, just because you said you were bored. He finished with a slightly apologetic note in his voice.
I'm not proud of it,
said Sirius quickly. Lupin looked sideways at Sirius.
We were all idiots. Well, not Moony so much, he said fairly, looking at Lupin.
But Lupin shook his head.
Did I ever tell you to lay off Snape? He said. Did I ever have the guts to tell you I thought you were out of order? Yeah, well, said Sirius. You made us feel ashamed of ourselves sometimes. That was something.
This is a change from the argument about occlumency lessons, when Sirius refused to believe that Snape had reformed. We don't know whether Sirius has understood Snape better, or whether being a parent figure for Harry has matured his thinking. But we see Lupin notices the change. Lupin, too, has gained perspective since his secretive year teaching defense against the dark arts. Harry gets a painful reminder of his mother's defense of Snape's innocence when he witnesses Ministry officials coming stealthily at nighttime on Umbridge's order to remove Hagrid from Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall runs out to intervene, using the same argument and nearly the same words Lily used.
"Leave him alone! Alone, I say!"
said Professor McGonagall's voice through the darkness.
"On what grounds are you attacking him? He has done nothing to warrant such—"
The Ministry's workers attack McGonagall so severely she is removed to St. Mungo's, leaving a frantic Harry with no support when he sees a vision of Voldemort torturing Sirius in the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort has planted this image deliberately to lure Harry into a trap. there was nobody left to tell. Dumbledore had gone, Hagrid had gone, but he had always expected Professor McGonagall to be there, irascible and inflexible, perhaps, but always dependably, solidly present. Umbridge catches Harry using her flue to check for Sirius at Grimmauld Place. It is not until she calls for Professor Snape to help her that Harry remembers there is one member of the Order still at Hogwarts, one whom Umbridge has not thought to remove because, after investigating his background, she believes him to be a Death Eater. Dumbledore and Snape have spent years painstakingly cultivating the impression that Snape never truly reformed. Their strategy is beginning to pay off. Umbridge demands Snape provide Veritaserum, and Snape lies, claiming she has used up his entire store.
"But I need it this evening, Snape. I have just found Potter using my fire to communicate with a person or persons unknown."
"Really?" said Snape, showing his first faint sign of interest as he looked around at Harry.
"Well, it doesn't surprise me. Potter has never shown much inclination to follow school rules."
His cold, dark eyes were boring into Harry's, who met his gaze unflinchingly, concentrating hard on what he had seen in his dream, willing Snape to read it in his mind, to understand. Now that it's an emergency, Snape and Harry snap immediately into legilimency. They know how to do this. For good measure, Snape protects their communication against detection by either Umbridge or Voldemort by presenting an outward show of dislike for Harry while, incidentally, warning everyone else Umbridge is capable of poisoning students.
"Unless you wish to poison Potter, and I assure you I would have the greatest sympathy with you if you did, I cannot help you. The only trouble is that most venoms act too fast to give the victim much time for truth-telling."
Snape looked back at Harry, who stared at him, frantic to communicate without words. Voldemort's got Sirius in the Department of Mysteries, he thought desperately. Voldemort's got Sirius.
"You are on probation!"
shrieked Professor Umbridge, and Snape looked back at her, his eyebrows slightly raised.
"You are being deliberately unhelpful. I expected better. Lucius Malfoy always speaks most highly of you."
So that's what it takes to get Snape on probation. Not bullying Neville, not favoritism, but refusing to fight Harry Potter. Umbridge expected him to comply. Unsurprisingly, Lucius Malfoy seems to have been bribing Umbridge, encouraging her to purge Harry's allies from the staff, expecting fellow Death Eater Snape to cooperate from the inside. Harry cannot be sure Snape has understood his nonverbal message. After all, legilimency is not mind-reading, only the reading of feelings and memories. He has to risk speaking aloud in code. He's got Padfoot in the place where it's hidden.
"Padfoot?"
cried Professor Umbridge, looking eagerly from Harry to Snape.
"What is Padfoot? Where what is hidden? What does he mean, Snape?"
Snape looked around at Harry. His face was inscrutable. Harry could not tell whether he had understood or not, but he did not dare speak more plainly in front of Umbridge.
"I have no idea," said Snape coldly. "Potter, when I want nonsense shouted at me, I shall give you a babbling beverage. And Crabbe, loosen your hold a little. If Longbottom suffocates, it will mean a lot of tedious paperwork, and I am afraid I shall have to mention it on your reference if ever you apply for a job."
Snape does what he can. His face has to be inscrutable. Voldemort is surely watching every moment through Harry's eyes since planting the image of Sirius. All Snape can do for Harry is show that he heard. His comment to Crabbe is another instance of hiding his true motives. His argument sounds as though he feels Neville is not worth the trouble of killing. Crabbe and Voldemort can believe Snape is thinking, "Not even my enemy deserves to die like this." But Neville is not Snape's enemy. If Snape has never wished Harry dead, he certainly has not wished Neville dead. Snape words his warning impersonally, seemingly concerned only about inconvenience. But he's privately motivated by a more powerful sentiment. this is somebody under my protection. Regardless of personal feelings, a protector like Snape will go into immediate intervention mode when a vulnerable person is in danger. Whether it's Dumbledore stopping Umbridge from shaking Marietta Edgecombe, Snape giving Neville some air, or Dumbledore carrying Umbridge out of the forest, the protectiveness supersedes any personal conflict. Most of all, Snape is trying to protect Crabbe. Umbridge has been encouraging members of the Inquisitorial Squad to indulge their most destructive urges, without regard for how this might affect them. By calling on Crabbe to control himself and referring to a job reference, Snape is affirming that he believes it worthwhile to value Crabbe's selfhood and future. The locked room in the Department of Mysteries. Snape walks out of Umbridge's office, and the reader doesn't find out if he understood Harry's message until 55 pages later, when other members of the Order of the Phoenix arrive at the Department of Mysteries to help Harry and his friends battle Death Eaters. It must have been a long night for Snape. He had to investigate Harry's coded message. He had to patch up members of the Inquisitorial Squad without letting them know their family members were in a battle that would determine his future and theirs. He had to hold Hogwarts together as the senior administrator, with Dumbledore, McGonagall, and even Umbridge out of commission. He had to know what was happening from both sides, hide what he knew for the sake of the students, remain immobile, and wait. He could not join the battle. He was in the unique position of being directly connected to every fighter there, as teacher, fellow Order member, or fellow Death Eater. There would have been no way for him to fight while maintaining all of his strategic alliances. After the battle, Dumbledore confirms to Harry that Snape understood.
You see, when you gave Professor Snape that cryptic warning, he realized that you had had a vision of Sirius trapped in the bowels of the Department of Mysteries. He, like you, attempted to contact Sirius at once. I should explain that members of the Order of the Phoenix have more reliable methods of communicating than the fire in Dolores Umbridge's office. Professor Snape found that Sirius was alive and safe in Grimmauld Place.
The method used by the Order, as we learn later, is via Patronus. Snape communicated with his bitterest childhood enemy by trusting him with the sight of his Patronus. A Patronus is a pure projection of the self. It cannot lie. Before he died, Sirius Black saw Snape for his true self and understood that Dumbledore was right to trust Snape. Rowling gives the two enemies this moment.
When, however, you did not return from your trip into the forest with Dolores Umbridge, Professor Snape grew worried that you still believed Sirius to be a captive of Lord Voldemort's. He alerted certain Order members at once.
Dumbledore heaved a great sigh and then said,
Alistair Moody, Nymphadora Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Remus Lupin were at headquarters when he made contact. All agreed to go to your aid at once. Professor Snape requested that Sirius remain behind, as he needed somebody to remain at headquarters to tell me what had happened, for I was due there at any moment. In the meantime, Professor Snape, intended to search the forest for you.
Sirius, however, rushed to the Ministry to fight for Harry and got killed. A grieving Harry lashes out, telling Dumbledore why he blames Snape for Sirius's death.
Snape stopped giving me occlumency lessons,
Harry snarled.
He threw me out of his office.
I am aware of it,
said Dumbledore heavily.
I have already said it was a mistake for me not to teach you myself, though I was sure at the time that nothing could have been more dangerous than to open your mind even further to Voldemort while in my presence.
Snape made it worse. My scar always hurt worse after lessons with him.
Harry remembered Ron's thoughts on the subject and plunged on.
How do you know he wasn't trying to soften me up for Voldemort, make it easier for him to get inside my...
I trust Severus Snape,
said Dumbledore simply.
But I forgot another old man's mistake, that some wounds run too deep for the healing. I thought Professor Snape could overcome his feelings about your father. I was wrong.
Dumbledore knows he is not telling Harry the whole truth. Snape's wounds that run too deep for the healing are not about Harry's father, but Dumbledore is reinforcing Snape's cover by misdirecting Harry. We will find out later that in telling this lie, Dumbledore is upholding a promise. He can only ask Harry to trust in Dumbledore's assessment of Snape. Dumbledore can tell Harry what he realized now in hindsight about the way the occlumency lessons should have gone. He and Snape were trying to appeal to Harry's sense of self-preservation, expecting him to volunteer to remain ignorant, empty his mind, shut out knowledge for his own safety. They should have appealed instead to his chivalry and protectiveness, what Hermione calls Harry's saving people thing. The teen boy with the irrepressible sense of curiosity might have been able to keep out Voldemort if he'd thought about the people he could protect by doing so, filling his mind with protectiveness rather than emptying it of desire. Dumbledore spells out the strategy he should have used, the strategy he and Snape will commit to from this moment.
There is a room in the Department of Mysteries, interrupted Dumbledore, that is kept locked at all times. It contains a force that is at once more wonderful and more terrible than death, than human intelligence, than forces of nature. It is also, perhaps, the most mysterious of the many subjects for study that reside there. It is the power held within that room that you possess in such quantities, and which Voldemort has not at all. That power took you to save Sirius tonight. That power also saved you from possession by Voldemort, because he could not bear to reside in a body so full of the force he detests.
The unnamed force in this oft-quoted passage is love, true, but it is a specific sort of love, protectiveness. It need not contain affection, although affection, empathy, intimacy, romance, and gratitude are among the things that strengthen it. Snape uses this force to hide his protection of Harry from Voldemort, who would not be able to understand why anyone would protect a person they truly dislike. This is what powers Snape's occlumency. We saw hints of it in the occlumency lessons. The first time Harry was able to repel Snape, he wanted to protect the privacy of his time with Cho. When we see into Snape's memories, it is because Snape has just strengthened him with the truth. Dumbledore's decision to avoid contact with Harry and keep Harry isolated, motivated though it was by genuine protective fear, weakened Harry's ability to occlude. Dumbledore knows now that the support he could have provided in occlumency lessons would have helped Harry overpower even Voldemort's invasive abilities, although there was no way for him to know that would work until he saw Harry's emotions drive Voldemort out of his mind. As the author hints and Harry senses, the locked room in the Department of Mysteries has everything to do with Snape. The corridors leading to the Department of Mysteries remind Harry of the path to Snape's dungeons. The light from Snape's thoughts remind Harry of the lights from the Department of Mysteries. In a leap of intuition, Harry wonders if Snape's forbidden memories contain information about the Department of Mysteries that Snape was determined to keep from him. The door to the room evokes Snape himself, unmarked, solid black with no handle, immovable. In a final showdown between Snape and Sirius, the magical knife that Sirius gave Harry, which can unlock any door, meets a decisive defeat at this one. What was more, when Harry looked down at the knife, he saw that the blade had melted. In this way, although it is not safe enough for Snape to tell Harry how to occlude, the author provides readers with an image, a demonstration of how it is done. Feelings of protective love are the most powerful way to reinforce magical defense of the mind against external penetration. Although it will be almost 2 years before Harry comes to that realization on his own. Snape devotes the remainder of his school year to behind-the-scenes care for affected students. Hermione most likely racks up another life debt to him. The curse Dolohov had used on her, though less effective than it would have been had he been able to say the incantation aloud, had nevertheless caused in Madame Pomfrey's words, quite enough damage to be going on with. Hermione is cured by 10 different types of potion every day, and it seems probable that the resident potioneer and dark magic expert had a hand in brewing some of them. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle need his support more than ever. Not only is Snape their head of house, but he must also monitor hostilities between them and the student fighters who put their fathers in prison. When Draco threatens Harry by saying, "I'm going to make you pay for what you've done to my father," and Harry draws his wand, Snape is on the scene immediately.
"What are you doing, Potter?"
said Snape coldly as ever, as he strode over to the 4 of them.
"I'm trying to decide what curse to use on Malfoy, sir," said Harry fiercely.
Snape stared at him.
"Put that wand away at once," he said curtly. 10 points from Griff.
Snape looked toward the giant hourglasses on the walls and gave a sneering smile.
"Ah, I see there are no longer any points left in the Gryffindor hourglass to take away. In that case, Potter, we will simply have to—"
In Snape's version of a happily ever after, we know that Hogwarts returns to some form of equilibrium at the close of this volume because Snape regains his friend and work partner, the good cop to his bad cop, and they can outwit students together again.
"Ed, some more?"
Professor McGonagall had just stumped up the stone steps into the castle. She was carrying a tartan carpet bag in one hand and leaning heavily on a walking stick with her other, but otherwise looked quite well.
"Professor McGonagall," said Snape, striding forward. "Out of some Mungos, I see."
"Yes, Professor Snape,"
said Professor McGonagall, shrugging off her traveling cloak.
"I'm quite good as new. You two, Crabbe and Goyle."
McGonagall has no compunction about ordering Snape Slytherins to carry her luggage. She dispatches Harry and Draco just as briskly, while Snape indulges himself in grumbling about the points she's just awarded Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. It's been a long year. Harry doesn't know it yet, but in his grief over Sirius, he is learning another of Snape's strategies for remaining steadfast while unable to show his true self to the world. As painful as it has been to be seen falsely, such concerns recede compared to the emotion of wishing to protect someone or grieving the failure to protect them.
"Everyone knows you've been telling the truth now, Harry," said Hagrid softly and unexpectedly. "That's gotta be better, hasn't it?"
Harry shrugged. A few days ago, before his exams had finished and he had seen the vision Voldemort had planted in his mind, he would have given almost anything for the wizarding world to know that he had been telling the truth, for them to believe that Voldemort was back and know that he was neither a liar nor mad. Now, however, that's how Snape endures being thought evil when he is actually risking more than almost anyone as a double agent against Voldemort. The longer he can remain hidden, the more he can protect not only Harry, but his own Slytherins, boys as needy as he was at their age. The Inquisitorial Squad showed him how easy it would be for others to turn them toward evil. He will do what he must to stay close and protect them. Chapter 6. Severus Snape and the Half-Blood Prince. During Harry's 6th year at Hogwarts, Snape's past and present collapse spectacularly into one another. His second chance in life is counting down to the moment when he must remain unseen while performing the one action that will change time and save innocent lives. He must be a passive, often inwardly horrified witness to his old mistakes. He is unable to change anything about who he once was and where he came from, whether he has repressed these things in shame or simply forgotten. It's as if he's gone back in time. Slughorn is back. Voldemort is back. A young man takes the dark mark and will never be able to remove it. A Potter wins at Quidditch and dates a red-headed girl. Snape's old potions book resurfaces, and along with it, the dark magic spells he invented in his teens. And just below the surface of the story, never mentioned but nearly tangible, is the haunting memory of his ruined friendship with Lily Evans. Rowling interweaves 3 major plots for the story of this eventful year. With Lucius Malfoy in Azkaban, Voldemort punishes the Malfoy family by ordering Draco to kill Dumbledore. Draco's mother, Narcissa, begs Snape to help Draco or to kill Dumbledore in his stead. Snape takes an unbreakable vow to do so. He will help Draco or die. Dumbledore appoints Snape to the Defense Against the Dark Arts position at last. He brings Professor Slughorn out of retirement to teach potions. Harry becomes the top student in potions class by following the tips written in his 50-year-old textbook by someone who called himself the Half-Blood Prince. An injured Dumbledore teaches Harry privately how to hunt down Horcruxes, relics of Voldemort's murders that contain fragments of his soul. Draco lets Death Eaters into Hogwarts and disarms Dumbledore, but cannot bring himself to follow through with his plan. Snape upholds the vow by killing Dumbledore in Draco's stead and leads the Death Eaters out of Hogwarts. Above all, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince is about the missing story of the mother. Tom Marvolo Riddle was named after his father and maternal grandfather, but we learn his mother Merriby's story to understand why Voldemort chose Harry to mark as his equal. Severus Snape bears the surname of his Muggle father, but in his magical textbook, he names himself after his witch mother, Eileen Prince. Harry hears about his father's friends and about his mother herself, but on the topic of Harry's mother's friends, everyone is conspicuously silent. Themes of jealousy, covetousness, and romantic desire run riot through this book. If Harry is overwhelmed by hostility toward Dean Thomas merely for dating Ginny, it is no wonder that Voldemort nearly died of jealousy at the sight of a baby with a loving mother. Hermione is wild with frustration at coming in second at potions, by proxy to a rival she doesn't trust and can't engage, someone who doesn't even really exist. Harry is so distracted by desire that he would rather throw away his lucky potion on wooing Ginny than defeating Voldemort, not knowing yet that natural euphoria works better for romance and altogether forgetting romance is a luxury he can ill afford. Felix Felicis, Amortentia, Sectum Sempra, and other ambiguous magic is on everyone's mind. The same spells can be appropriated for good or evil, and sometimes the only thing separating mischief from murder is chance. Or a Bezoar, or Snape wielding healing magic Harry cannot understand. In selecting Draco for the Dark Mark, Voldemort gives himself a second chance to solve a mystery. When he marked Harry as his equal, he was defeated by the blood magic of Lily Potter, whose Muggle-born blood he considered dirty. This time, he marks a different child, a pureblood, and repeats his observation of a mother's response to a threat to her child. We know Harry and Draco are underage for the entire school year, since they didn't make the cutoff for the apparition test. Voldemort can still use them to test the protective magic of a mother's love. Snape and Dumbledore monitored Draco's new standing with the Death Eaters. Dumbledore remembers how he failed to connect with student Tom Riddle and prioritized others over connecting with Snape. Slughorn failed to see the danger in Tom and didn't find Snape worth cultivating. Snape, Dumbledore, and McGonagall work together to do better for Draco. They have to isolate him. Voldemort finds it too painful to share Harry's thoughts anymore, but he performs legilimency regularly on Draco, so they cannot jeopardize Draco by letting him know the Order wants to protect him. Dumbledore keeps his distance and focuses on training Harry. Snape tries to keep communication open with Draco and prevent him and Harry from killing each other. McGonagall keeps an eye on inter-house conflict. Both assign detentions liberally to Gryffindors and Slytherins alike. Never have Snape and McGonagall worked together so closely. In secret, Snape and Dumbledore planned their endgame for the limited time remaining before Snape has to kill Dumbledore. Much like Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel, they have the gift of time to set affairs in order. Through emphasizing Dumbledore's trust in him, this meticulous prior planning ensures that when Snape kills Dumbledore and openly joins the Death Eaters, his former allies will believe in their shock that Dumbledore was wrong. There will be nobody left alive who knows Snape's true self. Snape's year in overview. Snape's personal dislike of Harry. Now that Dumbledore is tutoring Harry, Snape's protective focus is on Draco. He's not worried about protecting Draco from being hurt. He's trying to protect Draco from the lifelong regret of hurting others irreversibly, as Snape did at his age. Every time Harry antagonizes Draco, it makes Snape's job harder. Restricting Harry's movement makes things safer for Draco. The irritating sight of Slughorn fawning over Harry further provokes Snape to relapse into his resentment of famous Harry Potter. When Slughorn asks Snape to release Harry from a detention so he can be the star at a Slug Club soiree, Snape sends a message that sums up his attitude toward Harry for the year. He says you're to come to his office at 8:30 tonight to do your detention, no matter how many party invitations you've received. And he wanted you to know you'll be sorting out rotten flubberworms from good ones to use in potions and he says there's no need to bring protective gloves. Snape's usual opposition to the new teacher. For a change, the unfamiliar face at the head table isn't there to teach defense against the dark arts. Horace Slughorn, the potions master before Snape, has accepted Dumbledore's invitation to resume the post. Slughorn reinstates his Slug Club, an invitation-only group of elite students he selects for their future promise, their charisma, or their connections. This creates the atmosphere of resentment that typically results from such favoritism. Judging by what we see of how Slughorn chooses his favorites, it seems clear he never considered the unpopular, working-class Snape to be good enough for his inner circles, despite being aware of teen Snape's genius for potions. As a teacher, Slughorn's genial classroom manner is an improvement over Snape's, but his standards are lower. He has lower requirements for students to qualify for Newt-level classes, and he teaches from the textbook rather than providing custom-written lessons on the board, as Snape used to do. In his classroom, Harry, who is working from teen Snape's modifications to the textbook, has better results than Hermione, who characteristically follows the book's instructions to the letter. Dumbledore confirms at last that the jinx on the Defense Against the Dark Arts job is real, dating from Voldemort's second application for that position.
Oh, he definitely wanted the Defense Against the Dark Arts job, said Dumbledore. The aftermath of our little meeting proved that. You see, we have never been able to keep a Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher for longer than a year since I refused the post to Lord Voldemort.
At least Dumbledore has been able to use the jinx to his advantage. Some years, as with Quirrell, Lockhart, and Umbridge, he has depended on the jinx to help neutralize enemies. With Lupin and Mad-Eye Moody, he worked within the confines of the jinx to bring in specialists for a guaranteed maximum stint of 1 year to counter a specific danger. Readers and observers are free to speculate about which tactic applies to his appointment of Snape. Snape's reputation. After an unbroken build-up over 5 novels, Rowling springs a glorious break in the pattern on her readers. Dumbledore announces Snape as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, causing a commotion at the welcoming feast. "No!" said Harry, so loudly that many heads turned in his direction. He did not care. He was staring up at the staff table, incensed. How could Snape be given the Defense Against the Dark Arts job after all this time? Hadn't it been widely known for years that Dumbledore did not trust him to do it? Despite ample evidence Snape is trustworthy, despite years of Dumbledore's avowals of trust in Snape, Snape has been so unpleasant, Harry has bought into the rumor. If Harry is convinced, the rumor will have worked on the many others who have not seen Snape and Dumbledore working together. Snape, who was sitting on Dumbledore's right, did not stand up at the mention of his name. He merely raised a hand in lazy acknowledgement of the applause from the Slytherin table, yet Harry was sure he could detect a look of triumph on the features he loathed so much. Even though Snape knows his exoneration will last less than a year, he cannot help but show defiant pleasure at finally being acknowledged as Dumbledore's right-hand man. Moving him into this position is a clever move on the character's part, and also on the author's. It telegraphs that Dumbledore and Snape expect something major to change for Snape by the end of the year, putting the reader in increasing suspense. It reimburses Snape for years of accepting an unflattering reputation that is the opposite of his true self. It removes the need for Snape to be covert about teaching defense, which would have been an unneeded extra impediment during this frightening year. It broadcasts to Death Eaters that Dumbledore foolishly trusts the man they believe to be on their side. It suggests Snape is less than impressive, just a petty man of limited vision whose heart's desire is nothing grander than a lateral move at his place of employment. Within Harry's circle, though, others see Snape accurately this year, or at least acknowledge the possibility that Snape deserves Dumbledore's trust. When Harry overhears Snape offering to help Draco with Death Eater work, Ron sums up what their allies are likely to think.
Course, you know what they'll all say. Dad and Dumbledore and all of them. They'll say Snape isn't really trying to help Malfoy. He's just trying to find out what Malfoy's up to.
Harry turned to face him, frowning.
You think I'm right, though? Yeah, I do, said Ron hastily. Seriously, I do. But they're all convinced Snape's in the Order, aren't they?
The one thing Harry can get people to acknowledge is that Draco is up to something, and Snape knows it. The contradictory evidence regarding Snape's intentions means it comes down to one thing: whether or not people trust Dumbledore's judgment. Lupin lays out the equation succinctly.
Dumbledore trusts Severus, and that ought to be good enough for all of us.
But, said Harry, just say Dumbledore's wrong about Snape.
People have said it many times. It comes down to whether or not you trust Dumbledore's judgment. I do. Therefore, I trust Severus.
Lupin tells a skeptical Harry, I neither like nor dislike Severus, mentioning how Snape relieved his suffering with wolfsbane every month during Harry's 3rd year.
But he accidentally let it slip that you're a werewolf, so you had to leave, said Harry angrily.
Lupin shrugged.
The news would have leaked out anyway. We both know he wanted my job, but he could have wreaked much worse damage on me by tampering with the potion.
The passage of 3 years has tempered Lupin's take on that year. But even he has bought the rumor that Snape coveted the defense position. He knows better than to think about it too much, though. Lupin, too, is a spy for Dumbledore, and knows firsthand how Dumbledore uses rumors to provide cover. He speaks from an informed position when he suggests to Harry, it might have been on Dumbledore's orders that Severus questioned Draco. Dumbledore and Snape have set up Snape's reputation to be dependent entirely on perceptions of Dumbledore's trust in him. Bolstered by the endorsement of the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, Snape can behave unpleasantly toward fellow members of the Order of the Phoenix with impunity. If they find him difficult, it underscores that Dumbledore must have reason to trust him, setting up the Order members to feel even more aghast when Snape kills Dumbledore and severs that trust. Snape taunts Tonks cruelly about her Patronus when she uses it to communicate Order business. It has changed into an indistinct wolf shape, betraying that she is painfully in love with Lupin.
I think you were better off with the old one, said Snape, the malice in his voice unmistakable. The new one looks weak.
As Snape swung the lantern about, Harry saw, fleetingly, a look of shock and anger on Tonks's face. We know from occlumency lessons that the hyper-alert Snape becomes uncontrollably agitated by and for fools who wear their hearts proudly on their sleeves. His jibe at Tonks is uncalled for. It stands out, even for him. Perhaps it unsettled him to see this reminder that a Patronus is beyond manipulation and cannot be disguised. Certainly, a wizard double agent must avoid any magic that could betray his true self. The only Order member whom we know for certain has seen Snape's Patronus is Sirius on the day he died. Dumbledore has been telling Harry for 6 years that he trusts Snape, and for 6 years Harry has been incredulous. "So, sir," said Harry in what he hoped was a polite, calm voice, "you definitely still trust—"
"I have been tolerant enough to answer that question already," said Dumbledore, but he did not sound very tolerant anymore. "My answer has not changed."
Dumbledore need not worry about the danger of Harry seeing through Snape's facade. It will not be difficult to break Harry's trust in Snape once Dumbledore can no longer vouch for him. As for Snape's reputation with the Death Eaters, he is on solid ground. Voldemort trusts Snape, which puts his followers in the position of being traitors if they voice disagreement with his judgment. Nevertheless, Bellatrix is privately skeptical, but Snape shuts down her objections when he asks her to oversee his unbreakable vow to kill or help kill Dumbledore. Snape ensures that the Death Eaters hear and repeat the rumor of Dumbledore's greatest weakness. He has to believe the best of people. "I spun him a tale of deepest remorse when I joined his staff, fresh from my Death Eater days, and he embraced me with open arms, though, as I say, never allowing me nearer the dark arts than he could help." Snape and Dumbledore have primed the Death Eaters for the moment when Snape kills Dumbledore and claims he has been Voldemort's man all along. The mystery of Snape's true motives. Rowling took care to write Snape's true motives as a mystery at the end of this book. In the 2 years between the publication of Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince and the final installment, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, reader opinion was so divided about Snape's motives that conference panels and marketing campaigns debated the question of whether Snape supported Dumbledore, Voldemort, both, or neither. On the one hand, Snape used an unforgivable curse to kill Dumbledore. On the other hand, he protected Harry and guided him away from dark magic even while fighting him. In Half-Blood Prince, the clues pointing to Snape's true protective motives can be found in the repeated instances of close calls and accidents that nearly turned tragic. Draco survived Harry's Sectum Sempra. Katie Bell and Ron survived Draco's curses and poison. As Dumbledore said to Draco, "No harm has been done. You have hurt nobody, though you are very lucky that your unintentional victims survived." But it would have taken very little for those incidents to end differently. With close calls, as long as nobody dies, the attacker can walk away, free to resolve that they will not repeat the mistake. But sometimes, attacks don't end well, and there is no walking away from the aftermath. Harry was immediately aghast at the effects of Sectum Sempra, showing that the guilt from causing damage or death can be enormous, even if the attacker didn't know what they were doing. Harry immediately regretted casting the spell for enemies that he picked up from the Half-Blood Prince's notes, even though Draco had been casting an unforgivable on Harry at that moment. Not even his enemy deserved to suffer like that. But Harry does not want to admit that perhaps Hermione was right to be cautious about the prince.
"I wish I hadn't done it, and not just because I've got about a dozen detentions. You know I wouldn't have used a spell like that, not even on Malfoy. But you can't blame the prince. He hadn't written, 'Try this out, it's really good.' He was just making notes for himself, wasn't he? Not for anyone else."
Ron, too, tries to rationalize that there was nothing really wrong with taking instructions from the prince's book.
"He was a genius, the prince. Anyway, without his Bezoar tip."
He drew his finger significantly across his own throat.
"I wouldn't be here to discuss it, would I? I mean, I'm not saying that spell you used on Malfoy was great. Nor am I.
said Harry quickly. "But he healed all right, didn't he? Back on his feet in no time." "Yeah," said Harry. This was perfectly true, although his conscience squirmed slightly all the same. "Thanks to Snape." But we have seen the cost when things go wrong. Slughorn has lived in terror since Voldemort's return, understanding that his talk of Horcruxes decades prior helped create this monster. Dumbledore tells Harry, "You have no idea of the remorse Professor Snape felt when he realized how Lord Voldemort had interpreted the prophecy, Harry. I believe it to be the greatest regret of his life." At this point in the series, we don't know what Dumbledore was remembering when he drank the potion in the cave and sobbed, "It's all my fault, all my fault. Please make it stop. I know I did wrong. Oh, please make it stop, and I'll never, never again." It is easy, though, to imagine Harry feeling the same anguish if Sectum Sempra had killed Draco. Snape and Dumbledore both know some forms of damage cause suffering that never ends. They would give their lives to protect their students from this pain. Spinner's End. The first chapter of Half-Blood Prince, The Other Minister, pulls back for a view from the office of the Muggle Prime Minister of Britain, showing the damage from Voldemort's war on the Muggle world. The second chapter, Spinner's End, takes an extreme close-up view, winding its way into the very heart of the operation, the private home of Severus Snape, the one man who is pivotal to both Dumbledore's and Voldemort's sides of the war. These two chapters, set in these secret centers of power, establish the beginning of the endgame for Harry's fight against Voldemort and for the series itself. Setting and characters. Narcissa Malfoy runs through a bleak Muggle neighborhood in a former mill town to the last house on a street called Spinner's End, all the while shaking off the attempts of her older sister Bellatrix Lestrange to dissuade her. Snape is spending the summer here in his childhood home, along with Wormtail, whom Voldemort has placed there to assist him. Even in a series famous for its allegorical or offbeat names, Spinner's End is unusually evocative. Spinner refers to the now-defunct Muggle industry in this working-class part of town. End reinforces awareness of the industry's decline, evident from the boarded and broken windows on the way to Snape's house. Spinner also evokes the Fates, who implacably spin, measure, and cut the threads of human lifespans. Spinner evokes the phrase the distaff side, having to do with the feminine, maternal, or domestic side of life. The name may indicate this would be a good place to find stories about mothers. Snape has been characterized as a spy and a spider throughout the series. At Spinner's End, Narcissa and Bellatrix seek him at the center of his web. Finally, Spinner evokes a male version of spinster, denoting Snape's status as an unmarried person as he approaches middle age. We have seen magical spaces concealed within desolate Muggle surroundings before. Hogwarts is enchanted to look like a moldering old ruin to Muggle eyes. Grimmauld Place is surrounded by Muggle houses with broken windows and heaps of rubbish. The Ministry of Magic and St. Mungo's are also located in shabby Muggle areas. But there is nothing magical about the way Spinner's End repels visitors. This is where Snape comes from. There are no signs of parents, siblings, or any other family in his home. As far as we can tell, Snape has sole ownership of this house. Wealthy, pureblood Narcissa Malfoy is usually a snob, but in her time of distress, she runs into Spinner's End without hesitation while Bellatrix grimaces and follows. For Narcissa, class distinctions, wealth, and blood status mean nothing anymore compared to the qualities in Snape that she needs: his cleverness, his long-standing friendship with Lucius, Draco's respect for him, the trust he's earned from Voldemort. In crisis, she values him for what she sees of his true self. Narcissa wants Snape's help in subverting Voldemort's command for Draco to kill Dumbledore or die trying. She is not a Death Eater, but her husband, son, and sister are. What she wants would be treachery to the Dark Lord. Bellatrix argues Snape cannot be trusted with keeping such a secret from Voldemort, but according to Narcissa's syllogistic argument, Voldemort trusts Snape, and therefore Snape is trustworthy. A parallel to members of the Order reasoning that Dumbledore's trust in Snape ought to be enough guarantee. Bellatrix is Voldemort's most fanatical follower, but sisterly bonds seem to mean something to her as well, since she tries to dissuade Narcissa rather than inform Voldemort about her directly. Snape welcomes Narcissa sincerely, and Bellatrix with a slightly mocking smile in acknowledgement of her distrust. They had stepped directly into a tiny sitting room which had the feeling of a dark, padded cell. The walls were completely covered in books, most of them bound in old black or brown leather. A threadbare sofa, an old armchair, and a rickety table stood grouped together in a pool of dim light cast by a candle-filled lamp hung from the ceiling. The place had an air of neglect, as though it was not usually inhabited. We don't know if the house feels neglected because Snape does not usually live there, or because he has just come from Hogwarts for the summer. Interestingly, there are no indications Snape has a preference for either potions or defense against the dark arts in his private life. The furnishings suggest only a man who feels at home as long as he has books. We don't know the provenance of those old books. Perhaps they were family property from Snape's mother or father. Perhaps Snape acquired them as an adult. The age and state of the furniture suggests that the sitting room is the same as it was in Snape's childhood. Perhaps the candle-filled lamp is a recent switch to a light source that does not rely on Muggle utilities for power.
"So, what can I do for you?" Snape asked, settling himself in the armchair opposite the two sisters.
We are alone, aren't we?"
Narcissa asked quietly. "Yes, of course. Well, Wormtail's here, but we're not counting vermin, are we?"
He pointed his wand at the wall of books behind him, and with a bang, a hidden door flew open, revealing a narrow staircase upon which a small man stood, frozen. The wall of books conceals a hidden door and a passageway. Reading was Child Snape's secret escape. Wormtail is the final, least important character in this scene. What is he doing here?
"Wormtail will get us drinks if you'd like them," said Snape, "and then he will return to his bedroom."
Wormtail winced as though Snape had thrown something at him.
"I am not your servant,"
he squeaked, avoiding Snape's eye.
"Really? I was under the impression that the Dark Lord placed you here to assist me."
"To assist, yes, but not to make you drinks and clean your house."
Assist Snape with what? If Snape is doing any Death Eater work that requires assistance, we never hear of it. It is difficult to imagine this self-sufficient, exacting man wanting to delegate sensitive work to someone for whom he has so little respect. Wormtail kept house for Voldemort at Riddle Manor. Perhaps Voldemort has pawned him off on Snape for the same duties, as a mark of favor for Snape and a way to get rid of a despised hanger-on now that he has better followers. Of course, Wormtail can also keep an eye on Snape for Voldemort, but from the contemptuous way that Snape, Bellatrix, and Narcissa disregard Wormtail's presence, they seem unworried about their ability to block Wormtail from confidential discussion. Loathing of Wormtail is the one unanimous opinion that unites everyone in the series, be they Death Eater, Marauder, or even the author. The loathing tells us the narrative purpose of Wormtail's inclusion in this scene. It is a replay of a pivotal moment in Snape's past, something he must and can change on his second chance. Snape and Wormtail were the two people who betrayed the Potters to Voldemort. Now, they are faced with a similar situation. A woman is frantic to protect her son from Voldemort. Her older sister has her own twisted ideas about what should become of this son. This time, Snape can choose to protect the child. Wormtail, on the other hand, feels no regret, and neither wants nor gets a second chance. He is banished from the room. Snape versus Bellatrix. Every one of Bellatrix's suspicions about Snape is correct, but she doesn't stand a chance against the defenses Snape and Dumbledore have perfected to fool Voldemort. She bombards Snape with hostile questions, and Snape turns each one into an opportunity to catalog her weaknesses and further his own agenda. At the end, she is no more convinced than before, yet thoroughly routed, while Snape merely looks rather amused. Bellatrix Lestrange's weaknesses. 1. Bellatrix cannot admit that Voldemort has flaws. When Bellatrix asks Snape questions ranging from his whereabouts when the Dark Lord fell to his reasons for letting Harry flourish at Hogwarts, Snape replies that Voldemort has asked him every one of these questions and been satisfied with the answers. Bellatrix must also be satisfied, or she would be admitting Snape has fooled the Dark Lord, the greatest wizard, the most accomplished legilimens the world has ever seen. 2. She cannot criticize Lucius in front of Narcissa. Snape names several Death Eaters, himself among them, who did not search for Voldemort after his defeat, delicately listing Lucius last. As Lucius is currently being held in Azkaban, Bellatrix risks escalating tensions with an already distraught Narcissa if she criticizes Narcissa's husband. 3. Snape has more to offer Voldemort than Bellatrix does. Snape provides Voldemort with practical information about Harry and Dumbledore, a rather more useful welcome-back present than endless reminiscences about how unpleasant Azkaban is. 4. Bellatrix wants something from Voldemort. Snape doesn't. Bellatrix offers Voldemort her sacrifices as evidence of her devotion, which can only feed Voldemort's ego, not further his campaign. Unlike true Death Eaters, Snape wants absolutely nothing from Voldemort. Not favor, not protection, not support for a racist agenda. This gives him greater freedom to focus on exactly what Voldemort wants. 5. What kind of a Slytherin are you anyway? What are you, a Hufflepuff? Bellatrix criticizes Snape for staying at Hogwarts instead of going to jail for loyalty to Voldemort. Snape finds this criticism so absurd that his refutation is merely to repeat it.
Yes, Bellatrix, I stayed, said Snape, betraying a hint of impatience for the first time. I had a comfortable job that I preferred to a stint in Azkaban. They were rounding up the Death Eaters, you know. Dumbledore's protection kept me out of jail. It was most convenient, and I used it.
6. Bellatrix is competitive with all other Death Eaters. She cannot resist hearing that other Death Eaters have let down Voldemort. It distracts her with pleasure. When Bellatrix asks Snape why he did not help Voldemort get the Sorcerer's Stone, Snape blames it on Quirrell's mediocrity. She questions why Snape arrived 2 hours late when Voldemort returned. Snape assures her that had he ever wished to ignore the summons, the strengthening dark mark would have given him plenty of time to plan an escape, as Karkaroff did. 7. Bellatrix is losing favor with Voldemort while Snape is gaining it. When Bellatrix challenges the usefulness of Snape's contributions, Snape suggests she doesn't know the extent of his actions because Voldemort no longer confides in her. 8. Bellatrix failed to acquire the prophecy for Voldemort. All Snape has to do is remind Bellatrix of this failed mission. While parrying Bellatrix's accusations, Snape spreads Dumbledore's misinformation and protects himself at the same time. Snape's self-protections. 1. Snape wants to avoid committing evil. Snape argues that by staying at Dumbledore's side and abstaining from the Death Eater's violence, he maintains his cover and access as a spy. By allowing Dumbledore to think that I was only returning to the Dark Lord's side because I was ordered to, I have been able to pass information on Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix ever since. 2. Snape takes credit for the Order's losses. Since Bellatrix believes herself no longer privy to Voldemort's secrets, she will not fact-check Snape's claims that his information led to the murder of Emmeline Vance or Sirius Black. Snape's lies. 1. Dumbledore doesn't trust Snape with teaching defense against the dark arts. Seemed to think it might, bring about a relapse, tempt me into my old ways. Even if Snape dislikes Bellatrix, it must be a bit of a relief for him to be able to tell this old lie without having to suppress a wince at the listener's look of disgust. 2. Only Voldemort must kill Harry. When Bellatrix asks why Snape has not yet killed Harry, he replies with a question. Have you discussed this matter with the Dark Lord? Harry is the only one who can defeat Voldemort, so he must be kept safe until they meet. Voldemort seems interested in killing Harry himself. It is in the interest of all of Voldemort's enemies to encourage this whim. Best that Bellatrix hear this from Voldemort herself. She will heed Voldemort where she would argue with Snape. 3. Harry has no talent. Snape waxes most eloquent on this subject. His conviction makes this a masterpiece of a lie. Snape is well aware Harry is outstanding at defense against the dark arts and has talents that Voldemort cannot detect. But his loathing of Harry is so heartfelt, it covers up the lie.
Of course, it became apparent to me very quickly that he had no extraordinary talent at all. He has fought his way out of a number of tight corners by a simple combination of sheer luck and more talented friends. He is mediocre to the last degree, though as obnoxious and self-satisfied as was his father before him. I have done my utmost to have him thrown out of Hogwarts, where I believe he scarcely belongs.
More talented friends. So this is how he talks about Hermione when she's not around. It's a clever tactical move to shift credit for Harry's gifts to his Muggle-born friend, as Bellatrix and Voldemort are unable to believe that a Muggle-born can possess any talent at all. His attempts to have Harry expelled can be verified. 4. Dumbledore has to believe the best of people. Snape tells Bellatrix about Dumbledore's greatest weakness. He has to believe the best of people. He's priming Bellatrix, too, to believe someday Dumbledore was wrong to trust him. Snape and Narcissa. Having immobilized Bellatrix with his logic, Snape turns his attention to Narcissa, who begs Snape to help her fight a secret plan that Voldemort has forbidden her to mention. She ignores Bellatrix's attempts to silence her. Bellatrix will not protect Draco against Voldemort, but Snape might. Narcissa puts her trust in Snape. Snape immediately protects Narcissa, checking to make sure they are unheard, explaining that he knows of the plan to stop her from divulging more. Narcissa's anguish affects Snape as nothing else has. His defenses are so perfected that Bellatrix's attacks are child's play to him, but empathy for a protective mother undoes him. He must avoid speech and eye contact with Narcissa while he figures out what he can offer without jeopardizing his plans. Snape said nothing. He looked away from the sight of her tears as though they were indecent, but he could not pretend not to hear her. Narcissa appeals to him in 3 ways, 2 of which work on Snape.
Severus, please, you have always been Draco's favorite teacher. You are Lucius's old friend. I beg you. You are the Dark Lord's favorite, his most trusted advisor. Will you speak to him? Persuade him?
Snape is not acting when he says, with flat realism, "If you are imagining I can persuade the Dark Lord to change his mind, I am afraid there is no hope, none at all." Snape has laid out the unvarnished truth. The only way to help Draco is by committing treachery against Voldemort. Narcissa's appeals to his bonds of sentiment have struck home. As a teacher and a family friend, he can protect this child. This time, he can do better than he did for Lily Potter's child. Narcissa makes the audacious proposal that Snape take Draco's place by killing Dumbledore. "You would succeed, of course you would, and he would reward you beyond all of us." Voldemort's esteem is something Snape wants, not for himself, but to help further his plot to undermine Voldemort. This could work. Once Snape decides he can do it, he can meet Narcissa's eyes again. He needs only to double-check the details before committing. He speaks slowly, the way he does when he's thinking very quickly. Looking down into her tear-stained face, he said slowly, "He intends me to do it in the end, I think, but he is determined that Draco should try first. You see, in the unlikely event that Draco succeeds, I shall be able to remain at Hogwarts a little longer, fulfilling my useful role as spy." Snape must buy time by convincing Narcissa to let him wait before killing Dumbledore for Draco. He must negotiate the most time possible for Dumbledore to stay alive and finish planning while putting Narcissa's mind at ease and protecting Draco from harm. Bellatrix confirms Snape is making the right decision when she says ruthlessly that Narcissa should be proud. "If I had sons, I would be glad to give them up to the service of the Dark Lord." Would she? It's chilling to think that if she had sons, she might very well sacrifice them to Voldemort. This is Snape's opponent in the fight for Draco's future. He has a chance to offer Draco the kind of defense against the dark arts that he did not receive at Draco's age. Snape has to take more time to calculate when Narcissa begs him on her knees to make the unbreakable vow to protect Draco. He finds that even this will fall into line with the rest of his strategy. He can do this for her. It will help him too. The unbreakable vow. Snape's expression was blank, unreadable. Bellatrix, however, let out a cackle of triumphant laughter. "Aren't you listening, Narcissa? Oh, he'll try, I'm sure. The usual empty words, the usual slithering out of action. Oh, on the Dark Lord's orders, of course." Slithering out of action. Bellatrix has noticed Snape has never done anything irrevocably evil to demonstrate his commitment to Voldemort's cause. This hints strongly that Snape has never cast an unforgivable, an imperious, a cruciatus, a killing curse. We know from Bellatrix in Order of the Phoenix that unforgivables only work if you really mean them. You need to really want to cause pain to enjoy it. Snape, who never even attacked Sirius Black, would not want to cast an unforgivable just to keep his spy cover, not if he could possibly find another way. Snape ignores Bellatrix. His black eyes were fixed upon Narcissa's tear-filled blue ones as she continued to clutch his hand. Snape can look directly into the eyes of an anguished mother and show her his sympathy. He need occlude nothing. It jeopardizes none of his plans if he adds protection of her near-grown child to the general protectiveness he already provides to his Slytherin students, and even to Potter. He has already dedicated himself to defending them against the dark arts. This costs him little more effort, but it brings Narcissa peace of mind. It puts the Malfoys in debt to him even greater than a life debt. It guarantees favor in Voldemort's eyes, and it yields the immensely satisfying bonus of shocking Bellatrix. "Certainly, Narcissa, I shall make the unbreakable vow," he said quietly. "Perhaps your sister will consent to be our bonder." Bellatrix's mouth fell open. Snape lowered himself so that he was kneeling opposite Narcissa. Beneath Bellatrix's astonished gaze, they grasped right hands.
"You will need your wand, Bellatrix," said Snape coldly.
She drew it, still looking astonished.
"And you will need to move a little closer," he said.
Bellatrix is so shocked, she doesn't stop to reflect that she's about to swear an oath to betray the Dark Lord. Surely this was not her intention when she set out for Spinner's End. She was trying to keep Narcissa from forming a plot against Voldemort, and now she's complicit in it herself. Snape gives her the opportunity to recall herself and back out, but she draws her wand. She moves in even closer. She stepped forward so that she stood over them and placed the tip of her wand on their linked hands. This is how Bellatrix falls into Snape's web. Narcissa names 3 vows. Snape assents to all of them.
"Will you, Severus, watch over my son, Draco, as he attempts to fulfill the Dark Lord's wishes?"
He accepts personal responsibility for an endangered young one. That is more than what a teacher would do. This is a vow that will change him.
"And you will, to the best of your ability, protect him from harm?"
He commits to taking action to protect Draco whenever Draco needs it. This will rewire his consciousness so he is always aware of Draco, always primed to rush to his aid. This means he will never be truly at rest as long as both Draco and Dumbledore are alive. This will change him day and night. This round-the-clock commitment to action makes him Draco's family.
"And, should it prove necessary, if it seems Draco will fail,"
whispered Narcissa. Snape's hand twitched within hers, but he did not draw away.
"Will you carry out the deed that the Dark Lord has ordered Draco to perform?"
Snape commits to the unbreakable vow in the moment between the twitch of his hand and his decision to leave his hand in Narcissa's. In the twitch, we see his natural and human self-preservation instinct. But he overrides instinct with his will. The twitch emphasizes the consciousness of his choice. He will never again be the uncertain man who flinched under the gaze of Aurors or Death Eaters. In full knowledge, he agrees to kill on Draco's behalf, or give his life, or take Draco's place the way Lily did for Harry. 3 times, Snape says to Narcissa, "I will." This life bond is the closest Severus Snape will ever come to a wedding. What Narcissa has done for him with the unbreakable vow is beyond measure. Until this vow, Snape has never been the most important person to anyone in his adult life. But now, someone's entire happiness depends upon his survival and success. In the moments when his courage fails him at the thought of killing Dumbledore, it will help to remember he must stay strong for Narcissa. It sustains him. He is no longer alone. Snape has had the thankless work of protecting Harry Potter, a child he can't stand, who acknowledges Snape's grudging efforts with hostility in return. Now, he can protect a child he likes for the sake of a father who respects him and a mother who recognizes the enormity of what she's asking. The gratification generated by protecting Draco will give him more momentum to extend the same protection to Harry. Thanks to Narcissa Malfoy, Snape's job has just gotten easier. The Chosen One's broken nose. Snape heads into the school year knowing he has limited time to cram Defense Against the Dark Arts instruction into his students, since most of them will surely never listen to him again once he kills Dumbledore. He must teach them whatever he thinks would be most helpful to them in war, based on what he knows of the Death Eater's plans. As soon as the students get there, he must prevent Draco from hurting people, and he must keep Harry from provoking Draco to do so. Unfortunately, he's already too late. Harry gets on the Hogwarts Express, but doesn't get off. Snape must have flooded with adrenaline at the news. Death Eaters? Voldemort? Is Snape going to have to kill Dumbledore already? Has the war come to the Hogwarts Express? No, nothing like that. Tonks finds the Chosen One stuck on the train, invisible, voiceless, and immobilized with a broken nose, trying and failing to summon his wand by saying the spell in his head. Tonks sends a message explaining what happened. Not full-scale war, then, but a boy lashing out because his father is in prison and another boy foolish enough to get caught trailing him. So much drama, and the year hasn't even begun. As Snape says to Harry, "We haven't even started pudding." Tonks fixes Harry's nose, though his face is still covered in blood, and they walk in the dark to the Hogwarts gates. A lantern was bobbing at the distant foot of the castle. Harry was so pleased to see it, he felt he could even endure Filch's wheezy criticisms of his tardiness and rants about how his timekeeping would improve with the regular application of thumbscrews. It was not until the glowing yellow light was 10 feet away from them and Harry had pulled off his invisibility cloak so that he could be seen, that he recognized, with a rush of pure loathing, the uplit, hooked nose and long, black, greasy hair of Severus Snape. As we have seen repeatedly by this point, when Snape feels fear and then relief for someone else, he often expresses it as anger. He cares and he will rescue people. The glowing yellow light is his promise of safety. He tells Tonks, "Potter is quite, safe in my hands." But rescuing is not the same as nurturing. Snape is his nastiest self in his anger. Harry thinks Snape had come to fetch him for this, for the few minutes when he could needle and torment Harry without anyone else listening. That is not quite right. Snape came to defend him in case there were any other surprise attacks on the Chosen One. The opportunity to needle Harry is merely a bonus. Snape's defense against the dark arts classroom. After all this build-up, we finally get to see what it's like when Snape teaches defense against the dark arts. Snape had imposed his personality upon the room already. It was gloomier than usual, as curtains had been drawn over the windows and was lit by candlelight. New pictures adorned the walls, many of them showing people who appeared to be in pain, sporting grisly injuries or strangely contorted body parts. Nobody spoke as they settled down, looking around at the shadowy, gruesome pictures. It's not clear whether there's any need to close the curtains and use candlelight, or whether Snape simply cannot resist a touch of drama. It's good that he commands students' attention, though, because his curriculum is going to be viciously difficult. As he did on the first day of potions class in Harry's first year, Snape begins by casting a spell with his words, enchanting his students into a magical understanding of the discipline they're about to learn. They are wizards, and they have been given the gift of power beyond what ordinary humans can command. Snape addresses not the grubby teens sitting before him, but the magic in them, which he respects and would like them to respect too.
"The dark arts," said Snape, "are many, varied, ever-changing, and eternal. Fighting them is like fighting a many-headed monster, which, each time a neck is severed, sprouts a head even fiercer and cleverer than before. You are fighting that which is unfixed, mutating, indestructible."
This is the opposite approach from Snape's tactic with the Death Eaters. To them, he continually underplays Harry's talents or Dumbledore's potency, leading them to a sense of false superiority. But he is warning his students not to underestimate dark wizards. Rote tricks will not defeat them. To fight them, one must understand how they think. It will not work to try to eradicate them and believe the matter closed.
"Your defenses," said Snape a little louder, "must therefore be as flexible and inventive as the arts you seek to undo."
Undo. That is a clue to Snape's approach to the dark arts. Those who know how damage was done, and who also have the additional push of wanting to combat evil instead of being tempted by it, can reverse dark magic. Not everyone can take this approach, especially if they have not done many dark things themselves. But this is Snape's way, and we know he is better at reversing dark magic than anyone else at Hogwarts.
"What is the advantage of a non-verbal spell?"
Hermione's hand shot into the air. Snape took his time looking around at everybody else, making sure he had no choice, before saying curtly,
"Very well, Miss Granger."
"Your adversary has no warning about what kind of magic you're about to perform," said Hermione, "which gives you a split-second advantage."
An answer copied almost word for word from the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 6,
said Snape dismissively. Over in the corner, Malfoy snickered.
"But correct in essentials. Yes, those who progress to using magic without shouting incantations gain an element of surprise in their spellcasting."
Shouting incantations. This is reminiscent of an earlier put-down from Snape, the lament that many students are unimpressed by potions because that discipline involves little foolish wand-waving. Once again, Snape reveals in his insulting way that he values self-sufficiency in magic, power generated from the person's inner resources alone without depending on anything external that could give the person away. Snape sets the class to practicing nonverbal spells. Typically, 10 minutes into the lesson, Hermione managed to repel Neville's muttered jelly legs jinx without uttering a single word, a feat that would surely have earned her 20 points for Gryffindor from any reasonable teacher, thought Harry bitterly, but which Snape ignored. Why is Snape ignoring Hermione this time? We don't know what kind of answer Snape was hoping for, but it was not the textbook answer that Hermione gave, which focused on only one limited area and closed down further discussion. But we can see how her reply could put him in no mood to acknowledge her. She's going about this in completely the wrong way. A split-second advantage is not always going to be enough to protect her in the coming war. If she had thought this one through from experience, she would have recognized the greater potential of nonverbal spells and understood why this was Snape's first lesson in his long-desired defense class. Miss Granger, you should know this one. What is the advantage of a nonverbal spell? If you're lying on the floor of the Hogwarts Express covered in blood, you can summon your wand without moving your mouth. If you're a Death Eater and a Muggle-born silences you in the Department of Mysteries, you can still use a dark curse on her that takes 10 different potions to cure. By the way, thank you for those, Professor Snape. If the Minister of Magic and the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts are trying to terrorize a student into betraying an underground organization, you can modify the student's memory without them noticing. If you're a house elf or any magical creature with no political power, no voice, you can still perform wondrous magic without words. If you're hiding from someone who wants to kill you, you can do magic without giving away your location. If you're trying to protect someone else, you can make yourself invisible and cast protective magic without giving yourself away. In the few months before he makes most of them hate him, Snape endeavors to teach the students how to stay powerful when they are voiceless or otherwise silenced. Hermione is a Muggle-born and the lead strategist in Harry's fight against Voldemort. She's going to need to know how to hide, to cast magic to protect herself and others without giving herself away. If she doesn't learn nonverbal magic, she's as good as dead. The same goes for Harry's other best friend, who is having more trouble. Ron, who was supposed to be jinxing Harry, was purple in his face, his lips tightly compressed to save himself from the temptation of muttering the incantation. Harry had his wand raised, waiting on tenterhooks to repel a jinx that seemed unlikely ever to come.
"Pathetic, Weasley,"
said Snape after a while.
"Here, let me show you."
He turned his wand on Harry so fast that Harry reacted instinctively. All thought of nonverbal spells forgotten, he yelled, "Protego!" His shield charm was so strong, Snape was knocked off balance and hit a desk. Oh dear. Well, at least Harry's reflexes are in good order and his shield charm is strong. Snape is genuinely trying to teach, but after their history together, it's no wonder Harry is too jumpy to learn from him.
"He tried to jinx me, in case you didn't notice,"
fumed Harry.
"I had enough of that during those Occlumency lessons.
Why doesn't he use another guinea pig for a change?
What's Dumbledore playing at anyway? Letting him teach defense? Did you hear him talking about the dark arts? He loves them, all that unfixed, indestructible stuff.
It takes Hermione to point out Snape is saying the same thing Harry always says, that defense against the dark arts is not just memorizing a bunch of spells, but thinking quickly and trusting your gut. Hermione has already learned from Snape's critique of her earlier answer. One benefit of Snape generally ignoring her is that, unlike Harry, she's not too jumpy to learn from him. Hermione quickly becomes proficient in nonverbal magic. Snape's curriculum is the opposite of Umbridge's. He wants the students to be able to defend themselves against likely dangers, such as the Imperius Curse, Inferi, the Cruciatus Curse, and Dementors. Harry expects a low mark on one essay because he has disagreed with Snape on the best way to tackle Dementors. Presumably, Harry argues in favor of the Patronus method. It is effective, though difficult, and it can protect others who can't defend themselves. The only other method we have seen so far in the series is the Animagus escape Sirius pulled off, but that is too difficult to be a reliable option. We never do learn what Snape recommends to this class of 6th years. We will see later in Deathly Hallows and Cursed Child that there are ways to protect the mind against the Dementor's effects. Harry might well object that such an approach doesn't repel Dementors or protect others. It might even strike him as selfish or cowardly. But unlike Harry, Snape understands that sometimes the way to help others the most is to stay unseen. Patronuses give away too much. They betray your location, your identity, and your heart. In war, sometimes it is necessary to keep those things hidden. The Half-Blood Prince. Potions. Harry and Ron arrive at Professor Slughorn's potions classroom without books, since they had not expected to study 6th-year potions with Snape. Slughorn forages in a cupboard until he finds 2 very battered-looking copies of Advanced Potion-Making by Libaceous Borage. In Snape's potions classroom, as we have seen, Snape used to put directions on the board himself rather than having the students brew from the textbook. Slughorn, however, requires his students to use the textbook. Harry discovers the previous owner of his used book amended the textbook so heavily that the margins were as black as the printed portions. The previous owner's absorption in the subject, it seems, was equal to the textbook author's. He tries out the amended directions and finds they always yield much better results than the textbook. Clearly, the previous owner was already advancing the field as a student. Harry's stellar work wins him Slughorn's prize of Felix Felicis, a potion guaranteeing good luck that Draco desperately wanted to win. A delighted Slughorn attributes Harry's success to heredity. "Good Lord, it's clear you've inherited your mother's talent. She was a dab hand at potions, Lily was." This is the first time Harry has learned any details about his mother's life as a student, apart from the glimpse in Snape's pensieve memory. It immediately raises unanswered questions about how Lily's skills compared with Snape's. They would have been top students in the same year for potions, in direct competition with each other. The longer Harry follows the previous owner's instructions, the more Slughorn fawns on him. Harry knows he is an imposter, earning credit he doesn't deserve, but Slughorn's praise makes it difficult for him to come clean about the source of his success. Meanwhile, for the first time in her potion studies, Hermione's results are weaker than Harry's, even though she's following the textbook perfectly. This puts her in a miserable temper. She's envious, but worse than that, in Hermione's worldview, Harry isn't learning. He's following better instructions without understanding the theory and wouldn't be able to transfer the concepts to other potions without outside help. Ginny, too, is incredulous that Harry would take instructions from a mysterious book after his experience with Tom Riddle's diary. Hermione casts a revealing spell on the book to confirm it is nothing more than an old textbook containing student notes. The only identifier is the inscription, "This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince," written in the same small, cramped handwriting as the rest of the notes. From that moment until the day of Dumbledore's death, Harry is intrigued by the Half-Blood Prince, but never suspects it was Snape. Could Harry and Teen Snape have been friends? He certainly admires the prince's mind, Copying off the prince's work brings even better results in potions than copying Hermione, whose strengths in potions seem to be rooted in theory and procedure rather than experimentation. Hermione is delighted when Slughorn challenges the students to invent a difficult antidote in class. "It's a shame that the prince won't be able to help you much with this, Harry," she said brightly as she straightened up. "You have to understand the principles involved this time. No shortcuts or cheats." In desperation, Harry searches the Half-Blood Prince's notes for something, anything, that might prevent him from being revealed as a fraud. And there it was, scrawled right across a long list of antidotes. "Just shove a bezoar down their throats." Harry stared at these words for a moment. Hadn't he once, long ago, heard of bezoars? Hadn't Snape mentioned them in their first ever potions lesson? A stone taken from the stomach of a goat which will protect from most poisons. It was not an answer to the Golpalot problem, and had Snape still been their teacher, Harry would not have dared do it. But this was a moment for desperate measures. Just shove a bezoar down their throats. Even as a teen, Snape could infuse all his irritable genius into 7 grumpy words. His aggrieved impatience with the stupidity of the world at large and the dunderheads in particular who managed to get themselves poisoned. Bezoars. Harry vaguely recalls bezoars from that dreadful first potions class, forgetting entirely that Snape spent a good portion of Harry's 4th year trying and failing to teach him about bezoars. Harry takes the gamble and claims to Slughorn that the bezoar was his idea all along, counting on the politics of favoritism to help him get away with it. Snape, like Hermione, would not have permitted shortcuts or cheats. We don't even see Draco try it. In Slughorn's class, though, being the teacher's pet is legal tender. Slughorn looked down at it for a full 10 seconds. Harry wondered for a moment whether he was going to shout at him. Then he threw back his head and roared with laughter.
"You've got nerve, boy," he boomed, taking the bezoar and holding it up so that the class could see it. "Oh, you're like your mother. Well, I can't fault you. A bezoar would certainly act as an antidote to all these potions."
To Hermione's disgust, Harry's gamble is a wild success. Slughorn warns that because bezoars don't work on everything and are pretty rare, it's still worth knowing how to mix antidotes, then grants 10 points to Gryffindor for sheer cheek. When Ron drinks poison later that year, Harry is able to save his life.
"Blimey, it was lucky you thought of a bezoar," said George in a low voice.
"Lucky there was one in the room," said Harry, who kept turning cold at the thought of what would have happened if he had not been able to lay hands on the little stone. From the moment Harry stepped into potions class, Snape's hatefulness prevented Harry from absorbing any of his expertise in the subject. But Slughorn isn't reaching Harry either. The Half-Blood Prince turns out to be Harry's best potions teacher. Harry is fortunate to have access to teen Snape's cleverness sans hostility, although it's a pity for Hermione that once again, via proxy and a sort of time travel, Snape is paying attention to Harry and ignoring her. It's a pity as well that Voldemort and Dumbledore required Snape to pose as a teacher. This gifted misanthrope might have been happier in a career as a trailblazing inventor who didn't have to deal with people all day long. The Half-Blood Prince invented spells. As long as Harry sticks to the Half-Blood Prince's improvements to Libatius Borrage's potions, he is on safe ground. But there was barely a page on which the prince had not made additional notes, not all of them concerned with potion making. Once Harry starts exploring spells the prince invented himself, he gets into ambiguous territory. The more Harry pored over the book, the more he realized how much was in there. Not only the handy hints and shortcuts on potions that were earning him such a glowing reputation with Slughorn, but also the imaginative little jinxes and hexes scribbled in the margins, which Harry was sure, judging by the crossings out and revisions, that the prince had invented himself. Imaginative. Few moments in Rowling's story sparkle with such admiration as Harry eagerly discovering the prince's creativity. In all the series, the word imaginative occurs just this once, a high compliment to the mind of teen Snape. Rowling deftly introduces a current of growing unease with the prince's spells. There had been a hex that caused toenails to grow alarmingly fast. He had tried this on Crabbe in the corridor with very entertaining results. A jinx that glued the tongue to the roof of the mouth, which he had tried twice to general applause on an unsuspecting Argus Filch. The toenail hex is amusing, no worse than the usual tentacles or jelly legs, and it was Crabbe, so who cares, right? Filch can be awful, but should Harry have jinxed an unsuspecting squib in front of applauding students? Twice? Harry finds an intriguing spell that the prince developed painstakingly, judging by the many revisions. Levicorpus. NVBL. He's had little success with nonverbal spells in Snape's class, but he tries his hand at this one, thinking that the prince had proved a much more effective teacher than Snape so far. Pointing his wand at nothing in particular, he gave an upward flick and said, Levicorpus, inside his head. Arg! There was a flash of light, and the room was full of voices. Everyone had woken up as Ron had let out a yell. Harry sent advanced potion-making flying in panic. Ron was dangling upside down in midair, as though an invisible hook had hoisted him up by the ankle. Sorry, yelled Harry, as Dean and Seamus roared with laughter, and Neville picked himself up from the floor, having fallen out of bed. Hang on, I'll get you down. He groped for the potion book and riffled through it in a panic, trying to find the right page. At last, he located it and deciphered one cramped word underneath the spell. Praying that this was the counter-jinx, Harry thought, Libera Corpus, with all his might. There was another flash of light, and Ron fell in a heap onto his mattress. Harry and Ron shout down Hermione when she suggests Harry be more cautious with the half-blood prince's spells. Harry doesn't stop using Levicorpus, though. We see him cast it in an instinctive reaction without conscious thought, when Ron attacks him under influence of a love potion. Ron rationalizes Levicorpus as just a laugh. But Harry remembers with excitement that his father used Levicorpus on Snape, and with a sinking feeling that Death Eaters used it on Muggles at the Quidditch World Cup. He retorts to Hermione, though, that the half-blood prince couldn't have been a budding Death Eater, or he wouldn't have been boasting about being half-blood. It doesn't occur to him that the prince might have come from a background where clinging to his half-blood status was a way to keep up his hopes. Harry checks hopefully with Lupin, but no, pureblood James was definitely not the half-blood prince, even if he did use Levicorpus.
Oh, that one had a great vogue during my time at Hogwarts, said Lupin reminiscently. There were a few months in my 5th year when you couldn't move for being hoisted into the air by your ankle.
On Lupin's suggestion, Harry checks the date on the book. It's nearly 50 years old. That doesn't help Harry much, but the reader can guess the half-blood prince might have been using a parent's old book. Certainly, if Snape perfected Levicorpus in time to use it before 5th-year owls, he was mastering and revising the Newt-level advanced potion-making precociously well before his 6th year. By this point, the book's silence on the relationship between teen Snape and Lily is so conspicuous, it aches. They are both clearly stars at potions. Did they work together? Was one of them more gifted at potions than the other? We don't find out. We have already seen that James and Sirius were considered the best in their year without mention of how Snape compared. But how did Snape compare to Slughorn's favorite? We receive an answer from a drunk Slughorn at his Christmas party.
But I don't think I've ever known such a natural at potions, said Slughorn, regarding Harry with a fond, if bloodshot eye. Instinctive, you know, like his mother. I've only ever taught a few with this kind of ability. I can tell you that, Sybil. Why, even Severus—
And to Harry's horror, Slughorn threw out an arm and seemed to scoop Snape out of thin air toward them. Even Severus. Slughorn had acknowledged Snape as the top student in his year then, more gifted at potions than the instinctive Lily Evans, although not a favorite, lacking the cheekiness necessary to elevate a student without social connections to that elite tier. That might actually have come as a relief to teen Snape.
"Stop sulking and come and join us, Severus," hiccuped Slughorn happily. "I was just talking about Harry's exceptional potion-making. Some credit must go to you, of course. You taught him for 5 years.
Trapped with Slughorn's arm around his shoulders, Snape looked down his hooked nose at Harry, his black eyes narrowed.
Funny, I never had the impression that I managed to teach Potter anything at all.
It's true enough that Harry has learned best from Snape when the lessons have been refracted through a third party. Lockhart took credit for the club in which Harry learned Expelliarmus. The half-blood prince has finally taught him about bezoars. It's rather like surviving the basilisk's glare through a camera lens or mirror. It's always been fraught when these two look at each other, especially after the eye contact of the occlumency lessons.
"Well, then it's natural ability," shouted Slughorn. "You should have seen what he gave me first lesson, Draft of Living Death. Never had a student produce finer on a first attempt. I don't think even you, Severus."
"Really?" said Snape quietly, his eyes still boring into Harry, who felt a certain disquiet. The last thing he wanted was for Snape to start investigating the source of his newfound brilliance at potions. Readers are divided on whether Snape arranged to have his old potions book fall into Harry's hands or whether it was coincidence. Snape's use of legilimency here suggests coincidence. He did not know Harry had the book, but now he suspects as much. Of course Harry does better at potions when Snape isn't around, as he found during the previous year's OWL practical exam. With Snape absent from the proceedings, he found that he was much more relaxed than he usually was while making potions. Harry corked his sample flask, feeling that he might not have achieved a good grade, but that he had, with luck, avoided a fail. Harry does get a good grade, exceeds expectations. But Snape knows Harry's aptitude for potions is not the kind that would suddenly take him to the top of the class once free of a mean teacher. In defense against the dark arts, he knows Harry does have that kind of gift. He saw 13-year-old Harry produce a Patronus more powerful than most adults. He's been on the receiving end of stinging hexes and legilimency from Harry during occlumency lessons. He's just been knocked off balance by Harry's shield charm. In contrast, Harry is not the kind of potioneer who could use the Libation Borge textbook and beat Snape's first classroom attempt, including his careful innovations at the Draft of Living Death. Something's not adding up. Protecting Draco. Snape's investigations into Harry's potion success are interrupted when Filch catches Draco lurking in a corridor and drags him into the party by the ear. Draco tells the embarrassing lie that he was hoping to gate-crash the party. Harry notes Draco looks ill, with dark shadows under his eyes and a distinctly grayish tinge to his skin, and Snape is looking at him as though both angry and, was it possible, a little afraid? Snape takes Draco for a private word, and an eavesdropping Harry learns Snape, too, believes Draco is behind the near death of Katie Bell. But Draco, unlike Harry, is able to occlude Snape from confirming his suspicions. "Don't look at me like that. I know what you're doing. I'm not stupid. But it won't work. I can stop you." There was a pause, and then Snape said quietly, Aunt Bellatrix has been teaching you occlumency, I see. What thoughts are you trying to conceal from your master, Draco? I'm not trying to conceal anything from him. I just don't want you butting in. Unlike Harry, who studied occlumency unwillingly, Draco is an effective occlumens. He has thoughts he wants to protect. Snape must recognize some telltale detail in Draco's occlumency technique that identifies his teacher. Even if Bellatrix couldn't refute Snape's arguments in Spinner's End, she doesn't trust Snape at all. Bellatrix is a dangerous opponent in the fight for Draco's future. She doesn't have a son to offer to Voldemort's service, so she offers her sisters. Snape reveals the extent to which he is worried for Draco.
"Listen to me," said Snape, his voice so low now that Harry had to push his ear very hard against the keyhole to hear. "I am trying to help you. I swore to your mother I would protect you. I made the unbreakable vow, Draco."
Perhaps it will eventually sink in for Draco that a teacher thinks he matters enough to be worth dying for. It's the highest form of life debt. I would die for you and your loved ones. When Draco rejects Snape's protection, Snape tries to provide some practical advice, at least. He warns that it was foolish to wander alone without backup.
"I would have had Crabbe and Goyle with me if you hadn't put them in detention." "Keep your voice down," spat Snape, for Malfoy's voice had risen excitedly. "If your friends, Crabbe and Goyle, intend to pass their Defense Against the Dark Arts OWL this time around, they will need to work a little harder than they are doing at present."
On top of everything else, Snape has been giving Crabbe and Goyle detention. It is one thing for Snape to look out for clever Draco Malfoy with his outstanding in potions and his prefect-worthy grades. But Crabbe and Goyle have always struggled academically, and now, destabilized by the risks to their fathers, they're unlikely to absorb even the most basic defense against the dark arts. They're being groomed for Voldemort, but Snape can't give up on them. They're his students. This was foreshadowed before the start of term, when Harry, awaiting his OWL results, wondered, what happens if we fail? And Hermione replied, "We discuss our options with our head of house. I asked Professor McGonagall at the end of last term." Professor McGonagall has been Snape's ally in trying to protect the at-risk students from themselves this year. If they have to give multiple detentions to keep students out of trouble, that's what the two of them will do. She's been giving Draco detention and keeping her eye on him. When Snape punishes Harry's Sectum Sempra with detention that keeps him out of Quidditch matches, McGonagall approves wholeheartedly. McGonagall has always disciplined students from her own house as severely as others, but now Snape is doing the same. When McGonagall barks at Draco to pay attention during apparition class instead of arguing with Crabbe, Snape looks annoyed, though Harry strongly suspected that this was less because of Malfoy's rudeness than the fact that McGonagall had reprimanded one of his house. Given Snape's anxiety for Draco this year, it's more likely he wanted Draco to focus on learning the survival skills he will need no matter what side he chooses.
"What does it matter?" said Malfoy. "Defense Against the Dark Arts. It's all just a joke, isn't it? An act. Like any of us need protecting against the dark arts. It is an act that is crucial to success, Draco," said Snape. "Where do you think I would have been all these years if I had not known how to act?"
Draco's naivete is frightening. He seems to believe the Dark Mark will confer invincibility on him if he can just earn Voldemort's favor, and it would only alienate Draco for Snape to try to disillusion him at the moment. Snape's comment about acting is one of his basic tenets for survival, something he wants all his students to learn. But that's not his primary reason for saying this to Draco now. He wants to say things that have a chance of reaching Draco without engaging in the fight Draco is spoiling to start. If Draco is in love with his self-image as Voldemort's rising star, Snape can at least be a useful role model for how to protect oneself while undercover. Snape wants his students to learn non-aggression. They don't need to understand. They can just learn it by rote, so that maybe, when they're in crisis and acting on instinct, defensive magic will be among the spells they'll cast without conscious thought, as Harry has begun to do with Levi Corpus. This is how Snape uses his teaching position as Defense Against the Dark Arts master. The things young people let slip while under duress may not even be things they wholeheartedly believe or endorse. They may simply be repeating things they learned in childhood before they were mature enough to understand and choose wisely. But words, and spells are words, words that sometimes have effects the caster didn't intend. can cause the same damage whether or not they're spoken in full knowledge. Some damage can never be undone, and the regret will not ease, even if the words were spoken in innocence. Draco is almost of age, but as Narcissa said, he is too young to understand what Voldemort will do to him, too innocent. Snape, a teacher, has the opportunity to ingrain automatic defenses in Draco while he is still innocent and not fully able to choose his own path wisely. Should a near-adult teen be mature enough to understand the consequences of their evil deeds? Perhaps, but the practical truth is that many are not, nor are many adults, but they don't have the benefit of teachers to train them in defensive magic. Should teens be held fully responsible for the consequences of their evil deeds? Whether they should or not, some consequences are not negotiable. They will pay. One way or another, Snape did not realize calling Lily Mudblood would lead to the loss of her friendship and, later, her life. It may seem absurd that anyone would not realize the implications of such an obvious thing. It may seem like making excuses for that person. But considering Draco's situation, there is no question. The stakes are too high to argue about excuses. Every attempt must be made to reach him, to save him, before he kills innocent others in a hopeless quest for an illusory guarantee of safety. It is not a matter of whether young Death Eaters are good enough to deserve the effort or whether they should simply be discarded as hopeless causes. It is a matter of preventing as much damage as possible and protecting people so they can become more mature and deserving as anyone can. Adult Snape is the opposite of innocent. His guilt and subsequent remorse make him experienced. As someone who's already pledged himself to Voldemort, he's able to understand the danger Draco is in. He can keep working with Draco and not be repelled by the knowledge that Draco will never be free of the dark mark. He's the only adult at Hogwarts with a dark mark, the only one who can travel with Draco across that dividing line and back and still have a chance of protecting him. He has done dark magic and lived to regret it. This is what makes Snape the staff expert on dark magic. He knows how it feels to cast it, to mean it, to want to cause harm, and then to wish with all his being that he could undo the damage, to wish he could give his life if it would turn back time so he could change the past. Only someone who has felt both what it takes to cast dark magic successfully and the greater urge to reverse it can undo dark magic. This is why Professor McGonagall instructs the students to take cursed objects to Snape, and what Dumbledore means when he explains, "Professor Snape knows much more about the dark arts than Madame Pomfrey, Harry." Snape's rare power to undo dark curses is one of the reasons Dumbledore trusts him so completely. The remorse necessary to effect such powerful magic cannot be faked. Snape could not have saved Dumbledore's life if he had not wished it with all his being, as Dumbledore describes it.
"The ring, Harry, Marvolo's ring, and a terrible curse there was upon it too. Had it not been, forgive me the lack of seemly modesty, for my own prodigious skill, and for Professor Snape's timely action when I returned to Hogwarts desperately injured, I might not have lived to tell the tale."
Dumbledore set Snape to watch over Draco not only out of respect for Snape, but also because of his own regrets and guilt. Dumbledore failed to reach student Tom Riddle before he became irrevocably evil.
"Did I know that I had just met the most dangerous dark wizard of all time?" said Dumbledore. "No, I had no idea that he was to grow up to be what he is. However, I was suddenly intrigued by him. I returned to Hogwarts, intending to keep an eye upon him, something I should have done in any case, given that he was alone and friendless, but which, already, I felt I ought to do for others' sake as much as his."
Dumbledore is concerned for the safety of others around Draco too this year, but he learned from Tom Riddle that some students are too isolated to respond to adults who can't understand them. Dumbledore couldn't have reached Tom Riddle. The one with the power to reach him had not yet been born. Dumbledore can't reach Draco, nor is it safe to try when Voldemort is regularly invading Draco's mind. But Snape has been a Death Eater. Snape may be able to reach him. There is another layer of regret and guilt to Dumbledore's order. He failed Snape, as the two of them recalled in their arguments after the escape of Sirius Black. Snape, who entered Hogwarts as a first year, knowing more curses than most seventh years, could have used someone to keep an eye on him. Though not as far gone as first-year Tom Riddle, he had tendencies similar to Dumbledore's description of Tom. His powers, as you heard, were surprisingly well developed for such a young wizard, and, most interestingly and ominously of all, he had already discovered that he had some measure of control over them and begun to use them consciously. It is no wonder, then, that Snape is feeling the strain of being the only one who can help Draco, the only one who can fight some forms of dark magic, the only one who can retain Voldemort's trust while taking his place at Dumbledore's right hand. In some ways, it's a bit similar to being the chosen one, although Harry receives credit for his sacrifices and the blessing of a clean conscience. Snape's job depends upon his guilty past and upon the secrecy that ensures his sacrifices will never be seen. Hagrid lets slip to Harry that Snape has argued with Dumbledore.
Well, I just heard Snape saying Dumbledore took too much for granted, and maybe he, Snape, didn't want to do it anymore.
Do what?
I don't know, Harry. It sounded like Snape was feeling a bit overworked, that's all. Anyway, Dumbledore told him flat out he'd agreed to do it, and that was all there was to it. Pretty firm with him. And then he said something about Snape making investigations in his house, in Slytherin.
Hagrid tries to tell Harry not to read too much into the argument, for all the good that does. But Hagrid does get across that he trusts Snape. Snape has never given him reason not to. Sectum Sempra. Harry continues to track Draco Malfoy and finds him weeping in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Draco looks into a mirror and sees Harry over his shoulder. The ensuing battle is exactly what Snape has been dreading all year. Harry tries Levicorpus, but Draco blocks it and tries to cast the Cruciatus curse on Harry, an unforgivable that is probably on his mind after seeing other Death Eaters use it. Harry retaliates with Sectum Sempra, a curse the Half-Blood Prince has marked for enemies, which Harry has never tested. Sectum Sempra, it turns out, is a vicious curse that cuts flesh with dark magic. Blood spurted from Malfoy's face and chest as though he had been slashed with an invisible sword. He staggered backward and collapsed onto the waterlogged floor with a great splash, his wand falling from his limp right hand. "No!" gasped Harry. Slipping and staggering, Harry got to his feet and plunged toward Malfoy, whose face was now shining scarlet, his white hands scrabbling at his blood-soaked chest. "No, I didn't—" Harry did not know what he was saying. He fell to his knees beside Malfoy, who was shaking uncontrollably in a pool of his own blood. Moaning Myrtle let out a deafening scream. "Murder! Murder in the bathroom! Murder!" Harry's shock is instant, his remorse complete. He didn't mean to hurt Draco this way. Not even my enemy deserves this. He hadn't known what he was doing. He just said the first thing that came to mind, without conscious thought, when he felt threatened. The door banged open behind Harry, and he looked up terrified. Snape had burst into the room, his face livid. Pushing Harry roughly aside, he knelt over Malfoy, drew his wand, and traced it over the deep wounds Harry's curse had made, muttering an incantation that sounded almost like a song. The flow of blood seemed to ease. Snape wiped the residue from Malfoy's face and repeated his spell. Now the wounds seemed to be knitting. What is Snape chanting to heal Draco's wound? Harry can't understand the words yet. He's too innocent. He's never yet had to grieve the harm done to someone entrusted to his care. He hasn't yet felt that he failed to protect someone vulnerable or young, or that the harm stemmed from his own weakness. The words to Snape's Phoenix song might have gone something like this. I am sorry I did this so long ago. I am sorry I brought it into the world for others to use without knowing how it would hurt you. I am sorry you were so hurt by this. You didn't deserve this. I stopped doing this a long time ago, but as long as I live, I will track down all the damage I caused. If I could suffer this in your place, I would. Take my remorse. Let it reintegrate your wounds. I will sing to you until it stops. I was supposed to protect you. I will always protect you. Thank goodness it is not too late. Few moments in the series are as starkly beautiful as the tableau of Snape singing shut Draco's Sectum Sempra wounds, performing magic nobody else in the world could cast, suffusing the song with all his grief and regret that his long-ago evil is still doing harm in the world, still hurting this child who has spent all year trying to kill people and yet doesn't deserve this because nobody does. Draco has been pushing Snape away all year, descending deeper into horror, yet when he is in danger, Snape's protective response is absolute. I came as soon as I could. You'll be all right. I've got you. I'm here. This moment is a merciful gift to Snape, a second chance to make right the damage he caused. When Snape had performed his counter-curse for the third time, he half-lifted Malfoy into a standing position.
You need the hospital wing. There may be a certain amount of scarring, but if you take Dittany immediately, you might avoid even that. Come.
He supported Malfoy across the bathroom, turning at the door to say in a voice of cold fury,
And you, Potter, you wait here for me.
It did not occur to Harry for a second to disobey. He stood up slowly, shaking, and looked down at the wet floor. There were bloodstains floating like crimson flowers across its surface. Snape hasn't known a moment's peace since he heard Draco broke Harry's nose on the Hogwarts Express. He's been waiting for something like this to happen. But he probably didn't expect to be undoing a dark curse from Harry. Snape, who can identify Draco's teacher from a moment of occlumency, knows with heart-sinking certainty where Harry learned Sectum Sempra. We can excuse our younger selves. We can claim that was a long time ago. We can argue that no one got hurt in the end. We can push guilt to the back of our minds or cupboards, flush cursed diaries down the toilet, or tamper with our memories. But once we release dark magic into the world, in the moments when we really want to cause pain, it is beyond our control. Snape returns to deal with Harry. Harry immediately confesses he didn't know what the spell would do, but that's not Snape's concern.
Apparently, I underestimated you, Potter, he said quietly. Who would have thought you knew such dark magic? Who taught you that spell?
I read it somewhere.
Where?
It was a library book, Harry invented wildly. I can't remember what it was called.
Liar,
said Snape. Harry's throat went dry. He knew what Snape was going to do, and he had never been able to prevent it. The bathroom seemed to shimmer before his eyes. He struggled to block out all thought, but try as he might, the Half-Blood Prince's copy of Advanced Potion-Making swam hazily to the forefront of his mind. Sectum Sempra isn't in a library book. Snape knows Harry is telling the truth about reading it instead of learning from another person, since he didn't even know what the spell would do. As far as Snape knows, there's only one place that spell has ever been written down. Harry hides the book from Snape, but they both know he has it. The whole school hears what happened. With McGonagall's full support, Snape gives Harry detention every Saturday through the end of the year. Snape puts an extra personal touch into these sessions. He requires Harry to handwrite copies of old detentions, including the Marauders from 20 years ago, a chore so tedious Harry wonders if Snape has bewitched his clock to go extra slowly. Each week, Snape keeps Harry later and later every time while making pointed asides about Harry having to miss the good weather and the varied opportunities it offered, such as Quidditch games and dates with Ginny. Harry's job is to resist the provocations stoically. These ordeals are reminiscent of the punishment that Jem and Scout Finch endure from their racist neighbor, Mrs. DeBose, in To Kill a Mockingbird, which Rowling once named among her top 10 recommended books for young readers. There are a number of tributes to that novel within Half-Blood Prince, most notably the parallels between Mayor Begaunt's assaults on Tom Riddle Sr. and Mayella Yule's assaults on Tom Robinson. Harry's time in detention recalls Jem and Scout realizing with dread that each day we had been staying a little longer at Mrs. DeBose, that the alarm clock went off a few minutes later each day. The alarm clock was the signal for our release. If one day it did not ring, what would we do? As with Jem and Scout's ordeal, though, Harry's time in Snape's office serves a complicated purpose. Snape's quick action after the Sectum Sempra attack prevented Draco's wounds from scarring and did something equivalent for Harry. Snape dragged the truth about the spellbook out of Harry, even if Harry denied it and hid the book itself. It was no longer Harry's uneasy secret, and as a result, it wouldn't fester and cause him guilt, the way Slughorn's secret memory of the Horcrux conversation tormented him. The severe detentions drove home the gravity of what had almost happened, but more importantly, they allowed Harry to serve his penalties and then walk free, lesson learned, with gratitude for the close call. As Dumbledore said to Ginny at the end of Chamber of Secrets, there has been no lasting harm done. Through the openness of his actions, Snape turned Harry's heedless use of dark magic into something forgivable. Snape took the shame out of it for Harry and laid on the accountability. Harry and Draco were still underage at that point, by weeks, and Snape was an adult who took care of them. Dumbledore and Snape, Endgame. All these years, Dumbledore has been careful not to tell Harry exactly who overheard Professor Trelawney's prophecy about the Dark Lord. Unfortunately, he couldn't secure the weakest spot, Trelawney herself. Harry pieces it together from Trelawney's drunk comments and enters the state of rage he always feels when people deliberately withhold information pertaining to his family, the only birthright he cares about. A powerful picture forms in Harry's mind. Snape and Peter Pettigrew together had sent Voldemort hunting after Lily and James and their son. Harry confronts Dumbledore, who goes pale and considers what he can tell Harry without jeopardizing the precarious endgame he and Snape have planned.
Professor Snape made a terrible mistake. He was still in Voldemort's employ on the night he heard the first half of Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Naturally, he hastened to tell his master what he had heard, for it concerned his master most deeply. But he did not know, he had no possible way of knowing which boy Voldemort would hunt from then onward, or that the parents he would destroy in his murderous quest were people that Professor Snape knew, that they were your mother and father.
Harry reviles the notion Snape was sorry about his father's death. Dumbledore tries to convince Harry there was more to the story, but there are too many secrets Dumbledore must keep. He cannot name names.
"But he's a very good Occlumens, isn't he, sir?"
said Harry, whose voice was shaking with the effort of keeping it steady.
"And isn't Voldemort convinced that Snape's on his side, even now? Professor, how can you be sure Snape's on our side?"
Dumbledore did not speak for a moment. He looked as though he was trying to make up his mind about something. At last, he said,
"I am sure. I trust Severus Snape completely."
Harry thinks Dumbledore is saying Snape felt the kind of regret that Harry has just escaped regarding Draco, the unintended death of an enemy. Certainly, if that is the extent of Snape's burden around Harry's parents' deaths, then combined with Snape's animosity toward Harry, there is room for doubt about Snape's true feelings. Dumbledore must think carefully about what he can tell Harry, and the reader does not yet know all the details. Telling Harry too much can put Snape at risk with Voldemort, who must not discover Snape's remorse is real. Finally, Dumbledore can only settle for the line he has used all along about Snape's trustworthiness. Harry must take it on faith. But when Dumbledore takes Harry on their evening mission to find one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry sees some things about both Dumbledore and Snape that Dumbledore cannot risk saying directly. Foreseeing trouble during Dumbledore's absence, Harry instructs Ron and Hermione to watch Draco and Snape and tells them to split his remaining Felix Felicis potion with Ginny. Felix Felicis helped Harry get the crucial information about Horcruxes from Slughorn. This evening, it will save the lives of his friends. This protection has come from the Half-Blood Prince, whose notes told Harry how to brew the potion that won Felix Felicis as a prize. Dumbledore takes Harry to the cave where Voldemort hid part of his soul. Harry witnesses the potency of Dumbledore's magic. Dumbledore approached the wall of the cave and caressed it with his blackened fingertips, murmuring words in a strange tongue that Harry did not understand. Twice, Dumbledore walked right around the cave, touching as much of the rough rock as he could, occasionally pausing, running his fingers backward and forward over a particular spot, until finally he stopped, his hand pressed flat against the wall.
"Here," he said. "We go on through here. The entrance is concealed."
Harry did not ask how Dumbledore knew. He had never seen a wizard work things out like this, simply by looking and touching. But Harry had long since learned that bangs and smoke were more often the marks of ineptitude than expertise. But Harry has seen this before. Snape sang together Draco's wounds with words Harry did not understand, using the part of himself that has known dark magic to detect dark magic, as Dumbledore used his injured hand to sense the concealed entrance. In these final hours before the fight against Voldemort passes from Dumbledore's leadership to Snape's, we see that Snape's magic and Dumbledore's are of a similar potent strain. Snape has succeeded in teaching Harry a few things. He has been trying since the first day of potions class to impress upon his students a respect for quiet expertise. Dumbledore summons an invisible boat to take Harry and him across the lake in the cave. "How did you know that was there?" Harry asked in astonishment.
"Magic always leaves traces,"
said Dumbledore as the boat hit the bank with a gentle bump.
"Sometimes very distinctive traces. I taught Tom Riddle. I know his style."
This, too, Harry has seen from Snape, who detected traces of Bellatrix magic in Draco's occlumency. No wonder Dumbledore and Snape have been so cautious about what they share with anyone whose mind Voldemort is likely to scan. Had Dumbledore reached out directly to Draco this year, Voldemort would have known. At the center of the lake, Dumbledore drinks a potion that sends him into a flashback to his greatest regrets. Harry doesn't know it yet, but he's witnessing Dumbledore's anguish over causing the unintended death of a loved one, his sister, Ariana, a child under his care. This is closer territory to what Dumbledore cannot tell Harry about what motivates Snape. When Dumbledore cries out, "It's my fault, hurt me instead," it's something that Snape would understand. The potion incapacitates Dumbledore. Harry gets him back to Hogwarts and tries to fetch Madame Pomfrey, but Dumbledore insists it can only be Snape. "Tell him what has happened and bring him to me. Do nothing else, speak to nobody else, and do not remove your cloak." There must be plans that Dumbledore and Snape have shared with no one else, not even McGonagall or the rest of the Order. But before the invisible Harry can run for Snape, Draco Malfoy bursts onto the scene and disarms Dumbledore with Expelliarmus. Dumbledore immobilizes Harry and speaks gently with Draco, who cannot bring himself to kill Dumbledore. Draco casts Expelliarmus. He could have, should have, attacked. But instead, he disarmed and then attacked no further. The effort Snape has poured into this boy for the past 6 years has been worth it. Draco will not split his soul by killing. Covertly, against the efforts of Lucius, Bellatrix, and Voldemort, Snape has taught Draco non-aggression. He has fulfilled 2 of his 3 vows to Narcissa. He has watched over Draco and protected him from harm. Perhaps Draco's acute suffering from his near death due to Sectum Sempra and his healing and gratitude resulting from the remorse Snape poured into him to knit his wounds make it harder for Draco to truly want to cause such pain in another person, even an enemy. When Dumbledore tells Draco he ordered Snape to keep an eye on him, Draco retorts that Snape has been upholding a vow to Narcissa rather than obeying Dumbledore's orders. Does Dumbledore know about Snape's unbreakable vow? There's no evidence he does, though it works either way. Someday, perhaps, Draco will understand everything Snape has done for him. But until then, judging by what Draco says to Dumbledore, it's a good thing Snape is long practiced in receiving no recognition for his efforts. He's been offering me plenty of help, wanting all the glory for himself, wanting a bit of the action. What are you doing? Did you do the necklace? That was stupid. It could have blown everything. But I haven't told him what I've been doing in the room of requirement. He's going to wake up tomorrow and it'll all be over, and he won't be the Dark Lord's favorite anymore. He'll be nothing compared to me. Nothing.
Very gratifying, said Dumbledore mildly. We all like appreciation for our own hard work, of course.
Dumbledore offers to send Draco and his parents into hiding. Draco lowers his wand, about to stop fighting, when Death Eaters arrive on the scene and urge Draco to kill Dumbledore. "Draco, do it, or stand aside so one of us," screeched the woman. But at that precise moment, the door to the ramparts burst open once more, and there stood Snape, his wand clutched in his hand as his black eyes swept the scene, from Dumbledore slumped against the wall to the 4 Death Eaters, including the enraged werewolf and Malfoy.
"We've got a problem, Snape,"
said the lumpy Amicus, whose eyes and wand were fixed alike upon Dumbledore.
"The boy doesn't seem able."
But somebody else had spoken Snape's name, quite softly.
"Severus."
The moment has arrived. Snape's time-turner journey is complete. This is his second chance. He has been a double agent for years, working to protect Harry Potter. But if he kills his friend and mentor, the one living person who knows the full truth about the good self he's been hiding under his spy facades, if he can bring himself to break his last remaining mirror, committing to live the rest of his dangerous life being thought a murderer and traitor, then he will be upholding his vow to protect Draco in addition to Harry Potter. He will be able to save more than one innocent life. Snape said nothing, but walked forward and pushed Malfoy roughly out of the way. The 3 Death Eaters fell back without a word. Even the werewolf seemed cowed. Snape gazed for a moment at Dumbledore, and there was revulsion and hatred etched in the harsh lines of his face.
"Severus, please."
Snape raised his wand and pointed it directly at Dumbledore. "Avada Kedavra!" A jet of green light shot from the end of Snape's wand and hit Dumbledore squarely in the chest. We are told repeatedly the killing curse doesn't work unless you mean it. It has no counter-curse, but you need full power and intention to kill with it. Barty Crouch Jr. tells a class of 4th years they could all cast Avada Kedavra on him together, and he probably wouldn't get so much as a nosebleed. Slughorn tells Tom Riddle murder is the supreme act of evil. Killing rips the soul apart. When Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince was first published, some read the scene and concluded Snape had been Voldemort's man all along. Some concluded the opposite. But whatever Snape was thinking, whether his revulsion and hatred were for the act or for Dumbledore himself, by casting the killing curse successfully, he has just ripped apart his soul. All of Snape's actions that follow show him behaving protectively. The first thing he does after Dumbledore dies is seize Draco by the scruff of the neck, like a puppy, and rush him out of the castle. He calls for the other Death Eaters to stop fighting as well and come with them. Harry hears the hated voice shout, "It's over, time to go." With that Avada Kedavra, Snape has killed all of Harry's sentiments toward him except hatred. Harry chases Snape to the gates of Hogwarts, trying to stun him. Snape yells at Draco to disapparate, then turns to face Harry. Snape blocks Harry's attempt at the Cruciatus Curse so hard he knocks Harry backward off his feet. A Death Eater sets Hagrid's hut on fire with Fang trapped inside. Snape blocks a second attempt at Cruciatus with a sneer. "No unforgivable curses from you, Potter," he shouted over the rushing of the flames, Hagrid's yells, and the wild yelping of the trapped Fang.
You haven't got the nerve or the ability.
This is how Snape has always talked to Harry, teaching him non-aggression accompanied by insults and loathing. Snape has just cast an unforgivable curse and knows how bitterly it cost him. Harry wouldn't be able to do it based on vengeance alone. It took Snape greater emotions than that to pull it off, and it ripped his soul apart. Everyone deserves, if at all possible, to remain too innocent to cast an unforgivable. Snape refuses to attack Harry. All he does is block, expending almost no effort. At this moment, Snape is fueled by grief for the friend he just killed and protectiveness toward Draco. This makes him vastly more powerful than Harry, who is fueled by vengefulness. Harry calls him a coward for not fighting back, which is absurd when Snape so clearly overpowers him.
Coward, did you call me, Potter? Shouted Snape. Your father would never attack me unless it was 4-on-1. What would you call him, I wonder?
Stupid.
Blocked again and again and again, until you learn to keep your mouth shut and your mind closed, Potter, sneered Snape, deflecting the curse once more. Now, come, he shouted at the huge Death Eater behind Harry. It is time to be gone, before the Ministry turns up.
Even on the run, Snape takes care of the Order. He gives Harry one last lesson on dueling. He thinks of a good excuse to call off the Death Eater attacking Hagrid's house. Impedi. But before he could finish this jinx, excruciating pain hit Harry. He keeled over in the grass. Someone was screaming. He would surely die of this agony. Snape was going to torture him to death or madness.
No!
Roared Snape's voice, and the pain stopped as suddenly as it had started. Harry lay curled on the dark grass, clutching his wand and panting. Somewhere overhead, Snape was shouting,
Have you forgotten our orders? Potter belongs to the Dark Lord. We are to leave him. Go, go!
A Cruciatus curse hits Harry. He thinks it's from Snape, but Snape calls off whoever cast it and gets them away before they can do further damage. Harry tries to attack Snape with Sectum Sempra and Levi Corpus. Snape blocks him again and comes to stand over him, his face suffused with hatred.
You dare use my own spells against me, Potter? It was I who invented them, I, the Half-Blood Prince, and you'd turn my inventions on me, like your filthy father, would you? I don't think so. No.
Harry had dived for his wand. Snape shot a hex at it, and it flew feet away into the darkness and out of sight. Harry is disarmed. What is Snape going to do to him?
Kill me, then,
panted Harry, who felt no fear at all, but only rage and contempt.
Kill me, like you killed him, you coward.
Don't,
screamed Snape, and his face was suddenly demented, inhuman, as though he was in as much pain as the yelping, howling dog stuck in the burning house behind them.
Call me coward.
Many people read this line from Snape as rage at being called a coward. Perhaps he was taunted as a coward by bullies too many times. Perhaps after making the brave choice to kill his dying friend and accept a life of being vilified, it's unbearable to be taunted so wrongly. Perhaps, as Hilary K. Justice wrote, this sentence is primarily about the mortal panic of feeling trapped in a world that's going up in flames, as unable to articulate his pain as a beast. Certainly, Snape must be feeling all of these torturous things, but the long pause within the sentence suggests another reading as well. Harry has just accused him of killing James. Until now, Snape didn't know Harry learned who overheard Trelawney's prophecy. Harry had only found out earlier that evening, before the cave, before the Inferi, before the killing curse. Snape and Dumbledore have hidden this from Harry for years, and Harry has just informed Snape that he now knows. Harry did not say, James. He said, kill me like you killed him. They were speaking of James, but him could also mean killing Dumbledore. The act that is tearing apart Snape's soul, the act that turned him from being the traitor responsible for James and Lily's deaths into an actual killer. Snape's guilt over the deaths of Lily and James have distorted his perceptions of Harry every day for the past 6 years, and now, minutes after killing Dumbledore, Harry's words slam him with a renewed realization of the enormity of that guilt. "Don't," he screams. But what can he say? Don't what? Don't call him a murderer? He will never again be able to deflect that guilt. From now on, he is a murderer, has chosen to be one in order to protect others, and the life that lies ahead of him will require more courage than anything he has yet imagined. Snape's pain, the demented screaming, isn't primarily about Snape hating to be called a coward. It's his pain at causing the death of James. Like Harry when he saw what Sectum Sempra did to Draco, Snape had never thought James deserved to die. It's his pain at causing the death of innocent Lily, who had defended him when no one else had, and his guilt at having to look at James and Lily's orphaned child for 6 years. It's the same pain that reduced Slughorn to begging Harry to stop talking to him about how Lily died. It's Dumbledore screaming in his potion-induced flashback about the wrong he's done, no more able to escape the anguish in his mind than Fang is able to escape a burning house. Snape and Dumbledore have killed and died in order to protect Draco and Harry from ever experiencing these pains. In his defensive shame, for the only time this evening, Snape lashes out magically at Harry. And he slashed at the air. Harry felt a white-hot, whip-like something hit him across the face and was slammed backward into the ground. Spots of light burst in front of his eyes, and for a moment all the breath seemed to have gone from his body. Then he heard a rush of wings above him, and something enormous obscured the stars. Buckbeak had flown at Snape, who staggered backward as the razor-sharp claws slashed at him. Even this proud magical beast cuts at Snape's flesh with his claws for lashing out, finally pushed beyond his limits after this night of superhuman restraint and protectiveness toward everyone except himself. The only person who could have appreciated Snape's self-control on this night is now dead. There is no time yet to grieve. Snape must bring Draco back to his mother, intercede on Draco's behalf when Voldemort punishes him for failing to kill Dumbledore, and accept Voldemort's congratulations for doing the deed himself. His difficulties have just begun. With his Avada Kedavra, Snape kills not only his dying headmaster, but, more painfully, the thriving trust he's built with his colleagues, especially McGonagall. Hagrid's first disbelieving response is the closest to accurate.
"What must have happened was Dumbledore must have told Snape to go with them Death Eaters," Hagrid said confidently. "I suppose he's got to keep his cover."
McGonagall recalls Dumbledore's certainty that Snape's repentance was genuine. She blames herself for sending Flitwick for Snape's help, even though she had every reason to believe Snape would be as steadfast as he had been for the past 15 years as her colleague.
"I'd love to know what Snape told him to convince him," said Tonks.
"I know," said Harry, and they all turned to look at him. "Snape passed Voldemort the information that made Voldemort hunt down my mum and dad. Then Snape told Dumbledore he hadn't realized what he was doing. He was really sorry he'd done it, sorry that they were dead." In all the turmoil, Harry doesn't recall that, in fact, Dumbledore never divulged how Snape convinced him. He repeats only as much as Dumbledore did tell him, newly sensitized to the model of remorse that he has come to understand after Draco's close call with Sectum Sempra. Regret at the unintended death of an enemy. Hermione, who has always tended to be sympathetic to Snape, is blaming herself as well. At Harry's instruction, she and Luna were standing guard outside Snape's office when Flitwick came to request Snape's help. "And then we heard a loud thump, and Snape came hurtling out of his room, and he saw us, and...
"What?"
Harry urged her.
"I was so stupid, Harry,"
said Hermione in a high-pitched whisper.
"He said Professor Flitwick had collapsed and that we should go and take care of him while he while he went to help fight the Death Eaters.
Tonks recalls that when Snape led Draco away, she and Lupin assumed the two of them were not with the Death Eaters. "We just let them pass," said Tonks in a hollow voice. The self-trust in Snape's former allies is one of the saddest casualties of Snape's killing curse. After this, they questioned themselves. They had been so sure, they had built up affection and a history of successful collaboration. Of course they trusted Snape. He was meticulous about retaining their trust until the last possible moment, so he could depend upon it to protect students, sending Hermione and Luna into his office to tend to Flitwick, ensuring safe passage for Draco. When Snape spoke to Hermione and Luna outside his office, they believed him because he must have communicated with them in absolute sincerity. That would have been the only safe strategy with this particular pair of students, one of whom has always understood him too well for comfort, and the other who sees through disguises as though they aren't there. Lupin and Tonks must have seen the solicitude with which Snape ushered Draco away from the battle. That protective sentiment would have been unmistakable. Their confusion now is reminiscent of the public attitude towards Sirius Black when he was sent to Azkaban. Either they were right to trust him before, or, and this seems as though it must be the case, because Snape killed Dumbledore. They were wrong all along, and none of them had ever really known Severus Snape. The name of the Half-Blood Prince. What does it mean that the Half-Blood Prince, imaginative potioneer and dodgy inventor, turns out to have been another name for teen Snape? All year long, Hermione has insisted angrily that the Half-Blood Prince might have been a girl, impervious to Harry's argument that the term prince ruled it out. But Hermione is on to something too, and she's the one whose research reveals the whole picture.
"Right,"
said Hermione, red patches blazing in her cheeks as she pulled a very old piece of newsprint out of her pocket and slammed it down on the table in front of Harry.
"Look at that! Look at the picture!"
Harry picked up the crumbling piece of paper and stared at the moving photograph, yellowed with age. Ron leaned over for a look too. The picture showed a skinny girl of around 15. She was not pretty. She looked simultaneously cross and sullen, with heavy brows and a long, pallid face. Underneath the photograph was the caption, "Eileen Prince, captain of the Hogwarts Gobstones team." The photo is from the same time period as the textbook, but Harry doesn't believe this girl has anything to do with the Half-Blood Prince.
"The truth is that you don't think a girl would have been clever enough,"
said Hermione angrily. "How can I have hung round with you for 5 years and not think girls are clever?" said Harry, stung by this. Hermione's accusation of sexism is skewed by her envy of the Half-Blood Prince's cleverness, but she's pointed in the right direction. Researching only the patronymic line misses half the story. It's not always about the name of the father. In every magical marriage we have seen in these books so far, witches have taken their husbands' surnames upon marriage, and all the marriages we see are between a woman and a man. The mother's name can be obscured within a generation, as we see with Mère Bigant, who named her son after her father and her husband, eliding her own identity as completely as she could. Yet, the key to understanding Voldemort in this volume has been his mother's story. The mother's name and story are key to understanding Snape. The author is using loud silence to tell the reader that the missing story of Harry's mother will turn out to be key as well. After Snape flees Hogwarts with Draco in the chapter called Flight of the Prince, Hermione finds a prophet announcement of Eileen Prince marrying Tobias Snape and giving birth to a murderer, spat Harry.
"Well, yes,"
said Hermione.
"So, I was sort of right. Snape must have been proud of being half a prince, you see. Tobias Snape was a muggle from what it said in the prophet."
"Yeah, that fits," said Harry. "He'd play up the pureblood side so he could get in with Lucius Malfoy and the rest of them. He's just like Voldemort. Pureblood mother, muggle father, ashamed of his parentage, trying to make himself feared using the dark arts. Gave himself an impressive new name, Lord Voldemort, the Half-Blood Prince. How could Dumbledore have missed?" In his towering hatred of Snape, Harry willfully misinterprets the evidence and likens teen Snape to Voldemort. There's no evidence about whether Eileen Prince was half-blood or pure-blood, no evidence teen Snape ever told anyone else the name he inscribed in his schoolbook. The Prince's book, like Riddle's diary, preserves a memory of a student's personality. But the portrait that emerges from the Half-Blood Prince's book is very different. He is not grandiose or manipulative. He is retaliatory, not aggressive. He is gifted, resentful, judgmental, bitter, private. He does not expect anyone to ever read this book and find it of value. He expects it to remain unseen. Harry tells Ron and Hermione Snape knew Harry had the Prince's book, probably when Slughorn talked about Harry's potion's brilliance, but definitely by the time Harry used Sectum Sempra.
But why didn't he turn you in?
I don't think he wanted to associate himself with that book, said Hermione. I don't think Dumbledore would have liked it very much if he'd known.
Snape did not arrange to have the book fall into Harry's hands. He genuinely left it behind with the other supplies while moving classrooms. In the rush of activity between the battle at the Ministry of the previous June and his first day teaching defense against the dark arts. It's understandable enough that an adult would not want to show anyone else the diary of his miserable teens. But this book chronicled his transformation into the dark magic-obsessed young man who betrayed Lily Evans and eventually let her die. He would have wanted to put it from his mind, as Slughorn did, with his own memory of catastrophically bad judgment. But the problem with books is that once they are out in the world, their original authors cannot control them. There is no controlling who sees them, what readers do with what they read, how they judge the authors based on the stagnant information that stays fixed, no matter how much the authors themselves have changed. Voldemort let his diary out into the world to harm others. When Snape recognizes his textbook was doing the same, though, he did not treat it as a Horcrux. He did not separate it from his own soul to harm others. In his horror, he did his best to track it down, claim responsibility for the contents, name himself as the author, and warn others not to use the dark magic he invented. Like Slughorn, he was able to make amends. He healed Draco's Sectum Sempra wounds, and he taught better spells to both Draco and Harry. Just as Hermione, a gifted girl, is open to considering Prince might be a girl's name, as a Muggle-born, she has a different perspective on why Snape might have been proud to be half a prince. There are several ways to be a half-blood. Harry and Dumbledore, for example, each had one Muggle-born parent, but both of these Muggle-born parents were full witches. Tobias Snape was a Muggle, not a Muggle-born wizard. Harry associates his magical identity with both of his parents. Teen Snape, however, probably associated his magical gifts entirely with the parent who nurtured his learning, giving him her own books when they could not afford new ones for him. It would have made sense for him to name his magical scholar self after his matrilineage. Hermione understands the feeling of secret intellectual hopes coming true, living in a Muggle world that doesn't understand her while dreaming of a magical world where she can exercise her gifts with no limits except her own imagination. While Harry, too, lived with an extreme Muggle/magical divide, his particular giftedness didn't drive him to the intensely lonely autodidactism that drove child Hermione and child Snape to memorize their textbooks before the first day of school. Harry is also forgetting a piece of evidence Hermione doesn't have. The memories he saw of teen Snape hint strongly at spousal abuse, the father shouting at the cowering mother while the small child cried. Any survivor of an abusive childhood can identify with the half-blood prince's tendencies toward contempt and vengeance. But Harry didn't have to change his name to formalize his disavowal of the Dursleys. The abuse he endured from the Dursleys wasn't gendered. Snape ultimately keeps his patronymic, perhaps knowing he could claim it entirely as his own within the magical world, but we see from the record that he considered another option as a teen. What can we guess about Eileen Prince as a mother? We know she raised her son in Muggle poverty, judging from the used textbook in the neighborhood of Spinner's End. Snape is not materialistic. Magical artifacts or trappings of luxury hold no sway over him. She did not raise him to covet worldly goods. Perhaps helping him see value in intellectual riches instead. She was captain of a gaming team. She associated Hogwarts with friendship. She would have passed that on to her son as his birthright. Whatever their relationship became later, she probably married Tobias Snape for love. The power imbalance between a witch and a muggle makes that likely. Did she love her son? The evidence suggests she did. Snape's powers of protective care toward the young are tremendously, if capriciously, developed. More resoundingly, Snape, the emotionally stunted man who cannot contemplate romance without snarling, is able to look deeply in Narcissa Malfoy's eyes when she's in mortal anguish about her son. He can withstand her degree of emotion and meet it in full. The prince portion of Flight of the Prince refers to the strength Snape received from his mother. The flight portion refers to a different matronymic. The author's, J.K. Rowling's mother's birth name was Anne Volant. Anne Volant Rowling named her two children Joanne and Diane, and called them Jo and Di. They had their mother's given name as part of their own identity. Volant is the French word for flying. Rowling famously wrote her love and grief for her late mother into every aspect of the Harry Potter series, which celebrates flying in every volume, from broomsticks to hippogriffs to motorcycles. The word flight can mean the act of fleeing, or it can mean the act of flying. In this chapter, it means both. To flee is not an act of cowardice if it is done to take a child to safety. Snape's Flight of the Prince is about the ascendancy of the protective magic he got from his mother. Starting from this chapter, that's the aspect of Snape that will remain dominant for the rest of his life. We see flight has two meanings then. What about prince? Harry takes it to mean the son of a king, perhaps waiting his chance to take the throne. But it is also a reference to the very Slytherin-esque treatise, The Prince by Niccolò Machiavelli, the 16th century Italian strategist who used the term prince to mean a political ruler. The Prince contains his advice for how leaders can remain in power during times of treachery and war, in order to best protect their people. As Irving Cateman points out in Dumbledore, The Life and Lies of Hogwarts' renowned headmaster, Dumbledore is the character in the series whose actions most closely follow the Prince. Rowling herself, in an interview, described Dumbledore as quite a Machiavellian figure, really. But the tenets set forth in The Prince also provide clues for how to interpret Snape's motivations for the end of Half-Blood Prince and, even more, the entirety of the following year in Deathly Hallows. Rowling confirms the connection between Snape and Machiavelli by naming her character after this book not once, but twice. Not only does Snape call himself the Half-Blood Prince, but in The Prince, Machiavelli praises a ferocious, shrewd emperor named Severus, who killed a rival named Albinus. Rowling's combination of the name Severus, with its implications of severity and severing, with Snape, which sounds like snipe or snip, creates a brilliantly unpleasant picture of a character who will be ferocious and shrewd about snipping the thread of another prince's lifespan. All of Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince is a study of the ambiguous distinctions that qualify some magic as dark. Machiavelli theorized, those cruelties are well used if it is permitted to speak well of evil, that are carried out in a single stroke, done out of necessity to protect oneself, and then are not continued, but are instead converted into the greatest possible benefits for the subjects. Those cruelties are badly used that, although few at the onset, increase with the passing of time instead of disappearing. Applying Machiavelli's ideas, then, dark magic can be understood as magic that causes intentional harm, not perpetuated in self-defense, that becomes more destructive over time. A single stroke of cruelty converted into the greatest possible benefits for the subjects, such as killing a dying man in order to shield a minor from a tyrant, could, perhaps, be considered a cruelty well used, not dark magic. Machiavelli also gives possible insight into the argument between Snape and Dumbledore that Hagrid overheard in the forest. And so, it is necessary that he should have a mind ready to turn itself according to the way the winds of fortune and the changing circumstances command him. He should not depart from the good if it is possible to do so, but he should know how to enter into evil when forced by necessity. Being a double agent means Snape is always poised to do potentially distasteful things in order to maintain his cover. But perhaps Hagrid was hearing the cry of a double agent being ordered to do something that goes further into evil than he thinks he can withstand. We will find out more in Deathly Hallows about how Snape converted his evil act from this volume into the greatest possible benefits for his subjects. By the end of Half-Blood Prince, Snape has accomplished much of what he set out to do at the beginning of the year. He has upheld his vow to Narcissa. He protected Draco, prevented Draco and Harry from killing or permanently harming anyone, and eventually killed Dumbledore in Draco's stead. He has kept Dumbledore alive as long as possible, then derived protection for others from Dumbledore's death. He has taught Draco enough non-aggression so that Draco cast Expelliarmus against Dumbledore instead of a killing curse. This made the time and room for Dumbledore to show he believes Draco is worth saving, Draco's parents are worth saving, and Dumbledore would give his life to keep Draco from harm. He has made room for Harry to have a degree of empathy for Draco. His quick intervention with both Draco and Harry after Harry cast Sectum Sempra gave Harry the room to feel remorse and to know there are some things he would not wish on his worst enemy. His teaching of Expelliarmus to both boys enabled Harry, under his invisibility cloak, to witness how Draco speaks to his intended victim when they come face to face. Harry had not spared Malfoy much thought. His animosity was all for Snape, but he had not forgotten the fear in Malfoy's voice on that tower top, nor the fact that he had lowered his wand before the other Death Eaters arrived. Harry did not believe that Malfoy would have killed Dumbledore. He despised Malfoy still for his infatuation with the dark arts, but now the tiniest drop of pity mingled with his dislike. Where, Harry wondered, was Malfoy now? And what was Voldemort making him do under threat of killing him and his parents? We know from Voldemort stealing Harry's blood with Lily's love in it, the tiniest drop of an emotion can be enough to create a permanent change. Snape has drawn some of Harry's ire away from Draco and toward himself, which will be essential for both Harry and Draco to survive their coming battles. Snape can take Harry's ire better than Draco can. He has earned the respect of the Death Eaters, so they will not question him in the future when he acts to protect the students of Hogwarts. And he has killed all the trust and faith his colleagues ever had in him by killing the one remaining person who knew his true self. Now that Dumbledore is gone, Harry believes he is completely unprotected. The last and greatest of his protectors had died, and he was more alone than he had ever been before. But that is only true for Snape, not for Harry. Snape will still protect Harry Potter and all the other people he can, but it will be from a distance, and they must not know. No longer does the story show Snape as an ugly man. The usual gratuitous descriptors of his ugliness, the mentions of the hooked nose and the greasy hair during standard exposition, are now gone from the narrative. Rowling writes him with stark realism when he is being brave, when he pulls up his sleeve to show his dark mark, when he sings shut Draco's wounds, when his eyes sweep the scene and he kills his mentor. He is heroic then, harshly beautiful as he does magic, care of fused literary,